But then what? They'd mark him as an easy target.
Maybe follow him. Try to befriend him. Worse, they'd be encouraged to continue targeting other students, some of whom might not be as capable of defending themselves. Adam's smile made the tallest one shift uncomfortably. "What's so funny, kid?" The fluid in his veins hummed, a familiar warmth spreading through his body as he contemplated these four unfortunate souls. The elderly really did have a responsibility to guide wayward youth, didn't they? Even if said elderly happened to be wearing a 12-year-old's face at the moment. "You know," Adam said conversationally, "you're not very smart, are you?" Their smiles vanished, replaced by uncertain glances at each other. "See, you've made several critical errors in judgment. First, you're targeting mages, young mages, who are notoriously unstable with their powers, especially when they feel threatened. Did you know some students accidentally incinerated their entire dormitory last week because someone startled them during their sleep?" They took a collective step backward. "Second," he continued, as ethereal blue light began to dance around his fingers, "you picked an alley with one exit." The illusion shimmered into place behind them, solid stone where the entrance had been. The young one let out a strangled sound. Which, speaking of exits, Adam's hands erupted in azure fluid fire, casting strange shadows on the walls. "Currently seems to be missing." "Oh gods," the youngest squeaked, turning to Goldteeth. "This was your idea." "My idea?" Goldteeth's voice cracked. "You're the one who said students were easy marks." "Both of you shut up," Scarred Eyebrow hissed, but his eyes were fixed on Adam's burning hands. Children," Adam chided, the fluid fire crawling up his arms. "You've been very naughty, and it's my responsibility to teach you proper manners." "This is your fault," the silent one finally spoke, jabbing a finger at Goldteeth.
"You said he was just some rich kid."
"Me?" Goldteeth's gold teeth chattered. "It was his idea." He pointed at the youngest, who looked ready to faint.
I just mentioned I saw him walking alone. You're the one who should—"
"Fascinating," Adam interrupted, taking a step forward as they took another step back. "Please, do continue explaining whose brilliant plan this was." The one with the twitching fingers finally snapped. "He's just a kid." The knife never made it past his pocket. One moment he was lunging, the next, a fluid-enhanced straight right caught him perfectly on the chin. His eyes rolled back before he hit the ground, body twitching slightly from the neural shock. The remaining three stared at their fallen companion, then at Adam, then back at their companion. Their brains seemed to be having trouble processing the sequence of events, probably because there had barely been any sequence to process. They dropped to their knees almost in unison, dignity forgotten.
"Please don't kill us,"
Goldteeth sobbed, his precious metals catching the blue light.
"I have a cat." "I'll join a monastery,"
the youngest one blurted, tears streaming down his face.
"I'll never take advantage of the weak again."
Scarred Eyebrow just whimpered something incomprehensible about his mother, while staring at his unconscious friend, who was still occasionally twitching. Adam flexed his hand, studying the unconscious man with clinical interest. The fluid enhancement had turned what should have been a child's punch into something that dropped a grown man instantly. It wasn't his first time experiencing it, but still. Fascinating. He'd have to explore these limits more thoroughly later. "Now then," he said, letting the fluid fire crawl up to his shoulders. "About your future career choices." The three conscious men flinched. "The Merchants Guild is always looking for security escorts," Adam said conversationally, as if he wasn't terrifying them out of their minds. "They need people who know these streets, who understand how less savory individuals think. Legitimate work, good pay, and they don't ask too many questions about your past." "These noble schmucks?" Goldteeth mumbled under his breath. "I can't believe this." The fluid fire flared brighter.
I mean, Goldteeth straightened up, suddenly very businesslike. We would be more than honored to work for the esteemed Merchants Guild, young sir. Of course, they'll need someone to vouch for you. The flames danced higher. I could do that. Or... He let the threat hang. Yes, please! Goldteeth was nodding so fast his teeth clicked. We'll go first thing tomorrow. Wonderful. And if I hear about any more students being troubled in these alleys... The temperature dropped several degrees. Well, let's just say I'll be very disappointed. Scarred eyebrow raised a shaking hand. What about... He gestured at their unconscious friend. Oh, he'll wake up soon. Make sure he understands our little arrangement. Adum smiled, and they collectively shuddered. I'll know if you don't show up tomorrow. I'll be watching. Adum watched as they stumbled to their feet, the youngest and Goldteeth hauling up their unconscious friend between them. They bowed awkwardly, multiple times, while shuffling backward, mumbling a chorus of, "Thank you, young sir," and "We won't disappoint you," before finally turning tail and running as fast as they could manage while dragging their companion. Senior citizen duty accomplished, Adum declared cheerfully to the empty alley, picking up his miraculously undisturbed meat pie. The Sylvester family's merchant guild was one of the 5 guilds on the island, and the only one not dedicated to adventuring. Their wealth was legendary. Their mansions dotted the noble quarter like jewels, their ships dominated the harbor, and their influence reached into every corner of trade. They were also, as Goldteeth's reaction had shown, not particularly popular among the common folk. It wasn't hard to understand why. The Sylvesters had a habit of buying out smaller businesses, setting prices that independent merchants couldn't match, and generally ensuring that the gap between rich and poor grew wider every year. They were the epitome of noble privilege, looking down on common folk while profiting from their labor, living in luxury while others struggled to put food on the table. But for people like those would-be muggers, the guild offered something rare, a legitimate opportunity. The sad truth was that on this island, and in the world in general, you either had connections or you struggled endlessly. The adventurer guilds wouldn't touch anyone without combat experience or magical talent. Most merchants wouldn't hire someone with a suspicious background. The mines were always hiring, sure, if you didn't mind a life expectancy measured in months. The Sylvesters' security force was different. They provided real training, decent pay, and clear paths for advancement. Sure, the nobles would always look down their noses at you, but you could earn a respectable living, support a family, maybe even save enough to start your own business someday. They were always looking for people who knew the streets, who could spot trouble before it started, who understood how the desperate thought, because they'd been desperate themselves. Adom headed toward the guild hall. Being a Xerxes student came with certain privileges. The Sylvesters might look down on common folk, but they'd trip over themselves to curry favor with someone wearing these robes. One word from him, and those 4 would have their chance. The guild hall's application reception was a stark contrast to the opulent exterior. Just a plain room with a desk, a few uncomfortable-looking chairs, and a bored guard who was currently slumped in his seat, sword propped against the desk, hat pulled over his face. Adom cleared his throat. No response. He cleared his throat again, more forcefully. Still nothing. "Excuse me, I heard you the first time," the guard drawled from under his hat, not moving an inch. "Then why didn't you answer?" "Didn't feel like it," the man replied, finally pushing his hat back and sitting up with the enthusiasm of a sloth. He blinked at Adom's Xerxes robes, but his expression remained steadfastly unimpressed. You gonna stand there all evening or actually say something? Adom sighed. Sometimes he missed the days when people showed proper respect to their elders. I'm here to vouch for 4 potential recruits for the security force. They'll be coming tomorrow morning to apply. And what makes you think they're suitable recruits? Well, Adom said, they attempted to mug me in an alley about 20 minutes ago. One of them is probably still unconscious. But they showed excellent teamwork, survival instinct, and a remarkable ability to recognize when they're completely outmatched. Plus, he added cheerfully, they're very motivated to change careers now. The guard looked Adom up and down again, more thoroughly this time. You beat 4 people? You?
That's rather offensive.
Just being honest, kid. He stood up, and kept standing up. The man was easily 6.5 feet tall, well-muscled beneath his uniform, with long, dark hair tied back in a loose tail. He couldn't have been more than 25. Grabbing some papers from his desk, he pulled out a quill. Names? Well, there's Gold Teeth, Scarred Eyebrow, the young one, and the unconscious one. The guard's quill stopped mid-stroke. He stared at Adom. Those are their names? No, I was a bit too busy avoiding being mugged to ask for proper introductions. The guard snorted, then shrugged. Tomorrow's problem, I guess. He scribbled the descriptions down anyway. Gold Teeth, Scarred Eyebrow, Young One, and... He paused. Unconscious one? And the big one, Adom sighed. The guard paused his writing, looked at Adom, then at the paper, then back at Adom. So, Gold Teeth, Scarred Eyebrow, Young One, and... He made a final flourish with his quill. The one you knocked out cold. Got it. He sounded almost amused now. You know, this might be the most interesting recruitment form I've filled out all month. Usually it's just, my uncle knows someone, or I need money for my sick grandmother. He reached for the heavy brass stamp beside him. The dull thunk of the seal hitting the paper echoed in the empty reception room. Well, young master who knocks out muggers, your colorfully named friends can show up tomorrow morning, though I'd suggest they bring their actual names with them. He paused, then added with a hint of genuine curiosity. You really knocked one of them out cold? Yeah, Adom chuckled, turning to leave. I'll stop by another day to make sure they showed up.
See ya,
The guard called out, already settling back into his chair and repositioning his hat. Adom stepped out into the evening air, finally heading back toward Zerke's. He looked down at the meat pie in his hand, stone cold now. All this mentoring and reforming of street thugs had really cut into his dinner plans. Just as he arrived at the West Wing's door, a deliberate rustling sound made him freeze. He spun around, a materializing in his palm, casting orange light across the courtyard. Who's there? He sighed in exasperation. Really? Can't I just go home for once? Then he saw them. 2 gleaming eyes in the darkness of a nearby bush. A low, rumbling sound emerged, not quite a growl, not quite a purr. The hair on the back of Adom's neck stood up, not from fear, but from that peculiar sensation one gets when being watched by someone else. You. The flickered out immediately. It was the midnight puma. Had it followed him all this way? The creature remained in the shadows, its eyes fixed on him, unblinking. Adom could hear its breathing now, steady and controlled. He lowered his hand, remembering how his stance might appear threatening. He hadn't seen the puma since that night in the alley, when it had saved his life and, well, ended another's. He'd wondered about it often, where it had gone, if it was still in the city, if it was safe, if it had hurt anyone else. Hey there, he said softly, crouching down to appear less imposing. Remember me? From the alley? A curious chirrup sound came from the bushes. The puma poked its head out slightly, ears perked forward, interested but cautious. "That's it," Adom encouraged, keeping his voice gentle. "It's just me." He looked down at his cold meat pie, then back at the hesitant feline. "Sorry, Sam," he murmured, placing the pie on the ground between them. "It's lamb. Might be a bit salty for your taste, but you're welcome to try it. It's very good." The puma's nose twitched visibly. It took one careful step out of the bushes, then another. The moonlight revealed its midnight black fur, those same intelligent eyes he remembered from the alley. "That's right," Adom coaxed, staying perfectly still. "No fireballs, no threats, just a cold pie that could use a home." He watched as the puma took another step forward. "You've been keeping an eye on me, haven't you?" The puma paused, tilting its head slightly as if considering his words. Its tail swished once, twice. It finally approached the pie cautiously, keeping one eye fixed on Adom as it lowered its head to sniff the offering. "Go on. It's just for you." It began to eat, its movements quick and desperate. In the moonlight, Adom could see how its ribs pressed against its skin, how its flanks had hollowed. At least that answered one question. It clearly hadn't been feeding on humans, or it wouldn't be this thin. "You know," Adom mused, watching it devour the pie, "I've been wondering how you managed to stay hidden in a city like this. Not a single report of a puma sighting, not even a rumor. How did you—" He never finished the question. The puma's form began to shrink, faster than seemed possible, until, with a soft poof, a regular black cat with startling blue eyes sat where the massive predator had been just moments before. "Whoa!" Adom fell backward in surprise. This was unheard of. Animals couldn't change form like that. Unless they were not animals. Eyes wide, he cast Identify on the cat. Adom's jaw dropped as the black cat looked at him and simply went, "Meow."
Chapter 21. Professor Kim.
"Meow? I thought you didn't want to have cats." "I don't." "Then why is there a cat drinking milk in our dorm?" "It's a long story." Adom sat on his bed, watching the small black cat lap delicately at the bowl of milk he'd scrounged earlier. It was surreal seeing such a dainty creature and knowing that just hours ago it had been a massive midnight puma. The transformation still boggled his mind. The cat, he wasn't even sure if he should still call it a puma, paused its drinking to look up at him with those startling blue eyes. In the warm light of the dorm room, they seemed to shimmer with an intelligence that made him distinctly uncomfortable. Sam sat down on his bed, too, nursing his scratched hand. He'd learned the hard way that their new guest had strong opinions about being petted without permission. "At least it's cute. I like cats. Let's keep it." "Yeah," Adom said, watching the black cat meticulously clean its whiskers. "At least for now." "So," Sam looked at his roommate, "what are we naming it?" "Haven't really thought about it." "How about Asteroid Destroyer?" "No." "Apocalypse Bringer?" "Absolutely not." "Death's Shadow?" The cat actually hissed. "Maybe we should call it—" "Please stop," Adom begged. "You're terrible with names." "Hey, I named my father's familiar." "Sam?" "What's wrong with that?" "Mighty Fox is not a proper name for a fox familiar." "I liked it." "That says more about you than anyone else." Sam flopped back onto his bed with an exaggerated huff.
You and your cat have no sense of grandeur." He lay there for a few seconds before rolling onto his side. "So, are you going to make it your familiar?" Adom looked at the black cat, which was now watching their exchange with what he could swear was amusement in those two intelligent blue eyes. No. After much consideration, Adom had decided to bring the creature, puma, cat,
or whatever it truly was, back to the dorm. The decision wasn't entirely logical, but it hadn't tried to maul him in the alley, which seemed like a point in its favor. At first, he'd thought it might be a spirit, but those had a different feel to them, more ethereal, less solid. A shapeshifter, perhaps? But natural shapeshifters usually couldn't maintain forms this perfectly, and they tended to avoid cities. A familiar without a mage? Possible, but unlikely. Familiars didn't typically show this level of independence. The more he observed its seamless transformations and those unnaturally intelligent blue eyes, the more one explanation kept rising to the top of his list. A curse. Curses were tricky things in the magical world. Not quite spells, not quite bindings, but something in between. They worked by imposing a twisted pattern onto someone or something's natural mana flow. While normal spells were temporary transformations of mana, curses were more like permanent distortions, forcing someone's mana to flow in unnatural ways that created lasting effects. The strength of a curse depended on how deeply it was woven into the target's mana. Surface curses were relatively simple, things like bad luck or minor transformations. These sat on top of someone's natural mana flow, like a parasitic pattern. Deeper curses actually altered the fundamental structure of someone's mana, making them far more difficult to break. What made this particular case interesting was the transformation aspect. Most cursed transformations were crude, turning someone into a toad or a rat. But this was different. The creature moved between forms with an unsettling grace. And those eyes, they held far too much awareness for a simple transformation curse. This had to be old magic, the kind that went bone deep and rewrote the very essence of someone's being. The kind that was very rare to study. And as a mage that stumbled upon a very rare case,
Adom knew that breaking it would require more than just dispelling the surface pattern.
he'd need to understand the entire structure of the curse, layer by layer, and carefully unwind it without damaging the original mana pattern underneath. If he even could. Some curses became so integrated with their target that removing them was like trying to separate two colors of paint after they'd been mixed. But it made for a good challenge. Adom looked at the cat, then at Sam, who was already burrowing under his covers. He probably should tell his friend that this tiny, milk-drinking ball of fur had been a massive, shadowy puma just hours ago. Sam. "Good night, guys," Sam mumbled into his pillow, then rolled over with a sleepy yawn. Adom watched the steady rise and fall of his roommate's breathing. Maybe another time. The cat caught his eye and let out what sounded suspiciously like a snort of agreement. "Come on," Adom said to the cat, patting a spot on his bed. The cat looked at him, blinked once, very slowly, then deliberately curled up right where it was, perfectly centered on Sam's rug. Within seconds, it was making small sleeping noises, whiskers twitching. Adom chuckled despite himself. Right. That's why he didn't want pet cats. Their absolute refusal to acknowledge any authority but their own. Even a cursed one, potentially dangerous and definitely magical, still had that insufferable feline tendency to do exactly the opposite of what was asked of it. "Suit yourself, then," Adom said, finally getting to bed. And just like that,
2 weeks passed in the most excruciating, horrible manner imaginable. Every morning at dawn, Adam forced himself out of bed despite every muscle fiber screaming for mercy, lacing up his shoes with hands that still trembled from the previous day's punishment. Mile by mile, his lungs learned to burn without breaking. His legs discovered new depths of agony before adapting, growing stronger.
The discipline was brutal, choosing pain over comfort, progress over rest, pushing through the wall where his 12-year-old body begged him to stop. But day by day, something remarkable happened. His stride lengthened, his breathing steadied, his shoulders broadened with newfound strength. Between classes, he squeezed in meditation and strength training, devouring mountains of food to fuel his rapidly changing frame. The cat watched his daily transformation with what could only be described as impressed skepticism, while Sam oscillated between admiration and genuine worry for his roommate's sanity. By the 14th day, Adam's reflection showed a different person entirely. Leaner, harder, with the quiet confidence that came from breaking your body down and building it back up stronger. And yet, he still hadn't hit that 10-mile mark. Until today. +1 endurance. +3 endurance. "Come on, Adam!" Hugo's voice boomed across the training hall. "You're almost there!" "He's actually doing it!" Diana shouted, jumping up and down at the track's edge. "Go, go, go!" Phil and Caius were practically vibrating with excitement. 30 seconds left, Vale called out, watching the timer. "Don't you dare stop!" Even Sam, who usually treated physical exercise like a personal insult, was screaming himself hoarse. "Don't you dare!" Adam couldn't really hear them anymore. His world had narrowed down to the burning in his lungs and the steady thud of his feet against the track. Every breath felt like swallowing fire. His legs had stopped being legs about 6 minutes ago. They were just pain-filled appendages that somehow kept moving. Pain tolerance increased detected. 77% capacity. He wanted to throw up. He really wanted to throw up. But throwing up would mean stopping, and stopping wasn't an option. Not today. Not when he was so close.
15 seconds!
His vision was starting to blur at the edges. The constant notifications in his peripheral vision had melted into a smear of blue light. He couldn't feel his face anymore. Was that normal? Probably not. 10 seconds! Warning, physical limits approaching. Recommendation, decrease pace. "Shut up!" he growled at the system, pushing harder. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations! Side quest completed. 10 miles completed in 59 minutes, 58 seconds. Achievement unlocked. Breaking barriers of one's body. Reward. Skill, Iron Lungs, unlocked. Description. Dramatically increases overall stamina and oxygen efficiency. Reduces fatigue buildup. Enables longer periods of sustained physical activity and improves recovery time. +5 stamina permanently added. Body adaptation progress, 27%. Adam barely registered being lifted off his feet. The entire club had rushed the track, hoisting him onto their shoulders like he'd just won some grand championship, instead of just not dying during cardio. "He did it!" Hugo screamed. "Up, up, up!" the club chanted, tossing him in the air. Through his exhaustion-addled brain, Adam noticed Sam grinning like an idiot, clapping harder than anyone. "Now that," Sam shouted over the celebration, "was actually kind of awesome!" Adam would have replied with something appropriately sarcastic,
but he was too busy trying not to throw up on his celebrating clubmates. Also, he couldn't feel his legs. Or most of his body, really. Iron Lungs skill integration beginning. Estimated recovery time, 47 minutes. Recommendation, water. Lots of water. It was just a run. Damus's dry voice cut through the celebration from somewhere in the back of the room, where he was casually leaning against the wall. The entire club turned to glare at him in perfect synchronization. Even Sam, who normally avoided confrontation. Hugo just grinned wider, still holding the almost unconscious Adam. Everything's just something until you actually try to do it. Damus raised an eyebrow, but wisely chose not to comment further. Adam sat against the wall, legs stretched out, watching the blurry shapes of people training. His vision had gotten worse since losing his glasses. Now he could barely make out anything beyond 157 inches. Just vague shapes moving around, their edges bleeding into each other. The cat sat next to him, back straight, looking thoroughly unimpressed with the whole affair. A water bottle appeared in front of his face, blocking what little vision he had left. Adam squinted, which only made Hugo laugh. "You know," Hugo said, settling down next to him, "you actually look pretty good without the glasses. Very scholarly warrior chic." "Everyone's telling me that. But I look like I'm constantly judging everyone," Adam muttered, accepting the water bottle. The cat gave it a disdainful glance. "Aren't you, though?" "That's fair." Hugo's laugh boomed across the training hall, making several students miss their steps. "You should really get new ones, though. Can't have you missing all the important form corrections I'm about to show Sam." As if summoned by his name, Sam's yelp of surprise echoed from somewhere in the blur of motion that was the training area. The cat's ear twitched, the closest thing to interest it had shown all morning. "I can see just fine," Adam lied, taking a sip of water. "You've been staring at the storage closet for 5 minutes." "That was the sparring area." "No, that's over there." Hugo pointed somewhere to the left. "You were literally having a staring contest with a door." "Ah." Note to get new glasses. Very soon. The cat chose this moment to yawn deliberately, showing off an impressive array of teeth that seemed just a bit too sharp for comfort. Hugo glanced at it, his expression shifting ever so slightly. "Your new friend doesn't seem very impressed with our training methods." "The cat," Adam said, "has very high standards." "Have you considered making it your familiar?" Hugo asked, watching the cat with curious eyes. "I tried. It declined the offer." Hugo's laugh echoed through the hall again. "Very cat-like indeed." Adam hesitated for a moment, then turned toward Hugo. "By the way." Over the past 2 weeks, Adam had been carefully planting seeds. A question here about advanced magical theory during water breaks. A casual mention there about helping younger students with their assignments. He'd even started organizing the equipment after training sessions without being asked. The club was just a club, a place for training. But it was also where Hugo spent a good portion of his time when he wasn't assisting Professor Kim in his research. And that's what Adam needed. Those moments between exercises, those casual conversations where he could show he was more than meets the eyes. Never anything obvious. He couldn't afford to seem eager. Just a second-year student showing unexpected maturity and academic insight. The kind of thing that might come up naturally in conversation between a teaching assistant and his professor. It was a delicate balance. Too much interest in Professor Kim's work would mark him as just another fan. Too little would defeat the purpose entirely. So instead, Adam focused on becoming the type of student Professor Kim would want to meet. The type Hugo would mention in passing during their assistant meetings. The worst part was the waiting. Every time Hugo praised his progress or nodded thoughtfully at one of his theoretical questions, Adam had to resist the urge to press further. He couldn't rush this. After all, he was supposed to be focused on training, on improving himself. The fact that he happened to be exactly the kind of student Professor Kim might want as a future assistant,
that had to seem coincidental. Hugo, for his part, seemed genuinely intrigued by Adam's questions. He'd pause before answering, sometimes cocking his head slightly as he considered the depth behind what seemed like simple curiosity. It wasn't the polite attention he gave to most students. There was a sharpness to his focus when Adam touched on more complex theories. A few times he'd even stayed after training to continue their discussions, absently fixing stances and correcting forms while diving deeper into magical theory. It was during these moments that Adam caught glimpses of the assistant researcher beneath the jovial club president, someone who clearly spent hours in the lab, who understood magic at a level far beyond basic spell work. But Hugo never quite took the bait. He'd engage enthusiastically with Adam's ideas, challenge his assumptions, even praise his insights, but he kept the conversations firmly in the theoretical realm. If he suspected Adam's ulterior motives, he gave no sign of it. And if he ever mentioned these conversations to Professor Kim, Adam had no way of knowing. Then again, maybe that was the point. Hugo hadn't gotten to be a sixth-year research assistant by being oblivious to people's intentions. "By the way," Hugo said, adjusting the straps of his bag as they finished cleaning up. Adam's hands stilled on the training mat he was folding. He kept his voice casual. "You know I'm Professor Kim's assistant, right?" "Yeah, why?" Hugo shouldered his bag. "I mentioned our conversation about micromagic to him the other day." He paused. "The professor said he'd like to meet you, if you're interested." Adam carefully kept folding the mat, fighting to keep his expression neutral even as something warm unfurled in his chest. "There we go." "Oh?" he managed. "Don't play too cool now," Hugo said, his usual grin returning. "I saw that almost smile." "What does he want to discuss?" Adam asked, placing the folded mat on the pile, carefully not meeting Hugo's eyes. "Your theory about resonance patterns in enchantment arrays." Hugo was watching him now, that familiar, sharp focus back in his gaze. "It's similar to something he's been working on in the lab. Actually..." He paused, and Adam could feel him choosing his next words. "It's not just similar. You approached it from a completely different angle, but you ended up at the same theoretical framework he's been developing." Adam allowed himself a small smile. Weeks of careful suggestions had paid off, dropping bits of advanced theory disguised as innocent questions, presenting alternative approaches as if they were just interesting thought experiments. He'd known exactly which problems Professor Kim was tackling in some of his research, and had carefully guided Hugo toward those specific topics, making the connections seem natural, coincidental. A second-year student wouldn't know the solutions, of course, but asking the right questions, suggesting unconventional approaches, that was just showing promise. And now it had worked. He had his opening. "When did you want me to meet him?" "Right now, actually, if you're free. He's usually in the lab around this time," Hugo said, adjusting his glasses. Adam made a show of considering it, as if he might have more pressing matters than meeting one of the Academy's leading researchers. "Yeah, that works for me. We could head over together." "Great, let's go then," Hugo said, already heading for the door. The cat padded silently between them as they made their way through the Academy's winding corridors, its tail held high like some sort of furry navigation system. It had rejected every name Sam had suggested over the past week,
Lord Whiskers had earned a particularly withering glare. As they approached the research wing, Hugo slowed his pace. "I should probably warn you," he said, rubbing the back of his neck. "The professor is special." "I know," Adom nodded. "His work on magical resonance theory is brilliant. The implications for enchantment stability alone—" "No, that's not—" Hugo cut himself off, looking oddly uncomfortable. "I mean, yes, he's brilliant, but that's not what I'm talking about." He sighed, glancing down at the cat, which had stopped to clean its paw with deliberate disinterest. "You'll see for yourself. Just look beyond the apparent. You might be surprised." Adom felt a twinge of unease. In his past life, Professor Kim had been a reclusive figure, known only through his groundbreaking papers and occasional presentations. The man himself had remained a mystery, always declining public appearances in favor of his research. Now, watching Hugo's strange hesitation, Adom wondered what exactly he'd gotten himself into. The cat finished its grooming and looked up at them both, its expression somehow managing to convey that it found their conversation tedious. It flicked its tail once and continued down the hall, clearly expecting them to follow. "Right," Hugo muttered. "This way." He paused. "And try not to stare. He really hates that." "Stare at what?" Adom wanted to ask. But Hugo was already moving again, following the cat around a corner toward a heavy wooden door marked Advanced Theoretical Research, Authorized Personnel Only. Hugo approached the door and knocked. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. A rhythmic pattern that made Adom and the cat exchange glances. Before Adom could comment on the peculiar entry code,
The door swung open on its own, with a soft creak. A wave of smells hit them. The sharp tang of magical reagents, the bitter undertone of spent tonic potions, the metallic note of enchanted equipment running hot. It wasn't unpleasant, exactly, but it had the distinct aroma of too many hours spent indoors with too little ventilation. The kind of smell that spoke of sleepless nights and forgotten meals. The laboratory itself was dim, lit only by the soft blue glow of various magical instruments and the occasional spark from whatever experiment was running in the corner. Shadows played across walls lined with shelves of equipment and books, their shapes shifting as different devices pulsed with energy. "Let's go in," Hugo said, stepping through the doorway. "Professor Kim, how are you doing today?" The figure at the workbench didn't turn around or pause in whatever they were doing. Their hands moved in precise motions over what looked like a complex array of crystals and metal, either completely absorbed in the work or deliberately ignoring them. Hugo sighed. "And there he goes again." He glanced at Adom with an apologetic shrug. "Sometimes he gets like this when he's working. Could be hours before he—" The explosion wasn't particularly large, but it was bright enough to make them all flinch. Blue sparks scattered across the workbench as the professor cursed under his breath, frantically scribbling in a notebook. "Fascinating reaction to the microscopic resonance. Must account for the crystalline matrix's tendency to—" "Professor," Adom said carefully, "I think your mustache is on fire." "Professor Kim! Fire!" Hugo called out. The professor spun around, eyes wide behind protective goggles. "Oh, Hugo! And a random boy! And a random cat! Fire?" His hands patted his coat. "Where? Oh, my mustache!" He looked left, then right, then left again, before lunging toward a large aquarium filled with what appeared to be glowing fish. Without hesitation, he dunked his entire head into the water. "What the f—" Adom started, but the professor was already pulling his head out, water and a few confused fish dropping from his now extinguished mustache.
Welcome to my laboratory, Professor Kim beamed at them, pushing his goggles up onto his forehead. I was just conducting a minor experiment. Completely routine explosion. Now, who might you be? Professor, Hugo began. This is Adom Silla, the second year Adom Silla? Professor Kim's face lit up like one of his experimental arrays. He practically bounded across the laboratory, narrowly avoiding 3 different precarious-looking setups, water still dripping from his mustache. The one who proposed the alternative approach to resonance patterns! He grabbed Adom's hand and shook it with enthusiasm that bordered on concerning. How are you? Wonderful to finally meet you. Hugo's told me all about your theoretical framework. Brilliant perspective. Absolutely brilliant. Have you considered the implications for multi-layered arrays? Of course you have. You must have. That's why you suggested the parallel configuration, isn't it? Adom stood there, his hand still being vigorously shaken, trying to process how he'd gone from watching a man dunk his head in an aquarium to being praised for theoretical magic in the span of 30 seconds. He managed a, "Thank you, Professor," while attempting to subtly regain control of his arm. Oh, but you must see what I'm working on. Well, what just exploded, but the principle is sound. Professor Kim finally released Adom's hand only to grab his sleeve instead, pulling him toward the workbench. Hugo, bring that notebook, the blue one. This one? No, the other blue one. The blue one. As Professor Kim excitedly pulled him toward the still smoking workbench, Adom's eyes darted between the scattered crystals, the charred metal components, and what appeared to be a small flame that was now burning upside down.
This was not what he'd expected. All his careful planning, all those subtle conversations with Hugo, and now he was being dragged toward an active explosion site by a man whose mustache was leaving a trail of confused, glowing fish on the floor. See, the resonance matrix should have stabilized here, Professor Kim pointed at a blackened crystal, but instead it created this fascinating chain reaction. Another small pop made them both jump. Oh, don't worry about that. Completely normal. Probably. He suddenly spotted one of the glowing fish flopping near his feet, just as the cat was crouching into pouncing position. Oops, sorry, Guga. He scooped up the fish and dropped it back in the aquarium, barely breaking stride in his explanation. Now, where was I? Ah, yes, the chain reaction. Adom found himself torn between genuine academic fascination and basic self-preservation instincts. The theoretical framework was brilliant. He could see that even in its half-destroyed state, but he was also fairly certain that smoke wasn't supposed to be that color. Behind them, he heard Hugo muttering something that sounded suspiciously like, "At least nothing's on fire this time." This time? Professor Kim was still talking about resonance patterns when Adom's eyes adjusted enough to the dim light to make out something in the corner. Behind stacks of books and equipment, partially covered by a heavy cloth, sat an unfinished framework. A prototype. Even in its crude state, the theoretical arrays were unmistakable. So this was where it started, Adom thought. Dragon's Breath.
Chapter 22. Magic Theory. The funny thing about world-changing discoveries is how they always seem to start with the best intentions. This will revolutionize everything, they say. Think of the possibilities, they insist. And they're right, of course. Just not in the way they expect. Take Dragon's Breath, for instance. When Professor Kim first unveiled his prototype, he could barely contain his excitement. Here was a material that could store as much magical energy as a proficient second circle mage. Imagine, he'd said, eyes bright behind those ridiculous goggles. A world where even those without magical talent could access powerful enchantments. Where every home could have the energy equivalent of a mage at their disposal. The academic community went wild. Papers were published, theories were proposed.
Everyone wanted a piece of what promised to be the greatest magical breakthrough since the rediscovery of magic by Law, the farmer mage. No one stopped to ask the obvious question. What happens when you give that much power to people who really shouldn't have it? Well, no, that's not entirely true. Some people did ask that question. They just weren't the ones anyone was listening to. 3 months after the initial announcement, Professor Kim was found dead in his laboratory. The official report called it an accident, something about an experimental malfunction. Quite convenient, really, how all his notes burned in the same accident. Even more convenient how the prototype vanished without a trace. The world moved on. New discoveries were made. Papers were published about other breakthroughs. Life continued its predictable pattern of magical academia doing what magical academia does best, arguing about theoretical frameworks while missing the bigger picture. And then Verdant Isle disappeared. One day it was there, a thriving community of 15,000 souls. The next? Nothing but a smoking crater where an island used to be.
The first public demonstration of Dragon's Breath wasn't exactly subtle. The textbooks would later call it the mana conflicts, a nice sanitized term for what was essentially everyone trying to either steal, replicate, or defend against a weapon that could turn cities into memories. Within 5 years, 3 more countries had their own versions of Dragon's Breath. Within 10, the death toll had reached numbers that made statisticians quit their jobs and take up farming. The kind of numbers that stop being numbers and start being tragedies. Which just goes to show that if you're brilliant enough to create something revolutionary, you should probably be smart enough to imagine how people might revolutionarily misuse it. Then again, Professor Kim did keep glowing fish in his laboratory and seemed to regularly set his own mustache on fire, so perhaps expecting that level of foresight was asking a bit much. Adom had one mission: sabotage the prototype that would one day become Dragon's Breath and eventually kill millions. Simple enough. But first, he needed Professor Kim to stop talking. Just stop talking. And see, the crystalline matrix here interfaces with the professor was saying, hands waving enthusiastically as he knocked over what looked like a very expensive piece of equipment. He caught it without looking, still focused entirely on his explanation of magical theory. Which creates a cascading effect through the secondary array. The world's most dangerous invention was sitting right there, covered in dust and old papers, and its creator was currently explaining the proper way to calibrate resonance frequencies while his mustache smelled like burnt hair and gel. Lots of gel. Absolutely fascinating implications for energy transfer across multiple... Stop talking. That's when Adom noticed his cat, perched on the highest shelf with predatory focus, blue eyes fixed on the dust-covered prototype. And if we adjust the resonance frequency, we could theoretically... Professor Kim's endless monologue cut off abruptly as he spotted the cat. "Oh, hello there, kitty cat. Aren't you a cute little..." The cat didn't even blink. "Professor," Hugo said slowly, "I don't think it likes that name." The cat's eyes met Adom's. There was a moment of perfect understanding between man and feline. The kind of silent communication that transcends species, time, and common sense. "Kitty cat, don't you dare," the professor warned, scrambling toward the shelf. The cat's tail twitched. Once. Deliberately. Time seemed to slow as both Professor Kim and Hugo raised their hands, weaving a spell. But they were too late. The cat maintained perfect eye contact with the Adom as it extended one paw, and with the kind of casual malice only felines can achieve, viciously batted the prototype off the shelf. Adom watched it all unfold like a perfectly choreographed disaster, the prototype tumbling through the air, Professor Kim and Hugo diving forward with matching expressions of horror,
papers scattering in their wake. The cat remained on its perch, looking thoroughly pleased with itself, as if it hadn't just potentially altered the course of history. Or prevented it. But then, no sound of feline-induced destruction followed. Adom looked down, heart sinking as he saw Hugo, hand raised and brow furrowed in concentration, holding the prototype suspended in a perfect levitation spell. Damn it. Professor Kim stood frozen, arms still outstretched, mouth open in a silent scream that had yet to catch up with reality. For perhaps the first time since Adom had met him, the professor was completely silent. "I've got it, Professor," Hugo said, carefully maneuvering the prototype back to safety. "It's okay. Everything's fine." The professor seemed to remember how to breathe. "Oh, thank the circles, Hugo. Thank you. Thank you." He practically collapsed against his desk, dabbing at his eyes with his sleeve. That was... "I am so sorry," Adom said, watching his cat stretch lazily on its perch, looking entirely too satisfied with itself. "I really don't know what got into—" Actually, he knew exactly what had got into it. The same thing that made him wish Hugo had been just a fraction slower with that spell. No, Professor Kim waved him off, definitely wiping away tears now. "It's a cat. Cats do cat things. It's what they do. Can't blame them for following their nature, can we?" Hugo carefully placed the prototype on the professor's desk. "Maybe we should keep it somewhere more secure." The professor's eyes fixed on the device, now free of its dusty cover. "Oh, this?" He noticed Adom's intense gaze. "I suppose you're wondering what all the fuss is about." "It must be something important," Adom said, trying to keep his voice neutral, "to cause such a reaction." "Important?" Hugo snorted. "It's only 20 years of the professor's life." 23, actually, Professor Kim corrected, running a gentle finger along the prototype's edge. "My magnum opus, you could say. The project that's consumed nearly half my life." "Really?" Adom leaned forward, feigning fascination while his stomach churned. "What exactly does it do?" The cat's tail twitched again, but this time Hugo shot it a warning look. "Don't even think about it." So Adom endured 3 more hours of theoretical discussion, nodding at the appropriate moments while the professor excitedly explained concepts that Adom had already learned. Would learn? From the professor's own published works. Future works. Works that would be scattered across charred library remains. The irony of correcting the professor's theories using the professor's future discoveries was not lost on him. "That's actually a fascinating perspective," Professor Kim said for the 3rd time, scribbling frantically in his notebook. "I never considered approaching the resonance matrix from that angle. Hugo—"
"Are you noting this down?" "Every word, Professor," Hugo replied, though he kept shooting suspicious glances at Adom. Whether it was due to the cat incident or Adom's surprisingly deep knowledge of experimental magical theory, it was hard to tell. Adom could have completed the prototype in 2 weeks if he wanted to. He had all the knowledge, after all. Decades of research compressed into his memory. But that was exactly why he needed to guide the professor down a different path. Plant seeds of doubt. Suggest alternative approaches that would lead nowhere. Buy time. "But what if," Adom said carefully, watching the professor's eyes light up with each new suggestion, "we considered a non-linear absorption pattern?" The professor's quill stopped mid-sentence. "Non-linear? But that would mean—" "Complete restructuring of the base theorems," Hugo finished, frowning at the equations. "Exactly," Adom said,
trying not to smile as he watched 23 years of research begin to unravel. Sometimes, the best way to prevent a disaster wasn't to destroy it, but to ensure it never quite came together in the first place. The guilt gnawed at Adam's stomach as he watched the professor enthusiastically tear through decades of his life's work, redesigning fundamental principles based on suggestions that Adam knew would lead nowhere. The man's pure excitement and genuine love for discovery made it worse. But then Adam remembered Verdant Isle, and the guilt became a bit more manageable. "Oh, circles!" Professor Kim suddenly exclaimed, checking his pocket watch. "The council meeting! I completely forgot!" He scrambled around the laboratory, stuffing papers into his bag in no particular order, while Hugo calmly collected the actually important documents and slipped them in as well. "It was wonderful talking with you. Truly fascinating discussion," the professor rambled as he headed for the door, nearly tripping over 3 different chairs in the process. "Hugo?
Could you— Already locked the prototype cabinet, Professor.
Ah, yes, thank you. And the
Secondary arrays are powered down.
right. And the fish are fed, the wards are up, and you're already 10 minutes late. Right, yes, thank you."
The professor disappeared through the door. Adam had just started to relax when the professor's head popped back in.
"Oh, and Adam.
"Yes, Professor."
This was absolutely wonderful. Such fresh perspectives. You must come back. We have so much more to discuss. The nonlinear absorption patterns alone could revolutionize—"
"Professor," Hugo interrupted. "The council—"
"Right, yes. But Adam must return."
"Don't worry, Professor," Hugo said, with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "I'll make sure to bring him back myself."
Marvelous. Simply marvelous.
And with that, the professor finally disappeared, his rapid footsteps echoing down the hallway. Hugo adjusted his glasses, leaning against one of the workbenches. "So," he said, crossing his arms over his chest, "want to tell me how a second-year student knows more about experimental magical theory than most sixth-years?" The cat jumped down from its perch, landing silently between them. "I read a lot," Adam said, which wasn't technically a lie. He had read everything. Would read everything? About this field, including Hugo's own future contributions to magical theory. "You read a lot," Hugo repeated, a slight smile playing at his lips, "and somehow developed insights that took the professor decades to reach?" "Sometimes fresh eyes see things differently," Adam said, carefully constructing each response. "When you're not bound by established theoretical frameworks, you can spot patterns that others might miss because they're too close to the work." Hugo's eyebrows rose slightly. "That's actually a good point. Besides," Adam continued, "half of what I suggested might be completely wrong."
I just think it's worth exploring different approaches.
"No," Hugo said, pushing off from the workbench.
Your suggestions about the non-linear absorption patterns. Those calculations were solid. Complex, but solid.
He paused, studying Adam with renewed interest.
You're not just well-read. You understand this at a fundamental level.
Adam shrugged, letting a bit of genuine pride show through. After all, he had learned from the best, including the man standing before him.
I find it fascinating. Always have.
"You know," Hugo said, a glint of academic excitement replacing the suspicion in his eyes,
"there are some other projects I've been working on. Things that could benefit from fresh eyes."
"I'd be honored," Adam said, meaning it. Future Hugo's research had saved countless lives during the mana conflicts. Getting to see his early work would be genuinely fascinating. The cat, apparently bored with their academic détente,
began methodically knocking empty vials off a nearby shelf. Although, Adome added, watching the cat, maybe somewhere with fewer breakable things? Hugo laughed, the last of his suspicion melting away. Agreed. The East Wing's cafeteria's still open. We could grab something to eat while we talk theory. Firsty.
The day had slipped away faster than Adome expected, and he was still sitting there, staring at an empty book through Riddler's Bane, like it would somehow make words magically appear on the blank pages. Despite spending the better part of the week trying to figure out what exactly Law had given him, he had made exactly 0 progress. Which was both frustrating and impressive, considering there wasn't even anything to make progress on to begin with. No words, no invisible ink, no hidden messages, not even a single doodle in the margins, just page after page of absolutely nothing. He was starting to wonder if Law was just messing with him at this point. Maybe the real treasure was the time he'd wasted along the way. "Hey," Sam said from his bed, where he was sprawled out looking like he'd been hit by several successive waves of exhaustion, which, considering the day's training, wasn't far from the truth. "You could just buy new glasses instead of trying to read with some old guy's monocle." Adome snorted, finally letting the book drop onto his lap. Yeah. His mind was still racing with theoretical frameworks and potential alterations to history, while his cat lounged across his pillow like it owned it. The empty book could wait. It wasn't like it was going anywhere, being empty and all. "You know," Sam said, voice muffled by his pillow, "I'm really glad you didn't die during running practice today." Adome snorted again. "Thanks." "No, seriously." Sam actually pushed himself up to sitting position, which was impressive given how he'd been declaring himself permanently horizontal just moments ago. "You looked like death warmed over, but you kept going. Like, I've never seen anyone look so absolutely done with existence, but still refusing to stop." I mean, stopping would have meant dying on the spot, so... "That's exactly it!" Sam was fully animated now, gesturing with unusual enthusiasm. "You just pushed through. And I was thinking, maybe I should do that too, you know? Not just with running, but with everything. Like, maybe I could be better. A better version of me." Adome turned to look at his friend, genuinely surprised. Sam, who took pride in his ability to find the path of least resistance through life. Sam, who once spent 3 hours figuring out how to avoid a 10-minute task, was talking about self-improvement? The silence stretched between them, growing increasingly awkward as Sam seemed to realize what he'd just said out loud. Adome couldn't help it. He started laughing. "Oh, shut up!" Sam groaned, falling back onto his bed, his face noticeably redder. "This is why I don't say things." No, Adome managed between chuckles. "It's just... You know what? You are changing. You've been different lately. In a good way." "Yeah?" Sam asked, trying and failing to sound disinterested. "Yeah." Adome stood up, stretching. "Change looks good on you." The cat opened one eye to watch him move toward the door. "Where are you going?" Sam asked, propping himself up on an elbow. "Just need to walk a bit. Bit of insomnia tonight." "Ah." Sam was already sinking back into his pillow. "I'll probably be asleep when you get back." "Probably for the best. You look like you're about to pass out mid-sentence." "Do not," Sam mumbled into his pillow, already half asleep. "Good night." "Night, Sam." The cat silently padded after Adome as he slipped out the door. Behind him, he could already hear Sam's soft snoring beginning to fill the room. Whether it was the skill making him more resilient to fatigue,
or just the endless stream of magical theories bouncing around in his head, sleep felt like a distant concept. The conversations with Professor Kim and Hugo had stirred something in him, that familiar excitement of pushing magical boundaries that he'd known in his previous life. The night air was crisp as he walked through the academy grounds,
watching the massive stone buildings slowly drift across the landscape like clouds made of marble and granite. The third-year dormitory was currently rotating clockwise, its Gothic spires scraping against the star-filled sky, while the library tower seemed to be waltzing with the alchemy department, their foundations leaving trails of soft blue light in their wake. "Evening, Adam," called out Guard Captain Marina from her patrol route. She was accompanied by 2 newer recruits. Adam recognized them from last week's incident with the escaped experimental frogs. "Everything all right?" asked Devon, the younger of the 2 guards, hand instinctively resting on his wand. "Just couldn't sleep," Adam replied, gesturing vaguely at the shifting buildings. "Thought I'd walk it off." "Ah, insomnia," Marina nodded knowingly. "The gardens are particularly nice tonight. Just keep an eye out. The rose garden's getting a bit territorial again. Tried to eat Thompson's hat yesterday." "I liked that hat," the other guard, Thompson, muttered. "I'll keep my distance from any suspicious-looking roses," Adam promised, earning a chuckle from the guards. "Stay safe, kid," Marina called as they continued their rounds. "And try to get some sleep eventually." Adam watched them disappear around a corner before continuing his walk. The rose garden was indeed settling into place near his dorm. He could already smell the mix of night-blooming varieties. It was his favorite among the Academy's numerous gardens, not just for its beauty, but for its personality. Even now, he could see some of the more mischievous bushes trying to rearrange themselves into new patterns, while the older roses swayed disapprovingly. A particularly bold red rose attempted to snag his sleeve as he passed, but the cat swatted it away with practiced indifference. Finally, he reached his destination, one of the practice rooms, its stone walls still settling into place with a soft grinding sound.
The room had just finished its nightly migration. He placed his hand on the door, feeling the protective wards recognize him. This was probably a terrible idea, especially with tomorrow's meeting with Cisco looming. But his mind was too awake, too full of possibilities, and sometimes the only way to quiet a restless mind was to exhaust it completely. The door swung open silently, revealing the empty practice room beyond. The cat slipped in first, its tail held high like a banner, while a dome followed. The crystal lights embedded in the walls flickered to life as he walked deeper into the practice room, casting a soft blue glow that made the polished stone floor shimmer. A dome reached the center of the room, the magical circles etched into the floor, dormant but ready. The cat settled itself on the edge of the innermost circle, tail wrapped neatly around its paws, watching him with those 2 intelligent eyes. Over the past weeks, their relationship had shifted dramatically. Ever since that conversation about curses, when Adam had tested his theory by asking the cat to respond to increasingly complex questions, things had been different. The cat wasn't just smart. It was human-level intelligent, trapped in feline form. Sometimes, late at night in their dorm room, Adam would find himself discussing magical theory with it, and the cat would respond with deliberate movements, 1 tap for yes, 2 for no, or complex patterns of movement that somehow conveyed entire concepts. It was unnerving how quickly they developed their own form of communication. Most people at the academy assumed it was his familiar, which made things easier to explain, but also felt wrong somehow. How do you treat something that looks like a pet, but isn't? The cat noticed his hesitation
and gave him what he'd come to recognize as its "you're overthinking things again" look. I know, Adom said quietly. Once I sort out a few things on my end, I promise you're next on the list.
There has to be a way to break your curse.
The cat blinked slowly at him, their shared signal for agreement, before settling in to watch whatever experiments he was about to attempt. Adom pulled out the broken golem knight in front of him, or what was left of it anyway. He'd been working on it a lot these past few days. The cat's ears perked up with interest, moving closer to inspect the remains. "See this?" Adom murmured, picking up one of the larger pieces. "Golems shouldn't be able to use fluid. They're magical constructs powered by runes and crystallized mana. But this..." He traced the channels where the fluid had once flowed. "This is more like a circulatory system. Almost organic." The cat placed a paw on one of the smaller pieces, then looked up at Adom with what he'd come to recognize as its theoretical question expression. "Exactly," Adom nodded, already setting up a basic analysis array on the floor. "If someone managed to create a hybrid between mechanical and organic systems in a golem, that would be..." He paused, remembering the future he was trying to prevent. "Well, that would be groundbreaking. And potentially terrible." The cat's tail twitched, their signal for danger or warning. "Don't worry," Adom said, arranging the golem pieces within the array. "I just want to understand how it works. Knowledge itself isn't dangerous. It's what people do with it that causes problems." The cat gave him a look that clearly said, "That's debatable," but settled down to watch as Adom began his analysis. Sometimes he wondered if the person trapped in that feline form had been a researcher too. They certainly had the mindset for it. With methodical precision, Adom began dismantling the golem's outer shell. Each piece of armor came away with careful application of a minor dispelling charm. Whoever had built this hadn't wanted it to be easily taken apart. The cat watched intently, occasionally batting away pieces that rolled too close to the analysis array's boundaries. "Let's see what you're really made of," Adom muttered, using Riddler's Bane. The monocle immediately sharpened his perception, making the magical patterns more distinct. The construct's internal structure began to make more sense, or rather, its strangeness became more apparent. "I really don't get it," he said, tracing what appeared to be crystallized fluid channels. "These pathways, they're not just conducting mana, they're transforming it somehow." The cat leaned in closer, equally fascinated. The internal architecture was unlike anything he'd seen in standard golem crafting. Instead of the usual rigid mana channels, these were more like veins, flexible and adaptive. "It's almost like..." Adom paused, an idea forming. "Like it's turning regular mana into fluid form as it flows through the system. But that would require..." His fingers found the central chamber where the core should be. Most golems had a simple crystalline core, a power source that fed mana through fixed channels. This was different. The core was organic, almost heart-like in its construction. "This isn't just a core," he realized. "It's a converter. But converting mana to fluid form requires..." He trailed off, carefully extracting the core-like organ from the dismantled body and setting it on the analysis array. The golem's remains lay scattered around them, completely inert without its power source. The cat made a questioning sound. "Well, technically, if we want to understand how it works," Adom began, already knowing this was probably a terrible idea. He formed a small mana channel between his palm and the core. "We just need to restart it, just enough to observe the conversion process."
The cat's tail began to twitch nervously. "Just a tiny bit of power," Adom assured it, feeding a careful stream of mana into the core. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the core pulsed.
Once, twice, and a pattern of runes he'd never seen before began to glow along its surface.
"That's interesting," he said, leaning closer to examine the runes. "These look almost like—" The cat suddenly hissed, fur standing on end. "What's wrong?" Adom asked, looking up from the core in his hands. "Oh." Behind the dismantled pieces of armor, behind the exposed channels and deconstructed parts, the golem's eyes were glowing blue. Without its core.
Chapter 23.
Golem. Here's the thing about golems. They need cores to function. That's like magical engineering 101, day one stuff. The kind of basic fact you learn right after "don't eat mysterious glowing mushrooms" and "yes, that ancient tomb is probably cursed." So when you're holding a golem's core in your hands, staring at the very definitely coreless golem whose eyes are now glowing a serene blue, you start questioning everything you know about magical engineering, and possibly your life choices. Adom stood there, spell burning hot and ready in his palm, aimed at what remained of the golem's exposed frame. Behind him, a low growl filled the room as the cat's form began to shift and expand, fur rippling as muscles grew and stretched until a full-sized puma stood in its place, teeth bared and ready to pounce. "Wait," Adom said, holding up his free hand. Something wasn't adding up. The golem hadn't moved, hadn't attempted to reassemble itself, hadn't tried to recover its core. It just sat there, pieces scattered across the practice room floor, eyes glowing with that steady blue light. Watching. Adom's spell flickered slightly as a new thought occurred to him. He'd been ready to reduce the construct to ash based on pure reflex, but this wasn't matching any known pattern. The golem had been fully capable of violence in the labyrinth, yet now, even in its most vulnerable state, it showed no signs of aggression. His mind was racing through possibilities, each more unlikely than the last. A backup core? Some sort of residual power? A really elaborate trap. "This is either going to be the most interesting discovery I've made," Adom said to the puma, "or the stupidest last words anyone's ever had." The puma made a rumbling sound that somehow managed to convey both "please don't" and "you're going to anyway" at the same time, but remained tensed and ready, blue eyes fixed on the golem's remains.
The soft hum of the spell provided an oddly comforting background noise as Adom took one careful step forward, then another. The crystal lights in the practice room cast overlapping shadows of the scattered golem parts across the floor, a scene that would have been almost artistic if it wasn't so unsettling. "Hey there," Adom said, immediately feeling foolish for talking to what was essentially a head with glowing eyes surrounded by metallic parts. But then again, he regularly had conversations with a cursed cat, so who was he to judge what constituted normal conversation partners? The golem's eyes tracked his movement, but that was all. No sudden movements, no attempt to reassemble itself, no ominous whirring sounds. Just that steady blue glow, like a pair of calm lakes on a moonlit night. Adom glanced down at the core in his left hand, still pulsing with those strange runes, then back at the golem. Something about this felt deliberate, like walking into a room and finding everything slightly out of place. Not enough to scream "trap," but enough to know someone had been there. "You're not supposed to be active," he said to the golem, keeping his spell hand ready. "That's not how you work.
That's not how any of this works." The golem, predictably, didn't respond. The puma, now back into its cat form, had moved from behind his legs to a position where it could watch both Adam and the golem, its tail twitching with what he'd learned to recognize as analytical interest rather than fear. Through Riddler's Bane, the core's runes shimmered with that same ethereal blue glow, their geometric patterns forming intricate webs that seemed to pulse with ancient power. Runes were the building blocks of organized magic, precise geometric patterns that could accomplish specific magical effects when properly arranged. A modern runecologist might pride themselves on knowing a few thousand of them, but there were millions upon millions of possible configurations,
each with its own unique purpose. Even for Adam, who had spent years studying these mystical geometries, these particular patterns were far beyond anything in modern use. No surprise there. If this core truly dated back to Orinth's time, it would be roughly 1,000 years old, placing it squarely in the Third Age. The ages of magic were a testament to humanity's cycle of triumph and catastrophe. 4 times now, human civilization had climbed to dizzying heights of magical achievement, and 4 times it had stumbled spectacularly, forcing each new age to begin almost from scratch. The Third Age had ended when some brilliant fool had attempted to pierce the veil between life and death, trying to resurrect their lost love. The Second Age collapsed after an equally ambitious attempt at time travel tore reality apart at the seams. Each time, the accumulated knowledge of an entire civilization was largely lost, leaving future generations to piece together what they could from fragments and ruins. The Fifth Age had advanced magical engineering far beyond its predecessors in many ways. Modern runic arrays were marvels of efficiency and precision, refined through centuries of methodical study and experimentation. But sometimes, the old ways held secrets that time had forgotten. These Third Age runes were different from the standardized patterns Adam knew. Not crude or primitive, but following a completely different philosophy. Where modern runes were precise and specialized, these were adaptable, interconnected in ways that defied current magical theory. It was like finding an intricate water clock in an age of steam engines. Not necessarily better or worse, but achieving similar goals through fundamentally different means. The glowing patterns beneath his monocle hinted at principles of magical engineering that had been lost in the Great Collapse. Politics hadn't helped, of course. The older races, the elves with their 1,000-year lifespans and the dwarves with their carefully guarded archives, had their own reasons for keeping certain knowledge from reaching human hands. Can't really blame them, given humanity's track record with world-ending magical disasters. A few strategic accidents here, some conveniently lost manuscripts there, and human progress remained carefully measured. Just another layer in the complex dance of interspecies relations that had shaped the magical world for millennia. These runes, though, these were something else entirely. They spoke of an era when human mages had stood at the height of their power, before hubris brought it all crashing down. And now here they were, glowing with impossible life in a core that somehow worked even when separated from its golem. Adam spread his notes across the practice room's floor, positioning them where the crystal lights cast the clearest illumination. The cat, he really needed to give it a proper name one of these days, perched on a stack of reference texts, tail swishing with scholarly interest. "Right," he muttered, sketching the core's outermost runic circle in his notebook. Modern containment runes are derived from older patterns, simplified over centuries of refinement. These have to connect somewhere. He traced a monoflow rune in the air with his finger, letting a trickle of power illuminate the pattern. Next to it, he sketched the corresponding pattern from the core. Where the modern rune was elegant in its simplicity, 3 clean lines intersecting at precise angles, its ancient counterpart sprawled like a thorny vine, branching into subsidiary patterns. The cat's ears perked up, and it made a sound somewhere between a meow and, obviously. Yes, I see it too, Adom replied, adding another sketch. The secondary branches aren't decorative, they're… He paused, squinting through the monocle. They're fail-safes. Alternate power channels. Modern runes are more efficient, but these are adaptable. Hours slipped by as Adam filled page after page with comparative diagrams. The cat moved between positions, sometimes watching the golem, sometimes batting at his quill, occasionally making that distinctive grunt that meant, "You're thinking about this wrong." Each time he thought he'd grasped the pattern, some new detail would catch his eye, sending him back to his references. "Look here," he said, tapping his quill against a particular sequence. "We use power containment runes as pure boundaries. Energy goes in, stays in. But these older versions..." He traced the pattern with a finger glowing with mana. "They're more like membranes. Permeable. They don't just contain power, they..." The cat's tail went rigid. "They transform it," Adam breathed. "That's why the golem's still active. The core isn't just a power source, it's more like a template. The actual energy could come from..." He glanced around the room, suddenly very aware of the ambient magical field generated by the practice room's crystal lights. Carefully, he sketched a modified version of a modern energy detection rune, incorporating elements from the ancient pattern. A drop of mana to activate it, and the air lit up with flowing streams of power, all converging on the scattered golem parts. The cat yowled a warning, but Adam was already moving, fascinated by the implications. "It's using the ambient magic. The core wasn't the power source at all. It was just the… The golem's arm moved faster than anything that size had any right to, missing Adam's head by inches as he threw himself backward. The cat, now very much a puma again, caught him mid-fall, breaking his tumble as the fist crashed into the wall behind them. "Right," Adam said, heart pounding as he scrambled to his feet. Note to self. Successful magical breakthrough does not always equal good magical breakthrough. The golem parts began to twitch, and the blue glow in its eyes flickered to a deeper, darker shade. Another set of runes caught his attention, spiraling patterns that seemed to fold in on themselves. "No way," he muttered, sketching furiously. The cat peered over his shoulder with unusual intensity. Back in the labyrinth, he'd seen this golem use fluid. At the time, he'd been too busy trying not to die to question how a construct could possibly manipulate it. But here it was, written in the runes themselves. These patterns weren't just storing mana, they were processing it, compressing it, forcing it through layers of increasingly dense runic matrices until… "It's artificially generating fluid," he breathed. The cat's tail went completely still, a sign Adam interpreted as surprise. These mad geniuses actually created a runic sequence that can transmute raw mana into fluid. He could recognize maybe 1 in every dozen runes in that particular sequence. The rest were completely foreign, following principles that violated half of what he knew about the subject. The fact that it worked at all was nothing short of miraculous. "I could spend years studying just this section alone," he muttered, adding another diagram to his growing collection. Scattered papers rustled as Adam paced the room, running fingers through his disheveled hair. His monocle caught the moonlight from the high windows, casting prismatic patterns across his diagrams. The hour of the wolf. "It's not just storing power," he muttered, while yawning and adding another hasty sketch to his growing collection. Look at these branching patterns here. They're not containment runes at all. They're more like a nervous system. The cat chirped inquisitively, batting at a diagram with its paw. Exactly! Adam's quill flew across the page, matching ancient patterns with their modern equivalents. Modern golems use rigid control runes, direct commands, binary responses, but these... He traced a complex spiral pattern, letting mana illuminate its branches.
These allow for adaptive responses. The core isn't just a power source or a control unit. It's more like a template for consciousness. His hands shook slightly as he drew a new diagram, combining 5th Age precision with 3rd Age adaptability. The first attempt sparked and fizzled. The second left scorch marks on the page. The third pattern hung in the air, shimmering with potential. That's why it responded to the ambient magic. The core contains the pattern, but any compatible energy source can power it. It's brilliant, really. Terrifying, but brilliant. Hours melted away as Adam worked, the cat alternating between helpful suggestions and judgmental naps. Each breakthrough led to new questions. Each solution revealed deeper mysteries. His fingers were stained with ink, his sleeves dusted with chalk from countless erased attempts. The key, he said, marking a complex series of interlocking runes, is the resonance pattern. Modern golems use standardized control runes, but these... He pressed his palm against a freshly drawn array, pushing mana through it. The pattern absorbed his energy, shifted, adapted. With the right modification, He smiled. I think I can make these attune themselves to my personal mana signature. The cat's tail twitched. Approval. One more element. Adam's voice was hoarse from hours of muttered calculations. He sketched a final set of runes, a hybrid creation combining modern stability with ancient adaptability. A control matrix keyed to my specific mana frequency. Without it, we'd have a fully conscious construct with no loyalty parameters. In theory. Finally, after triple-checking every connection, he lifted the core. New runes of his own design now intertwined with the ancient patterns, glowing with a subtle resonance that matched his own magical signature. Adam took a deep breath, weaving a spell and raising it around himself, the strongest he could maintain.
The cat shifted into its larger form, muscles tensed beneath midnight fur. If this goes wrong, he said, positioning the core above the golem's chest cavity, we run. No heroics. The puma huffed in agreement. 3. His hands steadied as he aligned the core. 2. The shield strengthened around him. 1. Runes pulsed in harmony with his additions. Arise. Blue light rippled through joints, coursing like liquid lightning until it reached those massive eyes. Adam stepped back, shield humming, while the puma's muscles bunched in anticipation. Theory was one thing. He'd spent hours modifying those runes, weaving his mana signature into their very structure. But would it work? The golem stood motionless, its magical field pulsing in perfect synchronization with the core, just as the calculations had predicted. Adam and the puma shared a look. This was the moment of truth. Magic, at its core, was all about intent. Every mage knew this. It was why the most powerful spells came from the heart rather than the tongue. And Adam had done something rather clever with that principle. He hadn't just marked the core with his magical signature. He'd woven it into the very fabric of the golem's consciousness matrix. In theory, the construct should respond not just to his magic, but to his will. In theory.
He cleared his throat. Raise your right arm. The golem's arm lifted in one smooth motion, holding perfectly steady at shoulder height. Adom contained his excitement. No, too soon to jump. Let's try... Lower it. The arm descended. Adom's quill slipped from his suddenly trembling fingers, clattering to the floor. He stared at it for a moment, then at the golem. Would you, please pick that up for me? The golem moved with surprising grace for something its size, kneeling to retrieve the quill. But here was the real test. Before Adom could say another word, the construct was already extending its arm,
offering the quill back to him.
Just as he'd hoped. Not responding to words at all, but to the pure intent flowing through that modified core. Yes! Adom leaped into the air with a whoop of joy, papers scattering around him. I did it! The puma, finally satisfied that the immediate danger had passed, shrank back into its smaller form, giving him a look that somehow managed to be both pleased and exasperated. Adom's celebration froze mid-jump. Oh. The cat's ears perked forward inquisitively. There was more to this golem than simple tasks. The core's architecture had revealed layer upon layer of combat runes, formations, attack patterns, weapon stances. This wasn't some simple worker construct or messenger automaton. This was a knight, a warrior, built for the battlefield. The same deadly efficiency that had nearly killed them in the labyrinth was now under his control. I got an idea, Adom said, a grin spreading across his face as the cat's ears flattened in preemptive disapproval. The room suddenly felt full of possibilities, and maybe just a hint of future regret. Adom pulled out the flame-brand sword from his inventory, turning it over in his hands. The craftsmanship was evident. Perfect balance, elegant lines, deadly purpose in every curve. Growing up as a knight's son meant he could at least recognize quality, even if he couldn't use it properly. He'd seen enough of his father's training sessions to know that becoming proficient with a blade took years of dedicated practice. Years he'd spent hunched over books instead, learning runes and occasionally punching things that annoyed him. Strange how satisfying that had become, actually. When had he started enjoying the feeling of his fist connecting with enemies? Probably around the same time he started collecting scars and getting into increasingly questionable situations. He extended the sword toward the golem, handle first. The construct's fingers closed around the grip with precise,
Practiced movements.
Show me how this is supposed to be used.
The golem settled into a stance. Then, out of nowhere, the blade erupted into flames. It could do that? Oh, Adom blinked. Right, Flamebrand. It's in the name. The demonstration that followed made Adom feel slightly better about his own inability to use the weapon. The golem moved like liquid metal, each strike flowing into the next, leaving trails of fire in the air that hung for moments before dissipating. High guard, low sweep, thrust parry riposte, movements Adom recognized from his childhood, but had never seen executed with such mechanical perfection. The blade sang through the air, its flames showing patterns that would have been beautiful if they weren't so obviously deadly. The cat watched from atop a table, tail twitching with grudging approval. Well, Adom said as the golem returned to ready stance, flames still dancing along the blade. That's definitely better than me smacking things with it and hoping for the best. He had effectively just gained a personal knight, one that would never tire, never question, and apparently knew exactly how to use a magic sword. The corner of his mouth twitched upward. I wonder what else you know how to do.
Morning. The sun felt particularly offensive today. its cheerful rays completely at odds with the dome's current state. He stared into his untouched coffee, watching the steam rise in lazy spirals. The private dining room's morning light felt too bright, too cheerful, and definitely too early. Across the oak table, Cisco methodically spread butter on his toast while Marco arranged the morning's documents with precise movements. Valiant sprawled in his chair, tail swishing against the polished wood. "Rough night, huh?" "Interesting one," Adome managed, suppressing a yawn. "Ho ho ho!" Valiant's whiskers twitched. "Interesting," he says. "I bet it was interesting." He winked, grinning. "Very interesting, if you know what I mean." Valiant laughed heartily, tapping the table. 3 sets of eyes turned to the young mouse beastkin. All had different intensities, but carried the same sentiment. Disappointment. The silence stretched. Valiant's laughter died slowly, like air leaking from a balloon. He glanced between their faces, tail going still. "You guys have no sense of humor." Cisco turned another page of his morning report. Adome wasn't quite sure what to make of Valiant. The young mouse beastkin treated everyone like a childhood friend, even those he'd just met, skipping entirely past the usual social graces that made interactions bearable. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from last night's work with the golem making him irritable, or maybe it was just his age showing, but there was something particularly grating about someone who acted like the court jester at a funeral. Cisco paused in his methodical toast buttering, nose twitching slightly. "You smell like cat."
Ah. Adome took a sip of his coffee, keeping his expression neutral. "Got one recently."
"What?" Valiant nearly knocked over his cup, tail straight as a rod. "You? A cat? Those things are vicious. My cousin got scratched up real bad by one last month. Said it looked at him like he was breakfast." "It's just the nature," Adome said mildly, thinking of judgmental blue eyes and surprisingly supportive purrs. "They're independent creatures. They do what they want." "Independent? More like murderous. Did you know they play with their food? Actually play with it before—" "We're aware of feline hunting habits, Valiant," Marco interrupted, not looking up from his papers. "Some of us even appreciate their efficiency." Valiant shuddered dramatically. "Efficiency, right. That's what we're calling it now." "They're also excellent judges of character," Cisco added, with just the slightest emphasis that made Valiant's whiskers droop. The conversation drifted into a comfortable lull, broken only by the clink of cups and the rustling of papers, until Cisco finally set down his toast and cleared his throat. "As entertaining as this morning's zoological discussion has been," he said, wiping his hands, "I believe we have more pressing matters to discuss." "Thanks for meeting on such short notice," Adome said, settling into his chair. "Aaron mentioned you had something to discuss as well?" Cisco nodded, his usual calm demeanor carrying a hint of tension. "There have been complications with your order." "Complications?" Something in Cisco's tone made Adome's stomach tighten. "The wyvern proved more troublesome than anticipated. Ambushed our first hunting party near its nest. We lost good people." Cisco's fingers drummed once on the table. "I've dispatched a second team, more experienced with aerial predators, but it will delay things." "How long?" 2 weeks, perhaps 3 at most." Cisco spread his hands apologetically. "We'll adjust the price accordingly, of course." Adome forced himself to breathe slowly. 2 weeks. He ran the calculations in his head. The preservation spells on the other ingredients would hold, barely. The cure was still possible within that time frame, just tighter than he'd like. 2 weeks, he repeated, more to himself than the others. "All right, we can work with that." "Now," Cisco said,
leaning back slightly. What did you wish to discuss? Right. Adam set down his cup. A few weeks ago, I was attacked. Broad daylight. My friend was with me. He paused. Children of the Moon. Helios's people, without question. How did they track you? Cisco asked. The undertow incident. They slipped a tracking spell on me during all that mess. Cunning bastards, Valiant muttered. They are. So you want to kill the vampire, Cisco said, reaching for his cup. Getting him out in daylight won't be easy, but we could do it if we try. Not quite. Adam's voice was level. Killing Helios won't stop the Children of the Moon from coming after me for retribution. He let the words settle. Which is why I think it's time we dealt with them. All of them. Permanently. The clink of Marco's pen against the inkwell was the only sound in the room. Valiant's whiskers twitched, once, twice, then went still. Even Cisco, who rarely showed surprise, sat a fraction straighter in his chair. You're not suggesting a mere disruption of operations, Cisco finally said. No, Adam said simply. I'm not.
Chapter 24. Operation Bring Down the Bat. How does one take down a criminal organization? Well, the smartest approach would probably be to not mess with them in the first place. Walk away. Move to another city. Change your name. Buy a cottage somewhere remote and take up gardening. But since that option was thoroughly out the window, thanks to a tracking spell and 2 attempts on his life, Adam had to consider alternatives. He could go to the authorities, except, according to Cisco, the Children of the Moon had their tendrils deep in local law enforcement. He could try to bankrupt them, but that would take years he didn't have. He could challenge their leader to single combat. Actually, never mind, that was stupid. That'd definitely get him killed. Adam's approach was simpler. Identify the weak points and press until something broke. It wasn't elegant, but then again, neither was he. What he did have was a frighteningly practical mind, a talent for magic that surprised even himself sometimes, and the kind of cunning that came from spending too much time thinking about how things could go wrong. It turned out those were exactly the right qualities for bringing down a criminal empire. Who knew? You've caused quite the mess in the undertow, Cisco said, his tiny paw now adjusting the silver-headed cane. The children haven't had time to properly hunt you, too busy fighting a war on 6 fronts. Me? His whiskers twitched. Bad blood runs deep in the undertow. The Silver Circle never forgot how the children muscled into their shipping routes 5 years ago. The River Kings still remember the warehouse massacre. Even the Shadow Market holds a grudge over a business with some artifact smuggling. The mouse's dark eyes glinted. All it needed was a spark that you caused. And now? Now? Cisco's tail curved with satisfaction. The children are losing territory by the day. Their allies, the few they had, are suddenly developing selective memory when it comes to old agreements. No one wants to back a losing side. He gestured at his ledger. My profits are up 30%. Turns out a lot of people were waiting for an excuse to move against them. They made enemies of everyone who mattered in the undertow, Adam noted. Arrogance, Cisco shrugged. They thought fear would keep everyone in line. But fear only works until something scarier comes along. He paused. Or until someone shows that the monster can bleed. In that case, Adam said, I don't suppose I could get a discount? Cisco's deep laugh filled the office. No. Now, about the Children of the Moon. Cisco's voice cut through Adam's budding protest. They're vulnerable. Their attention is split, resources stretched thin. Perfect time to strike. He tapped his cane against the desk.
First, we identify their income streams. Protection money, smuggling routes, gambling dens. Interrupt those, their soldiers don't get paid. Unpaid soldiers get creative with their loyalties. Then we target their information network. Bad intel leads to poor decisions. Poor decisions? He gestured with one tiny paw. Well. And you know all their weak points. Naturally. Complete intelligence package. Locations, contacts, schedules. Everything you need to dismantle their operation. He paused. For a price. Which would be? 80,000. That's... Adom stopped. Hold on. This benefits you, too. You said they have been a thorn in your side for years. True. And I've already helped increase your profits. Also true. So really, you should give me a discount. Cisco's tail curved thoughtfully. 50%. 95. Plus, you still owe me that 27.5% reduction on the assassin, as Marco calculated that day. Marco adjusted his glasses. 90%. And 15 off the assassin.
You know, Cisco said, each word measured like drops of poison. Most people who sit in that chair understand the delicate nature of our relationship, the careful balance between... His tail coiled. Favor and necessity. I understand perfectly. I'm still not paying full price for something that benefits me so little. So little? Dark eyes fixed on Adom. Tell me, what do you think happens to the territory once the children fall? The wealth, the connections. His deep voice grew softer, more dangerous. Have you considered that perhaps I already have plans for all of it? Keep it, Adom said flatly. I don't want their territory, their money, or their people. I want them gone. Cisco went very still. No profit? A pause. Just destruction? Just destruction. The mouse's expression shifted, something between appreciation and curiosity. 5% of operational costs. You cover your own expenses. Deal. Marco adjusted his glasses again, probably calculating how many headaches this partnership would cause him. Cisco lifted his absurdly tiny coffee cup. We start today. The children have a shipment coming in at midnight. Weapons, mostly. Would be a shame if someone tipped off the city guard about illegal cargo at Dock 13. And you're just now mentioning this. Information has a shelf life. He took a delicate sip. I'll keep you updated on similar opportunities. And I'll be expecting that 5% soon. His dark eyes shifted. Marco, what's the exact figure? 40,000 gold pieces, accounting for operational costs, minus the previously discussed reductions, factoring in current market variables and anticipated resource allocation. Marco said without looking up from his ledger. Comes to 39,722 gold pieces and 4 silvers. Adom looked at Marco. I still say you're making these numbers up. Marco adjusted his glasses. He always does that, Cisco said, setting down his cup. It's either extremely impressive or extremely annoying. I haven't decided which. After all the morning's discussion, things wrapped up pretty quickly. Cisco laid out his plan for what he called Operation Bring Down the Bat, which would kick off that very night. He'd start by disrupting their weapons shipment and keep hitting them where it hurt, creating the kind of chaos that made criminal organizations implode. All Adom had to do was pay his 5% and watch it all unfold from a safe distance. Speaking of money well spent, he'd decided to call his armored construct Golem Knight. Simple, effective,
and it did exactly what it said on the tin. Though he made a mental note to commission a new set of armor soon, might as well make an already intimidating magical construct even more formidable. Another thing for the to-do list. Oh, and about to-do lists. Adam checked his pocket watch and felt his stomach drop. 11:34 a.m. Oh no. Alchemy class was in 20 minutes. Adam slipped into the alchemy classroom just as Professor Merwin was setting up for today's demonstration. The scent of herbs and mineral solutions filled the air, mingling with the perpetual undertone of scorched wood that seemed embedded in the very stones of the classroom. Today, we'll be studying the Aureolin Healing Draft, Professor Merwin announced. Can anyone tell me why this particular potion is considered one of the most challenging healing solutions to brew? As usual, only Mia Storm's hand shot up, while the rest of the class suddenly found their notebooks fascinating. Yes, Miss Storm? The Aureolin draft requires perfect temperature control throughout its brewing process. A variation of even half a degree can render it useless, or worse, toxic. Excellent, Miss Storm, Professor Merwin said, making a note in her ever-present gradebook. That's another perfect answer for your participation record. Adam watched as Professor Merwin began the demonstration. The potion started as a clear liquid,
slowly taking on a golden hue as she added precisely measured ingredients. When she introduced powdered sunstone, the mixture began to emit a soft, pulsing glow. What makes this potion particularly valuable? She asked again. Mia's hand was already up. Unlike standard healing potions, the Aureolin draft can heal internal injuries without side effects, and it works instantaneously. Lisa Chen, still sporting faint purple spots from last class's mishap, whispered something to her friend about Mia being a know-it-all. Sam, next to Adam, was sketching what appeared to be a detailed diagram of the brewing process, his tongue stuck out in concentration. The demonstration continued, with Professor Merwin explaining each step in detail. When she added 3 drops of artificial phoenix tears, which made half the class gasp, those were rare and expensive, the potion shimmered like liquid sunlight. And finally, she said, why must this potion be brewed during daylight hours? This time, even Mia hesitated, but raised her hand anyway. The potion draws power from natural light, she said, though less confidently than before. Artificial light would... Close, Miss Storm, but not quite, Professor Merwin smiled. Can anyone else? She looked around the silent classroom. Mr. Silla? Adam, who'd been lost in thought about possible improvements to the formula, startled slightly. The potion doesn't actually draw power from light at all, he said. It's the ambient life energy that peaks during daylight hours. Brewing at night would result in a potion that draws vitality from the patient instead of supporting their natural healing process. A few students turned to stare at him. As the class ended and students filed out, Sam packed up his things. Market later? We cannot go empty-handed, he asked. I'll join you there, Adam replied, gathering his materials. Need to speak with Professor Merwin first. Sam nodded and headed out, nearly colliding with a first-year who was trying to peek through the doorway at him. As Adam waited for the last students to file out, he pulled the carefully wrapped vial from his bag. Before he could approach Professor Merwin's desk, Sam suddenly turned back. Oh, wait! Almost forgot. Sam rummaged through his bag, pulling out something wrapped in soft cloth. Found these while cleaning my drawer last night. Thought you might want them back. Adam unwrapped the cloth, and his eyes widened. In his hands were his old glasses from first year, the ones that had been broken during that awful day when Damas and his friends had cornered him behind the library. The frame had been carefully repaired, though you could still see the places where it had snapped. The lenses had been replaced, and despite the frame's worn appearance, they were clean and functional. You kept these? Adam's voice was barely above a whisper. Sam shrugged, looking slightly embarrassed. Just in case, you know? You've been squinting a lot lately and, well,
Figured they might help until we can get you new ones. Adam's hands trembled slightly as he unfolded the arms of the glasses. He slipped them on, and the world snapped into focus. They weren't perfect. There was a slight scratch on the left lens, but they felt familiar. Right. How do I look? He asked, adjusting them self-consciously. Sam grinned. Finally like yourself again. Adam couldn't help but laugh, though it came out a bit shaky. We definitely need to get new ones soon. Obviously, but these'll do for now. Sam headed for the door again. See you at the market. Adam started walking. The delayed shipment of ingredients left him uneasy. He wanted to believe everything would work out, that he was just being paranoid and the delivery would arrive right on schedule. But a nagging voice in the back of his mind wouldn't let him rest easy. Experience had taught him the value of contingency plans. Even if the alternative was far more complicated, the peace of mind it offered was worth the extra effort. Better to have a backup plan and not need it, than need it and not have it. He'd spent hours analyzing the elixir of rebirth, combining his knowledge with Riddler's Bane, but had made frustratingly little progress. Not surprising, really. While he was no slouch in alchemy, his expertise lay in magical theory and runicology. Completely different beasts. No, what he needed was the insight of a true master of the craft. And they didn't come much more qualified than Professor Alyssa Merwin. Her thesis on catalytic transmutation had revolutionized modern alchemy, earning her the Paracelsus Medal 3 times over. The shelves in her office practically groaned under the weight of awards and recognitions from every major alchemical institution in the known world. Her work on stabilizing volatile compounds had saved countless lives, and her contributions to medical alchemy were required reading at every prestigious academy. A bitter thought crossed his mind. In his original timeline, after Arcos fell, and Xerxes with it, he'd never managed to learn what happened to her, or to so many others. The lists of the missing had been endless, and most were presumed dead in the chaos that followed. But here she was, very much alive, preparing for her next class with the same methodical precision he remembered. If he could get her to appoint one of her student assistants as his tutor, well, that would be ideal. Professor Merwin was known for taking promising alchemists under her wing, training them personally in advanced techniques. Her assistants were among the most knowledgeable students in the academy when it came to practical alchemy. Adam approached Professor Merwin's desk, the cat padding silently behind him. Mr. Silla. Professor Merwin looked up from her notes, eyebrows raised slightly. How unusual to see you lingering after class. Usually it's Miss Storm who... She glanced past him. No one was there. I've been doing some thinking about my future path, Adam began. He'd rehearsed this conversation in his head. And I believe I'd like to pursue alchemy. Oh? Professor Merwin set down her quill, giving him her full attention. That's quite a departure from your current focus on magical theory and runic studies. Not necessarily, Adam said, warming to his role. I've come to realize that alchemy represents a perfect synthesis of theoretical knowledge and practical application. The way different elements interact, the precise calculations required. He was surprised to find some truth mixing with his performance. It's fascinating, really. Professor Merwin's lips twitched slightly. And this sudden fascination wouldn't have anything to do with your recent extracurricular activities? Adam nearly missed a beat. Careful now. I'm not sure what you mean, Professor. Mr. Silla, she said, leaning back in her chair. In the past weeks, you've shown up to class without your glasses, been into a fight, joined a club. Her lips curved into a slight smile. For which, I must say, I commend you. Thank you?
And I've heard interesting rumors about you running through the forest at odd hours. She paused. Not to mention that rather remarkable familiar that's suddenly appeared. The black cat, as if on cue, wrapped itself around Adam's ankles, its blue eyes fixed unblinkingly on Professor Merwin. You know, Mr. Scylla, she continued, her voice taking on a gentler tone, it's quite common for students your age to go through periods of change, seeking to affirm themselves, making bold decisions, sometimes rash ones. She adjusted a small brass scale on her desk. It's a natural part of finding one's path. Ah, Adam thought. She thinks this is some sort of teenage rebellion phase. The irony almost made him smile. In my experience, she continued,
students going through such changes tend to cause quite a bit of trouble. Her eyes met his, sharp and knowing. Are you going to cause trouble, Mr. Scylla? No, Professor, Adam said, trying to look as sincere as possible. I just want to learn. She drummed her fingers on the desk thoughtfully. And I suppose this sudden interest in advanced alchemy is completely unrelated to all these changes? Adam started, then switched tactics. Would you believe me if I said it's all related to my newfound interest in alchemy? Not for a moment, she said cheerfully. However, your actual motivations are your own business. What interests me is that you're here, asking for additional training in my field. She drummed her fingers on the desk. Though I suspect you were about to suggest something specific? Adam nodded. I was hoping you might be able to assign a senior student to help me with some advanced studies. Someone who could guide me through the basics I might have missed. A senior student, Professor Merwin repeated thoughtfully. Someone to help you understand certain specific aspects of alchemy, perhaps. Particular formulations or effects. Well played, Professor, Adam thought. Well played indeed. Something like that, he admitted. Well then, Professor Merwin said, standing up, I believe I have a better solution. She began gathering her materials with precise movements. Instead of assigning you a student tutor, I'll handle your additional training myself. Adam blinked. He'd been prepared for several possible outcomes, but this wasn't one of them. Professor, I couldn't possibly. Oh, but I insist, she said, and there was a glint in her eye that reminded him why she was considered one of the most brilliant minds in modern alchemy. As it happens, I already conduct special sessions with Miss Storm on Thursday evenings. Advanced theoretical work, transmutation, experimental procedures, practical applications. She smiled. The sort of things that might interest someone with your newfound passion for the field. Adam felt a genuine smile tugging at his lips. This was better than he could have planned. Not only would he have direct access to Professor Merwin's expertise, but the regular sessions would provide perfect cover for his increasing interest in advanced alchemical processes. That would be perfect, he said aloud. Thank you, Professor. Excellent. Thursdays at 7, then. She paused at the door. And, Mr. Scylla, whatever game you're playing, whatever answers you're seeking, do be careful. Alchemy can be rather volatile when approached with hidden agendas. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Professor. As Adam turned to leave, the black cat let out a questioning meow, its blue eyes fixed on him. I need to make a quick stop somewhere with Sam, he told the cat, adjusting his bag. Care to join us? The cat's only response was to pad silently after him as he left the classroom, its tail held high like a banner.
The Strider's long legs ate up the dirt road with an easy gait, the cart swaying gently behind it. The black cat perched regally on the front bench between them, watching the passing landscape while the light breeze carried the mingled scents from their market hall: fresh bread, ripe peaches, and what the vendor had sworn were the best butter cookies this side of the Isles. Law's Farm. The thought had been needling at Adom ever since the events of the labyrinth. A living piece of history, still running after all these centuries, and he'd never bothered to visit. Then again, until recently, ancient farms hadn't exactly been high on his priority list. But Ben had invited him, hadn't he? The old groundskeeper's warm voice and easy manner still fresh in his memory, along with the promise of hospitality. "You know," Sam's voice cut through his thoughts, "we've been at Zerke's, what,
2 years now? And I've never actually been up there." He gestured toward the cliff top, where enchanted windmills spun lazily against the morning sky. Pretty sad when you think about it. I mean, it's literally the Farmer Mage's farm. The Farmer Mage. He shifted in his seat, glancing sideways at Adom. "You sure it's okay for me to tag along? I mean, the old man invited you, not me." "Yeah," Adom replied, adjusting a peach that threatened to escape its wrapping. "I don't like going to new places alone anyway." The cart wound its way up the mountain path, each turn revealing more of the sparkling ocean below, until the whole southern coast of Arcos stretched out like a painting. The sunlight caught the enchanted windmills, their crystalline blades throwing rainbow light across fields of gently swaying wheat that definitely wasn't in season anywhere else on the island. Stone fences lined with wildflowers marked the boundaries between pastures where fat sheep grazed, alongside creatures that looked like someone had tried to cross a cow with a cloud, their wool-like fur shifting colors in the breeze. A border collie spotted them first, barking excitedly as it raced alongside their cart, herding them up the final stretch of road. The cat merely glanced at the energetic dog with royal disdain, turning its head away as if the very concept of acknowledging such common behavior was beneath its dignity. Adom and Sam exchanged looks and burst out laughing. The farmhouse itself was a sprawling 2-story building of weathered stone and dark wood, with a wraparound porch that seemed designed for long evenings, watching the sunset over the ocean. Herb gardens surrounded it in concentric circles, each ring holding plants that shouldn't have been able to grow together: winter mint beside summer sage, frostberries next to desert bloom. The air itself felt different here, cleaner, easier to breathe, carrying the mingled scents of ocean spray and fresh-baked bread. Even the cat seemed affected, ears perked forward with unusual interest as it surveyed this new domain from its perch. A booming laugh rolled across the farmyard as Ben emerged from behind a stack of freshly cut timber, his face creasing into a map of cheerful wrinkles. "Well, if it isn't my jogging friend!" He dusted off his hands on his work pants, that same twinkle in his eye Adom remembered from their first meeting. "And you've brought company, including—" He paused, studying the black cat who had jumped down from the cart with unusual grace. "Quite an interesting cat." "Thank you for the ride." Adom turned to the Strider driver, reaching for his coin pouch. "Would you be able to return in about 2 hours?" "Nonsense," Ben interjected, waving his hand dismissively. "I'll take you back myself later. No need to arrange another ride." After Adom paid the driver, he lifted a covered basket from the cart. "We brought some things from the market. Just a small thank you for having us." "Oh, you shouldn't have." Ben's face lit up as he peeked under the cloth. "Fresh peaches! And are those butter cookies I smell?" "The vendor claimed they're the best in the duchy," Sam chimed in with a grin. "Though, personally, I think the honey cakes might give them a run for their money." "Sorry for dropping by unannounced,"
Adam added. This is Sam, by the way, my friend from Xerxes. A pleasure, sir, Sam said, offering a polite bow. Another mage in training, are you? Ben's eyes crinkled with interest. Yes, sir. Second year, like Adam. Sam gestured at the windmills.
I've read so much about this place. Those enchanted windmills are famous even in the northern provinces.
Ah! Ben's face lit up. My daughter's a mage too. Graduated Xerxes few years back. Works with weather patterns now, down in the Southern Isles. Always nice to meet fellow practitioners. Though, he chuckled, I'm just a simple farmer myself. The land does most of the magic around here. I just tend to it. Does she work with the merchant ships? Sam asked, genuinely curious. The Southern Isles are quite far, Adam mused. Must be quite different from working the farmland here. That's my Maya. Never could resist a challenge, Ben beamed proudly. Though she started right here, helping me predict the rains for planting season. The old groundskeeper's eyes lingered on the cat for a moment longer than strictly necessary, but his warm smile never wavered. Perfect timing, too. Just finished splitting the morning's wood. Though, he added with a knowing grin, I suspect you didn't come all this way just to watch an old man stack lumber. Actually, Adam began, but Ben raised a weathered hand. He wiped his brow with a worn handkerchief, gesturing toward the main house. Come on then, let's get you two settled. Nothing like morning tea after a long ride. That's what my grandmother used to say. Course, she also said never to trust a rooster that could do arithmetic, but that's a story for another time. Following Ben's lead, they made their way through the farmyard. Sam's head kept turning left and right, taking in everything with wide eyes. The air here, Sam whispered to Adam. It's incredible. Adam nodded. Even for a mage-tended farm, the concentration of mana was unusual. It permeated the air like morning dew, fresh and pure, making them feel oddly light, almost buoyant. Each breath seemed to fill them with vitality. Past the windmills and orchards, a grand manor house rose in the distance, its stone walls gleaming in the morning sun. That's the Duke's residence, Ben explained, following their gaze. Though it's been quiet these past months. His Grace was summoned to the capital by the Emperor himself. Took most of the household with him. Just us caretakers watching over things until they return. A loud meow interrupted them as the black cat suddenly darted ahead, making straight for an ancient apple tree. Despite the season, its branches were bare of fruit. Oh, Adam, look! Sam's voice rose with excitement. Is that? Ben's hearty laugh rolled across the grounds. I see you know your history, young man. Yes, that's Master Law's tree, or so the stories say. Been here longer than any of us, that's for certain. 3,000 years, give or take a century. He sighed fondly. Used to bear the sweetest apples you'd ever taste, golden as sunrise. Haven't seen a single fruit in years now, though. Still, just having it here. He patted the gnarled trunk as they passed. Well, it's a piece of history, isn't it? Despite Sam's excitement, Adam felt nothing particular from the ancient tree. He'd hoped for something, anything, a residual trace, a whisper of magic that might give him a clue about law or the book. But the tree, however old, seemed to hold its secrets close. Ben led them to a wooden table under a sprawling oak, its weathered surface worn smooth by countless meals. As he busied himself with an old iron kettle over a small cooking fire, Sam kept sneaking glances at the apple tree, practically bouncing in his seat with barely contained enthusiasm. The smell of herb tea and honey mingled with wood smoke. Ben had also brought out fresh bread, still warm, and a pot of thick stew that had been simmering since morning. It was simple fare, but somehow perfectly suited to the setting.
Nothing better than a hot meal in the open air, Ben said, ladling out generous portions. Though Maya always says I add too much pepper.
Adolm found his eyes drawn back to the apple tree. The black cat remained there, sitting perfectly still, staring up into the bare branches, as if seeing something they couldn't. Even Ben's old sheepdog, which had wandered over, hoping for scraps, couldn't distract it from whatever had caught its attention. He was about to get up and investigate when Ben placed a steaming mug in front of him.
Here you go, boys. My special blend. Good for clearing the mind.
The tea was fragrant and soothing, and soon they were all listening to Ben's stories about Maya's early days of magic study, how she'd accidentally created a miniature rain cloud that followed her around for a week, how she'd made the windmills spin backwards, trying to improve their efficiency. It was only when Ben started clearing the dishes that the cat finally sauntered over, looking perfectly satisfied with itself, and settled near Adom's feet, as if it had never been anywhere else.
And that's when Maya realized you can't actually herd butterflies with wind magic, Ben chuckled, gathering the last of the cups. Though I must say, it made for a spectacular garden party.
Several hours later, nighttime, somewhere in the docks of Arcos.
Pass me the blunt, Lars. Lars handed it to Johann without looking away from the water. The moon caught the ripples just right, making the harbor look almost pretty, if you ignored the smell. Getting cold out here. Winter's coming. That's what your sister said last night, Frank drawled from his perch on a crate. Hans snorted his drink. Lars flipped Frank off without turning around. Go fuck yourself. Can't. Too busy with your... Both of you shut it, Johann cut in, though his shoulders shook with silent laughter. Guard patrol in 10. Frank stretched, joints popping. They're late anyway. Cisco sure this is the right dock? When's he ever wrong? Hans asked, wiping his nose with his sleeve. Fair point. Frank pulled his coat tighter. Still, sitting here with my ass freezing to these crates wasn't how I planned to spend my night. Could be worse, Lars said. Remember that job in the sewers? A collective groan rose from the group. We agreed never to talk about that again, Johann muttered, passing the blunt back. Heard that mage kid's been stirring up trouble, Hans said, breaking the comfortable silence. The one who got the children all riled up. You mean the one who got them and the circle at each other's throats? Johann took another drag. Smart play. Lars checked his pocket watch. Midnight. You don't think... Frank shifted uneasily. You don't think Helios shows up tonight, right? Relax, Hans said. Marco said he's busy elsewhere. Something about a meeting with... A scuff of boots against wood. The blunt hit the ground, stomped out in one fluid motion. Steel whispered against leather as weapons appeared in practiced hands. Lars pressed himself against a stack of crates, counting footsteps. One set. Light. Trying to be quiet and failing. A shadow moved past their hiding spot. Lars lunged, one hand clamping over the stranger's mouth before they could scream. The knife at their throat caught moonlight. Wait, Johann hissed, moving closer. The tension bled out of his shoulders. Lars, let him go. It's our guy. Lars released his grip. The guard's eyes flicked from Johann's curved blade to Frank's brass knuckles, then lingered on the worn grip of Hans's crossbow. He swallowed hard, Adam's apple bobbing. Those, His voice cracked. He cleared his throat, tried again. Those weren't part of the arrangement. Insurance, Johann said simply. The guard's gaze settled on Lars's knife. A small, dark stain marked his collar where he'd started sweating. Right, insurance, of course. He let out a weak laugh that didn't reach his eyes. Totally reasonable, totally normal. I'm just here to unlock the gate and look the other way, like we agreed. Then do it, Lars said quietly. The guard led them down the dock, past rows of legitimate cargo until they reached a section marked with a subtle chalk symbol, a crescent moon inside a triangle. "Just came in," he whispered, gesturing to a stack of unmarked crates. "Arrived through the ghost port." "Ghost port?" Frank asked. The guard glanced around before explaining. "They use hedge mages to create a pocket space, like a bubble between realities. Ships sail in through normal waters, then slip sideways into the bubble. Makes them invisible to harbor patrol. When they're ready to unload, they phase back in, but only part way. Cargo exists in both spaces at once until it's marked and pulled through completely." Lars ran his fingers over the chalk symbol. "Smart. That's why you need someone like me to mark it," the guard said, a hint of pride creeping into his voice. "Without the right sigils, you'd reach for a crate and your hand would pass right through. Or worse, get stuck between spaces." "Fascinating," Johan drawled. "Now open it." The guard pulled out another key, this one marked with similar symbols to the chalk marks. "Right. Yes, of course." The lock clicked and the crate's lid creaked open. Rows of weapons packed in straw. "Would you look at that?" Hans whistled low. "Quality stuff." Frank lifted a crossbow, testing its weight. "Children aren't going to like missing these beauties." Lars grinned, running his finger along a sword's edge. "Shame, that." They shared a laugh, the kind that comes easy after a job well done. "Keep it down," the guard hissed, though he was smiling too. "My payment?" All right, Johan chuckled, reaching into his pocket. Then, "Huh." It was such a small sound. Confused, almost thoughtful. Lars turned just in time to see Johan's eyes go wide, his mouth forming a perfect O of surprise. A dark stain spread across his chest. The moment stretched like molasses. Lars saw everything with crystal clarity. The way Johan's hand fell from his pocket, coins scattering across the dock. The guard's empty smile. The metallic gleam between Johan's ribs. Then time snapped back like a bowstring. "Ambush!" Lars screamed, but Hans was already falling, a crossbow bolt through his throat. Frank's brass knuckles caught moonlight as he spun. Hot blood sprayed across Lars's face. Frank's head took a lazy spin through the air, a look of surprise forever frozen on his features, before it splashed into the dark water. The body stood for a moment, a fountain of red, before crumpling. "Frank! Johan!" "Good evening, gentlemen." The voice was smooth as silk, almost cheerful. Lars turned slowly, blood dripping from his chin. A tall figure stood at the edge of the lamplight, sword resting casually on his shoulder. Moonlight caught his unkempt blonde hair, and stubble shadowed his jaw like he hadn't bothered to shave for a few days. His eyes glowed an unnatural green, shifting and swirling. The same energy dripped from his blade as if it was on fire. Green fire. A fluid user. The guard broke first, scrambling backwards. "Please, sir, I was just—" "Leaving?" The figure's smile widened. "How rude." He made a lazy flicking motion with his sword. A crescent of green fluid sliced through the air, a signature move every person in the Empire knew to fear and admire. The guard's scream cut off abruptly as his upper half slid away from his legs. Both pieces hit the dock with a wet thud, the cut so clean it took several seconds for blood to well up. "Star Knight," Lars whispered, the words tasting like ash. Every story, every warning about these enhanced killers crashed through his mind. The fluid in their veins that made them more than human, the impossible speed, the casual violence. "Oh, you recognize me? I'm flattered." The knight stretched, joints popping like he was preparing for a light workout rather than standing in a growing pool of blood. Though I have to say, this wasn't much of a challenge. I was hoping for some entertainment tonight. Hans raised his crossbow with shaking hands. Now that's the spirit. The knight's laugh echoed across the water. But really, you might as well throw rocks. It would be just as effective and far less embarrassing. Lars never thought he'd count the seconds to his own death. Funny how the mind works. 1. The knight moved like he wasn't bound by the same rules as everyone else. Hans got off his shot. The knight caught the bolt with his teeth, spat it out, and crushed Hans's skull under his boot in one fluid motion. Oops, he chuckled, wiping gore from his boot on Hans's jacket. Been meaning to cut down on the sweets. 2. The last 2 members of Lars's crew died in the space of a blink. One bisected vertically, the other's spine pulled out through his chest. The knight was humming a tavern song. 3. Lars stood alone, watching his own breath fog in the cold air. The knight hadn't even broken a sweat. If anything, he looked bored. Would have been faster, the knight mused, flicking blood from his blade.
But I do enjoy our little chats. Makes the job less monotonous, you know?
Lars realized he was still counting. There wouldn't be a 4. What's your name? Lars' tongue felt like lead. Was this some sick game? Come now. The knight patted his shoulder, making Lars flinch so hard he nearly fell. Easy there, friend. I'm not that frightening, am I? He paused, considering. Well, perhaps a little. Silver Circle or another group? Another group, Lars managed, surprised he could form words at all. The knight sighed dramatically. Shame. Was hoping to catch some Silver Circle rats. Oh well. He waved his hand dismissively. Not important. Listen carefully now. I need you to deliver a message. Since your people knew about this shipment, you clearly have decent information networks. So maybe you can help spread the word about him. Him? Lars asked before he could stop himself. Oh, you can talk properly. Wonderful. The knight's cheerful tone made Lars' knees weak. You know, that troublesome mage, the one causing all this fuss. The children are paying quite handsomely for his head, so tell him to do us all a favor and come quietly. His green eyes flickered. Before I have to find him myself. Do you understand? Yes, Lars whispered. Excellent. The knight made a shooing motion with his hands. Off you go, then. Lars stood frozen, certain this was a trap. The 4th second had come to pass. The moment he turned, that blade would... Oh, for heaven's sake. The knight rolled his eyes. Go, scram, vamoose, whatever word you prefer. I don't have all night, and you're getting blood on my nice clean dock. Lars ran. He ran until his lungs burned and his legs gave out, the knight's laughter echoing in his ears. He ran until the dock and its horrors were far behind him, though he knew with terrible certainty that no distance would ever be far enough if that man decided to chase.
Chapter 25.
It's not murder if I ask for it. Standard rules. Professor Crowley stood in the Academy's training grounds, morning light casting long shadows across the grass. The copper circles beneath their feet had seen countless duels, worn smooth by generations of students. Around them, crystalline pillars hummed softly, ready to contain any wayward spells. No lethal spells, no strikes to vital points. Basic enhancement and defensive arts only. Nothing beyond second-year curriculum. His voice carried across the field. Remember, you are mages of Xerxes. Honor that. The usual chatter from the stone benches had died away. Even the birds seemed to have gone quiet. Duels always had that effect, for some reason. Adam studied Carrion across the circle. The other boy's hands were steady, his stance balanced. No swagger, just focus. The copper circles began to glow as both drew power. Around them, the crystal pillars hummed, barrier spells shimmering into place. This counts for 10% of your finals, Crowley said. Remember, the moment you step outside your circle, the duel begins. Victory by yield, incapacitation, or ring out. He looked between them. Ready? The silence deepened. Neither boy moved. Neither blinked. Crowley raised his hand and let it hang in the air, suspended between one moment and the next. And then it fell. Fight! Adam wove a barrier. No gestures, just pure intent shaped by will. A heartbeat later, Carrion's force bolt crashed against it, bright and violent. Fighting another mage was like playing 3 games of chess at once while running a marathon. Every spell cost mana. Every defense needed maintenance. Every moment required complete awareness of your reserves, your opponent's stance, the dozen possible counterspells you might need in the next breath. Adam let his barrier fade and launched 3 quick bolts of his own. Carrion deflected 2, dodged the third, his hands tracing the standard defensive forms.
Those precious half-seconds of gesture weaving gave Adon the opening he needed.
He layered a subtle binding spell beneath his next attack, basic second-year magic, but perfectly timed. Carrion saw the obvious strike coming. He didn't notice the trap until his shield spell snagged on the binding, destabilizing both. His recovery was fast, but Adam was already moving, pressing the advantage with a series of precise, mana-efficient strikes. This was the core of magical combat, not raw power, but the interplay of technique and timing. Every spell was a commitment of energy. Every defense had its blind spots. Victory went to the mage who could think 3 moves ahead while executing the current one perfectly. Carrion switched tactics, abandoning complex shields for quick deflections. Smart, less mana drain, more mobility. But Adam had anticipated this. He wove his attacks into patterns, each spell forcing specific responses, gradually limiting Carrion's options, like a net slowly tightening. But lately, these pure magical duels had started feeling sterile. Adam couldn't quite place when the restlessness had begun. Was it puberty increasing rashness, as Professor Merwin had so diplomatically suggested? Or maybe, after everything he'd been through, he'd simply developed a deep personal appreciation for solving his problems with a well-placed punch to the face. The cause did not matter that much. He liked it that way. Adam began closing the distance, weaving his spells tighter, shorter, more personal. Carrion noticed. A grin spread across his face. He understood. Carrion Dmitri, heir to the Dmitri barony in the northern reaches of Sundar. They weren't friends, barely spoke outside of classes, but everyone knew of his family. The Dmitris were an old bloodline, notorious for their unique approach to magic. While most noble houses focused on pure spellcraft, the Dmitris had maintained their warrior mage traditions for generations,
blending physical combat with magical theory. The boys met in the middle of the arena. Adam's barrier deflected a force bolt while his left hook sliced through where Carrion's head had been a moment before. The other boy moved like water,
his counterspell flowing into an elbow strike that Adom barely blocked. This was better. This was alive, more challenging. Pure spell weaving? Adom clearly had the edge there. But here, in this dance of fist and force, technique and timing, here, Carrion was in his element. Magic crackled between punches, basic spells woven in split seconds, defensive barriers snapping up and down between exchanges. Adom's straight right connected, backed by just enough force magic to make it sting. Carrion answered with a sweep enhanced by momentum spells. The adrenaline sang in Adom's blood. This wasn't just about mana management anymore. It was about reading muscles, anticipating strikes, feeling the flow of combat in bone and breath. Their spells became shorter, sharper, integrated into their movements. A barrier flash-formed to cover a dodge, a force push disguised by a feint. Adom saw the trap a fraction of a second too late. Carrion's apparent opening was a lure, his defensive stance a lie. That was when something strange occurred. Time. Time seemed to slow as Adom's body registered what his mind already knew. He'd overcommitted. The world spun. When his vision cleared, Carrion had him locked, position perfect, leverage absolute. "I yield," Adom managed between heavy breaths. "Has reached level 103! Has reached level 2! The training grounds erupted. "Did you see that? Holy, that was incredible! The way they switched from spells to combat. Idiot threw away a perfect advantage. Shut up, that was the best duel we've had all year. Pure Dimitri style right there." The second years were practically falling off the stone benches, their previous silence forgotten in an explosion of excited chatter and wild gestures. A few were already trying to mimic the moves they'd just witnessed, nearly smacking their classmates in the process. Carrion rolled off him, breathing hard, sweat darkening his uniform. He extended a hand down to Adom, who was still trying to remember which way was up. "That," Carrion panted, grinning, "was a proper fight." Adom looked up at the offered hand, smiled, and grabbed it. As Carrion pulled him up, he added, "Though you know you would have won easily if you'd stuck to pure spell work, right?" Adom laughed, wiping dirt from his clothes. "Where's the fun in that? Besides, I wanted to see if the stories about Dimitri combat magic were true." "Speaking of stories," Carrion said, rolling his shoulder where one of Adom's enhanced punches had connected, "I always see you in the library. Or used to, anyway. Then the rumors started about you going hunting in the forest preserve." He gestured at Adom's improved physique. "Guess they weren't just rumors." "Could have used my glasses, though," Adom admitted, squinting slightly. "Pretty sure I missed some good openings there." "You fight without your—" Carrion started before Professor Crowley's voice cut through their conversation. "If you two are quite finished with your mutual admiration society," he called out, "we have 3 more duels to get through before lunch." The boys shared a look and quickly moved to clear the arena. But Crowley pulled them aside as the next duel was setting up, speaking low enough that only they could hear. "Excellent showing, both of you. Mr. Dimitri, 17 out of 20. Clean victory, good form throughout." He turned to Adom. 15 out of 20. Your initial spell work was exceptional, but deliberately abandoning a winning position during an exam— He shook his head. "Test your limits on your own time, Mr. Silla." 15? Adom frowned. He'd expected a deduction for abandoning his advantage, but that seemed— "Not for your tactical choices," Crowley clarified, his voice dropping even lower. "You used fluid. Just for a fraction of a second, but you did. I don't need to remind you that's forbidden, regardless of your year." "You can use fluid," Carrion whispered.
eyes wide. Adom opened his mouth to deny it, then hesitated. That moment when time had seemed to slow. Had he unconsciously... "We'll discuss this another time," Crowley said firmly. "Now, back to your seats, both of you." The morning's matches continued, the arena's barrier spell humming back to life, as Professor Crowley called the next pair. Around the arena's edges, students and their familiars watched with varying degrees of interest. He felt something warm press against his leg. The black cat, still nameless, still mysterious, had decided to grace him with its presence. It now allowed him to scratch behind its ears, purring softly.
That was amazing,
Sam whispered, still wide-eyed from Adom's match.
I mean, you lost, but still. When did you learn to...
Samanel Harbinski and Reed Pierce, take your positions.
Sam's face lost all colour. "Stop panicking," Adom said quietly. "Your spell weaving is good. Just be confident. Good luck."
Thanks. I'm gonna need it.
Sam muttered as he stepped into the circle, adjusting his robes with trembling hands. But as soon as Reed launched his first attack, a simple fire spiral that any second year should be able to counter, Sam's shield crumpled like paper in rain. Adom winced.
Match, Crowley called out. Pierce, 14 out of 20. He turned to Sam. Harbinski, 11 out of 20. Your weaving patterns were correct, but hesitation in combat is fatal. Work on your confidence before the next evaluation.
Yes, Professor.
Whispers rippled through the crowd.
2 copper on Damus's match. Make it 3 and I'll take that bet.
Sam slumped onto the bench beside Adom, nursing a singed sleeve.
I don't suppose you could...
Sam.
"Let's train together," Adom said immediately, before Sam could continue.
He'd been watching his friend struggle for weeks now, and something in today's match had finally crystallized his decision. Sam had potential. Adom had seen it in their theoretical classes, in the way he could break down complex spell patterns like they were children's puzzles. He just needed someone to believe in him. And while Adom might not be the most qualified teacher, having learned most of his combat skills from that old street fighting manual and surviving against people who'd thought they could steamroll him, well, sometimes the best teachers were the ones who remembered what it was like to struggle. Really? Sam's eyes lit up slightly, though he tried to hide it. You're not too busy? For you? Don't be ridiculous. And maybe, Adom thought, teaching would force him to better understand the basics he'd been skipping over in his rush to get stronger. It was time to commit to this properly. We'll start tomorrow morning. Several matches blurred past, the usual display of standard academy techniques, nothing remarkable. Then Damus stepped into the arena. The whispers died. Even Crowley straightened, his scarred face showing keen interest. Damus moved like his element was air itself, each gesture flowing into the next. His opponent, a tall girl from the eastern provinces named Jana, never stood a chance. The fight lasted exactly 43 seconds. Match, Lightbringer, 18 out of 20. Cars, 16 out of 20. Good match. Crowley's announcement was unnecessary. Everyone had known the outcome before it began. Adom watched Damus bow to his defeated opponent, every movement precise, controlled. The hallmark of a true combat mage in training. The memory of their own fight rose unbidden. He'd won that day, yes, but it was pure luck, really. The surprise of the shrimp fighting like a back-alley knife fighter. The art of street fighting had given him an edge that day, but only because Damus hadn't expected it. Next time. He could feel the stares boring into his back, hear the whispers. How did that guy even beat Damus? Must have been a fluke. Maybe Lightbringer was sick that day?
No way he'd lose to someone half his size otherwise. Adam resisted the urge to roll his eyes. First off, Damus was not that taller than him. And second, yes, because height was clearly the determining factor in magical combat. These people would probably fall for the same tricks Damus had, but that wasn't the point. Adam's fingers drummed against his notebook where he kept track of the fluid movement exercises. His current approach, using surprise and cunning to overcome superior skill, had worked so far. But sooner or later, he'd face someone who wouldn't give him the luxury of being underestimated. Someone who'd come at him with full force from the start. The club's schedule flashed through his mind. If he doubled his boxing practice, added extra fluid control exercises between classes.
Later that day, after classes. "You never did tell me how you lost your glasses during hunting," Sam said as they walked down the cobblestone streets of Arcos. Market stalls lined both sides, their colorful awnings fluttering in the early autumn breeze. "How does someone even struggle with a deer that badly?" "Bold of you to assume it was a deer," Adam said, stepping around a puddle that reflected the city's floating towers. "I tripped over a root and fell into a thorny bush. Not my finest moment." Sam's skeptical look suggested he wasn't buying it, but he didn't press further. The fact that Adam had actually spent hours in a magical labyrinth with a grumpy leprechaun doing a series of tests and somehow emerged stronger rather than irreparably traumatized was probably best left unmentioned. He still wasn't entirely sure how Orinth's magic had managed that particular feat of mental gymnastics. "The optician's shop should be around this corner," Adam said, pausing at a vendor selling roasted chestnuts. The warm, sweet smell made his stomach growl. "Unless they've moved since the last time I was here," which was about 6 decades ago. They turned onto Silver Street, where enchanted lanterns were already starting to glow despite the early hour, their light catching on the various magical implements displayed in shop windows. The optician's sign, a pair of golden spectacles that actually blinked at passers-by, creaked gently in the wind. "At least we won't have to go all the way to the upper district," Sam said, eyeing the floating towers above them. "I hate those sky bridges." "Not fond of heights?" "Not fond of bridges that sway in the wind while floating hundreds of feet in the air, no." The shop bell tinkled as they stepped inside. It smelled like polish and old wood. A plump woman with silver-streaked hair looked up from where she was adjusting a pair of floating spectacles with a crystal wand. Her own glasses shifted through different colors as she spoke.
"Welcome to Clarity and Craft. I'm Madam Iris." "Oh my, those are quite the prescription frames you're missing, young man."
Adam blinked. "You can tell?"
30 years of matching eyes to lenses, dear. Your squint has a squint." She gestured at the displays around them. "Now, we have everything from basic clarity to our premium Eagle's Vision line. Those let you spot a copper coin from 2 districts away, though I wouldn't recommend them unless you fancy constant headaches." Sam wandered over to a pair that kept splitting into multiple frames and merging back together. "What about these?" "Ah, the Diplomat's Choice. Shows you what people looked like 5 minutes ago. Wonderful for catching liars. Terrible for avoiding motion sickness."
"Just prescription lenses, please," Adam said hastily. "For reading and distance."
"Sensible choice."
Madam Iris pulled out a small golden disc etched with concentric rings of runes.
"Hold still, dear. This will map your sight pattern."
The disc hummed softly, runes lighting up as she held it before his eyes.
"Interesting. Your magical signature is quite unique. Almost like—"
She paused, then smiled.
"Well, never mind that. Now, frames?"
They went through several options: self-cleaning, unbreakable, ones that adjusted their tint based on lighting. Adam settled on a simple pair with thin silver frames.
"Good choice. Now, the attunement."
She placed the frames on a velvet cushion and began tracing patterns with her wand. The runes from the disc transferred to the lenses, shrinking until they were nearly invisible, mere whispers of light catching the glass. "The runes will sync with your sight," she explained, "adjusting constantly as you wear them. Try them on." Adom put them on. The world snapped into focus. "They're great, but—" He reached into his pocket and pulled out the monocle, Riddler's bane.
Would there be any way to integrate this into the new glasses?
Madame Iris took the monocle carefully, her own color-shifting glasses flickering rapidly as she examined it. Her eyes widened slightly.
"This is— my word. This is quite the artifact you have here, young man," she said in a lower voice, glancing at Sam, who was thoroughly distracted by a display of smoke lens spectacles. "Can it be done?" "Done? I could do it right now." Her eyes sparkled with professional excitement. "Give me a few minutes in my workshop." They heard various sounds from the back room, gentle chiming, a few whispered chants for some reason, what might have been crystal being carefully worked. When she emerged, she held a pair of glasses that looked almost identical to the simple silver frames Adam had chosen, but with an almost imperceptible sheen to the right lens. "I've layered your prescription over the artifact's lens and changed its form to better adapt to the pair," she explained quietly, "maintaining its original properties while adding the clarity you need. The enchantment shouldn't be affected at all. In fact, the prescription layer might even help focus its effects more precisely. Quite remarkable craftsmanship in this piece, by the way. Haven't seen work like this in decades." "Perfect," Adam said, then frowned. "Though for combat training—" "Say no more." Madame Iris produced a thin enchanted cord. "Dwarvish-style metal weave, flexible but unbreakable. Might save your nose in a fight, and they are thin enough to be almost invisible." As she attached the cord, she added with a wink, "Oh, and I've thrown in a little extra protection charm. No charge. Impact resistance and stabilization enchantment. Even if you take a hit to the face or they get jostled about, they'll stay put and keep working. Can't have a young mage losing his sight in the middle of a scrap, can we?" "That's incredibly generous. Thank you," Adam said,
Genuinely surprised by the unexpected kindness.
"I really appreciate it."
"Think nothing of it, dear. Just promise me you'll be careful out there." Sam peered at a pair of specs that seemed to be made of living smoke. "Don't even think about it," Adam told him. "Those probably show you your own future, or something equally headache-inducing."
"Ghost glimpse model,"
Madame Iris confirmed cheerfully.
"Very popular with spirit mediums and temple diviners. Quite the marvel for ceremonial work. Though I always advise customers to use them sparingly. The ethereal plane can be overwhelming for beginners." She adjusted her own color-shifting glasses with pride. "We do have a modified version that's gentler on the senses, if you're interested in divination work."
Sam's eyes lit up for a moment before Adam shook his head. "Maybe another time. We should head back before afternoon classes."
Of course,"
Madame Iris said, wrapping up their purchase.
"But do come back if you're curious about our specialized collections. A young mage never knows when alternative perspectives might come in handy."
They walked back through the market, Adam occasionally tilting his head just to marvel at how crisp everything looked. It had only been a few days without his glasses, but he'd somehow forgotten just how clear the world could be. The floating towers weren't just vague shapes anymore, and he could actually read the market signs without squinting himself a headache. With a subtle thought, he activated the artifact's power in his right lens. The world shifted, mana particles dancing through the air like dust in sunlight. Another thought, and they vanished, leaving just the crystal-clear, normal vision. Perfect. The integration was seamless.
"We're getting those chestnuts," he declared, already veering toward the vendor they'd passed earlier. Now he could properly see the steam rising from the roasting pan,
the way the shells had split to reveal the golden brown nuts inside. "I can actually see how perfectly roasted they are now." Sam laughed.
"Is this going to be a thing? You rediscovering everything with working eyes?"
"Absolutely."
Adam bought a paper cone full of hot chestnuts, sharing them as they walked. The warmth seeped through his gloves, and the sweet, nutty taste was exactly as good as the smell had promised. The rest of the day unfolded normally. Afternoon classes, training with the club, the usual chaos of academy life. Except now Adam could actually see what he was doing. The round silver frames settled on his nose like they'd always belonged there, and if anyone noticed the nearly invisible cord keeping them secure, they didn't mention it. But as the last class wrapped up, Adam wasn't ready to call it a day. "Hey," he caught Sam's sleeve as they left the lecture hall. "Come to the pitch with me?" Sam clutched his books closer, eyeing the darkening sky like it might bite. "Now? It's cold out there, and dinner won't take long. Besides," Adam grinned, "you can't hide in the library forever." "I don't hide," Sam muttered, but fell into step beside him anyway. "I strategically avoid situations where people might set me on fire." "That's why we're going now. No one around to see you practice." "Oh, wonderful. So when I freeze to death, no one will find my body until spring." Sam hugged himself tighter. "You know, my father says everyone in this school is basically a walking disaster waiting to happen. One bad day, one slip in control," he gestured vaguely. "Boom!" "That rarely happens. But it happens. Remember last year? When that fifth year lost control during exam week? 3 people in the infirmary." Sam's voice dropped. "As my father says, better safe than sorry when everyone around you can accidentally kill you with a sneeze." Adam stayed quiet for a moment. He couldn't exactly argue with that.
He'd seen enough training accidents to know how quickly things could go wrong. He glanced at his friend, understanding the weight behind those words. Sam came from a long line of merchants, generations of non-mages who'd never had to worry about accidentally setting things on fire or freezing them solid. Then Sam had awakened at 8, the stone turning silver for him when the Seekers came. The first mage in his family's history. No one had been prepared for what that meant, least of all Sam himself. That devastating loss of control, his sister being injured, and his mother still lying comatose in a healing ward 3 regions away. The monthly letters Sam wrote, knowing she might never read them. Like all awakened mages, he'd had no choice but to learn control. It was imperial law and simple necessity. No wonder his father's protective instincts had transformed into constant cautioning against the dangers of magic. Better safe than sorry had become the family motto, even as they supported Sam's education from afar. After all, what merchant father knew how to raise a mage child safely? Sam wasn't a coward. Cowards didn't spend extra hours in the library learning theory, didn't push themselves to understand every aspect of magic they could. Cowards didn't keep trying, keep studying, keep pushing forward despite their fears. That same caution that kept Sam safe, though, was also holding him back from reaching his full potential. "That's why we're doing this," Adam finally said, gentler than usual. "So next time someone loses control, you'll be ready." The crossball pitch stretched out before them, vast and empty in the deepening dusk. The black cat padded after them, settling on the sidelines like a tiny spectator. "Seriously, though, what are we doing out here?" Sam rubbed his arms. "In case you hadn't noticed, it's cold as a frost giant's learning," Adam said, feeling his fluids stir,
warming him from within.
Remember what you said about Eastern focusing techniques? Time to put theory into practice. He planted his feet shoulder-width apart and drew in a deep breath. The cold air filled his lungs, sharp and crisp. As he exhaled, a thin wisp of vapor curled upward. Another breath in, slower this time, deeper. The fluid responded, thrumming beneath his skin like a second heartbeat. Sam shifted uncomfortably. Is this the part where you reveal you've secretly been a breathing expert all along? When Adom didn't respond, he turned to their feline observer. Any idea what he's doing?
Meow.
Thanks, very helpful. With each measured breath, more vapor spiraled around Adom. The autumn chill bit deeper than it should, especially this early in the season. Something in his chest tightened. Not from the cold, but from memory. The year 847 had ended just like this, hadn't it? The same unseasonable chill that everyone had laughed off as a quirk of weather. No one had thought to question it until years later, when that necromancer rose from the northern wastes. But Adom was too weak to do anything about that now. Too far away. And who would believe him anyway, based on nothing but unusual weather? No, he just had to focus on the task at hand. One final exhale and... The warmth that had been building beneath Adom's skin suddenly erupted, rushing through every vessel and pathway in his body. Blue fluid burst from within, wreathing him in light that rippled like water, yet moved like flame. His breath caught, not from effort, but from the sheer euphoria flooding his system. Every nerve sang, every sense sharpened. The autumn chill that had been biting at him moments ago became nothing more than a gentle caress. Power, pure, intoxicating power thrummed through him, settling into his bones like it had always belonged there. Fluid? Sam stumbled backward, the blue light reflecting off his glasses. You manifested actual fluid? When did you? Adom couldn't help the smile that spread across his face. It wasn't the first time, but the rush of manifesting fluid never got old. That perfect moment when everything clicked into place and the world became sharper, brighter, more real somehow. His body felt lighter, yet stronger, as if gravity itself had loosened its hold. This, he said, is what we're going to learn. Adom rolled his shoulders. His joints cracked satisfyingly as he stretched, the sound crisp in his heightened awareness. He bounced on his toes, luxuriating in how responsive his body felt. So what emotion did it for you? Sam asked, watching him warm up. Everyone says it's different. Anger, joy, desperation. Spite. Sam fell quiet for a moment. Then, you know what? That's totally like you. Adom paused mid-stretch. You think I've always been like that? There were signs. Sam adjusted his glasses, speaking in that matter-of-fact way of his. Like when Instructor Brown from our first year said you'd never master basic shielding, and you spent 3 weeks perfecting it just to demonstrate it in front of the whole class. Or that time when Drew said memorizing runic sequences was pointless, so you learned the entire third codex by heart, just to correct him every time he misquoted it. Oh, and remember when Helena said your handwriting was atrocious? You spent 2 months practicing calligraphy until yours was better than hers. Adom blinked. He didn't remember any of those moments from his actual childhood, his first childhood. These were memories from this life, this version of him. But hearing them laid out like that... You just... Sam waved a hand vaguely. Get this look in your eyes sometimes. Like someone told you no, and you decided that was personally offensive.
Adam let out a laugh that was maybe a touch too self-conscious, suddenly aware of how that look Sam described might be playing across his face right now. Well, since you're such an expert on my personality, he rolled his wrists. Want to help me figure this out? All those Eastern scrolls you've been hoarding in your room, all those theories about fluid manipulation. We could test them. The fluid flickered slightly, betraying his still tenuous control. I mean, I can barely keep it stable, but... Sam's eyes lit up behind his glasses. He was already reaching for the notebook that seemed permanently attached to his robes. Wait, you mean all those treatises about emotional resonance and energy pathways? The meridian theory from the Jade Scrolls? Exactly. Adam grinned. And maybe watching might help you find your own trigger. You've got the theory down better than anyone. Probably better than most of the instructors. I've been studying the way fluid manifests differently in each person. Sam was already scribbling. The scrolls say it's like a fingerprint, unique to each individual. Let's start by the basics. Breathing. The black cat, which had been dozing, suddenly perked up its ears, golden eyes fixing on the blue light dancing around Adam. Oh, getting interested, are we? Adam smiled at their feline observer. Just watch. We're about to put on quite a show. I found my breath pattern, by the way. I can meditate, Adam said casually, still stretching. Sam nearly dropped his notebook. What? Already? It takes years to find yours, among hundreds of thousands of possibilities.
Even masters spend decades helping people find their individual patterns. How did you... Accident, really. Adam shrugged, turning to face the practice pitch. His fluid rippled with each controlled breath. The spite got it started, but emotion alone isn't enough to maintain it. You know what they say. Fluid can only be optimized in a strong body. I need to work on control, on the physical aspect. Sam was practically vibrating with excitement now, pushing his glasses up his nose repeatedly. This is incredible. We could document your progress, map your pattern, study how it develops with... Wait. He pulled out a fresh page. What are we going to try first? Well, Adam rolled his shoulders one last time, then turned to Sam with a slight smile. You're going to shoot me. What? Shoot me. With fireball spells. Or wind arrows. Anything. Your choice. Have you lost your mind? No. I am completely sane. Adam! Sam pinched the bridge of his nose under his glasses. There are dozens of safer ways to test fluid control. We could start with basic resistance exercises, or energy circulation paths, or... boring. Or measure your fluid's response to controlled stimuli. Still boring. Or document its natural flow patterns. Sam. Adam's fluid pulsed slightly with his impatience. I need real pressure. Real stakes. How am I supposed to learn control if I'm just standing there doing breathing exercises? By not dying? Sam threw his hands up. Look, even if, and that's a big if, I agreed to this madness, my accuracy with offensive spells is terrible. I could actually hurt you. Perfect. That makes it even more motivating. Sam stared at his friend for a long moment. You know, when I imagined helping with your training, I was thinking more along the lines of taking notes and offering theoretical insights, not attempted murder. It's not murder if I ask for it, Adam said cheerfully. Come on.
What's the worst that could happen?
Do you want that list alphabetically or by severity of bodily harm? Look, it's not just about testing limits. Fluid enhances reflexes, right? But I need to learn how to gauge that enhancement, how to control it under pressure. I can't do that with theoretical exercises. Adom's fluid swirled more steadily now, matching his more serious tone. Right now, I either can't access it at all, or it comes out too strong. I need to find the middle ground, and for that, you need dynamic stimulus. Sam finished reluctantly, his academic side starting to see the logic. And the threat response would create more realistic conditions for control practice. Exactly. Besides, if I'm going to lose control, better do it here with you than in the middle of a battle. You're going to be in battles? Don't mind that. Adom waved his hand dismissively, and before Sam could press further, he continued. You know enough theory to spot if something's going wrong, and you're too cautious to actually hit me with anything dangerous. Sam adjusted his glasses, clearly wavering. The principle is sound, but you do realize you're asking me to break about 15 different academy safety protocols. 17, actually, I counted. Adom grinned. Think of it as a practical research opportunity. So, are you in, or are we doing this the boring way? Adom asked, already settling into a ready stance. Sam sighed heavily, taking off his robe despite the cold. I can't believe I'm agreeing to this. If anyone asks, I was coerced. That's the spirit! And we're starting with the weakest possible spells. Fine. And if I see anything looking unstable, we stop immediately. Yes, Professor. And, Sam, Adom interrupted, his fluid beginning to stir more actively. Stop stalling and shoot me. Okay, I'm weaving the spell now, Sam announced, raising his hand with exaggerated slowness. Adom rolled his eyes. You know, the point of combat training is that I'm not supposed to know exactly when you're going to— Ow! A small burst of wind caught him in the shoulder, making him stumble back a step. Sam's mouth twitched. You were saying? That, Adom said, rubbing his shoulder, was actually pretty good. Theory isn't everything. Sam readied another spell, looking slightly more confident. Ready? This time, Adom didn't answer, but his fluid began to move with more purpose. Chapter 26. Curse. Huff. 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 This is completely insane, Sam announced, for what felt like the 100th time that evening. Own huff. One more time, Adom wheezed, straightening up with determination that his wobbling knees somewhat undermined. This was attempt number 21. Sam had missed twice, though Adom suspected at least one of those misses had been intentional. The other 19 hits had left various parts of his body stinging, his pride somewhat bruised, and his earlier confidence about this brilliant training idea significantly dented. Who knew the Academy's most cautious student could aim so well when properly motivated by academic curiosity? Despite the bruises forming under his robes, Adom couldn't help but smile, because there had been progress, real, measurable progress. Fluid control has reached level 2. White worm body has reached level 3. Boxing mastery, dodging, is getting better. Agility is getting better. Iron lungs is getting better. Physical enhancement moderately strengthened. The difference was subtle but unmistakable. His fluid moved more smoothly now, less like choppy waves and more like flowing water. The world around him seemed to come into sharper focus. He could track the slight movements of Sam's fingers as he prepared his next spell, catch the whisper of wind before it manifested into an attack. His body responded faster too. Not by much, but enough that he'd managed to partially deflect the last 3 hits instead of taking them full force. The fluid wrapped around him more naturally, like a second skin rather than an ill-fitting coat.
It had taken 21 attempts, multiple bruises, and what felt like enough wind spells to power a small windmill, but he'd done it. Level 2. Level 2. Adom's smile turned slightly manic as he straightened up. Because here was the thing about Level 2. It meant Level 3 existed. And if Level 3 existed...
Sam apparently recognized that look. He'd seen it too many times not to. "No," he said firmly, already knowing it was futile. "Whatever you're thinking, no. You can barely stand." But Adom was already settling back into his stance. After all, what kind of person would he be if he stopped at Level 2 when Level 3 was just waiting to be reached? "Just a few more tries," he said, ignoring how his muscles protested the movement. "I think I'm getting the hang of it." The black cat, still watching from the sidelines, let out what sounded suspiciously like a sigh. Adom breathed in deeply, then out. "Are you The world didn't exactly slow down. That would have been too simple, too convenient. Instead, everything became clearer, more defined, like switching from a clouded lens to a crystal clear one. It had started around the 11th attempt, when desperation and bruises had finally forced him to stop trying to just react faster and actually think. He'd noticed something then, a pattern so subtle he'd almost missed it. The way Sam's weight shifted slightly to his left when preparing a low shot. The barely perceptible tension in his right shoulder before a high one. The slight difference in how he moved his fingers for a straight shot versus a curved one. Since then, every attempt had been less about dodging and more about observation, learning, understanding. His fluid responded differently now, too. Instead of trying to make it circulate faster in his body, he let it flow naturally, using it to enhance his already improving perception. Each trial added another piece to the puzzle. The timing between Sam's inhale and the spell's release, the correlation between wind pressure and attack angle, the almost rhythmic nature of spell combinations. It wasn't perfect, far from it, but where before he'd been frantically reacting to each attack, now he was starting to anticipate. His body, battered but adapting, was slowly learning to move before his conscious mind caught up. Muscle memory building up through painful repetition. Pattern recognition is forming. The notification flickered at the edge of his vision, but Adom kept his focus. He could feel it, that space between conscious thought and instinct where everything just flowed. What he'd started calling the zone in his head, for lack of a better term. Sam's fingers twitched in a now familiar pattern. High shot, coming from the right. Adom's body was already moving, fluid shifting to reinforce his dodge before the spell had fully formed. It wasn't mastery, not even close, but it was the beginning of understanding, and sometimes that was even more valuable. 1. In that crystalline clarity of focus, Adom could see it. The telltale distortion in the air, like heat waves rising from hot pavement, except purposeful, directed. The wind arrow took shape, and for a brief, beautiful moment, he could almost trace its path in his mind, the way it would curve upward, heading straight for his chest. 2. His muscles tensed, fluid already flowing to support his planned movement. 3. Time seemed to stretch like honey as a small smile tugged at his lips. This time he had it. He could see it, feel it, knew exactly where it would go at 4. Ouch! The sharp sting in his right thigh broke through his focus like a rock through glass. He hopped awkwardly on his left leg, pride stinging almost as much as his thigh. The arrow had dropped. It had dropped, and he hadn't seen it coming at all. Sam, the traitor, was trying very hard not to look amused. You know, when you said "one more time" 20 minutes ago, I don't think either of us thought you meant 20 more times. Adam rubbed his thigh, mind already analyzing what had gone wrong. He'd been so sure about that trajectory. Maybe if he paid more attention to the way the air currents moved, instead of just the initial formation? Or was there something in Sam's stance he'd missed? He opened his mouth to say, "again," but then stopped, the word dying in his throat. His mind finally wrestled control back from his stubborn determination. His legs were shaking, his energy reserves were running dangerously low, and he could already feel tomorrow's bruises forming. Being bold was one thing. Being reckless was another. "Same time tomorrow?" he asked instead, straightening up with what dignity he could muster while still favoring his right leg. Sam looked at him for a long moment, then chuckled and shook his head. You know, normal people would take at least a few days to recover after getting hit 19 times with wind arrows. Good thing I'm not normal people, then, Adam replied, with a tired grin. I'm a manly man. The manliest of men, in fact. He attempted to flex, which resulted in a poorly concealed grimace. Don't you agree, kitty cat? The black cat's ears flattened, accompanied by a low, warning growl. Is that its name now? Sam asked, eyebrows raised. No, that's just one of the names it hasn't hissed at yet, Adam said, still nursing his pride along with his various bruises. Besides, I had to test it. For science. Like a proper manly man would. The cat's tail twitched in what looked suspiciously like disdain. Besides, Adam had several theories about that dropped arrow that needed testing. They gathered their things, Sam wincing as he rolled his shoulders. I need a long shower after this. You need a shower? All you did was stand there and torture me. Shows what you know about spellcasting. Sam massaged his temples. My mana pool is practically empty. Wind arrows might be basic, but maintaining precision for that many casts. He gave Adam a pointed look. Which, may I remind you, was entirely your idea. Fair, Adam conceded with a laugh. Though I notice, around the 5th time, you didn't seem to mind using me for target practice anymore. Academic curiosity, Sam said primly, then broke into a smile. Come on, let's grab some snacks from the dining hall. I've got that new strategy board game from a toy store. The new one with the knights and mages rolls. Meow, the black cat interjected, tail swishing deliberately. Adam paused, his expression shifting to that familiar contemplative look. Actually, I think I'll head to the library first. Now? Sam raised an eyebrow. It's getting late. Says the one who practically lives there, Adam countered. I actually sleep, you know. You're the one who's managed to make Miss Grimclaw tolerate you through sheer persistence. Oh, please, she tolerates us both, Sam snorted. Though lately you've been spending more time getting beaten up than reading. Sorry, training in battle magic. His air quotes were practically audible. At least I'm not the one she caught drooling on a book at 3 a.m. That happened once, and I wasn't drooling. I was contemplating deeply. With your eyes closed and snoring? Sam waved his hand dismissively. Just go do your research, man. Some of us have a date with hot water and muscle salve. They parted ways at the courtyard intersection, trading good-natured barbs until they were out of earshot. Adam watched Sam's retreating form until he disappeared around the corner of the dormitory wing.
A familiar weight settled in his stomach. Guilt. He wasn't actually heading to the library, and lying to Sam, even by omission, felt wrong. But what choice did he have? Sam would either think he'd lost his mind or, worse, try to help by telling a professor. No, some secrets were better kept, at least for now. The black cat headbutted his leg with an impatient meow. Yeah, I'm moving, Adam said, turning away from the library path and heading toward the eastern exit. The cat trotted alongside him, tail high in the air. Meow, mew mew.
The cat's complaints echoed off the stone walls.
Look, I told you. I'm not exactly an expert in curses. The theory, sure, but actually breaking them? He spread his hands. That's advanced magic.
Meow! The cat somehow managed to sound both skeptical and annoyed.
Oh, if you're asking about a solution,
Adam grinned down at his companion.
I might have one in mind. Though we'll have to see if...
Meow?
Patience, we're almost there. They reached the massive eastern doors of Xerxes. The guards wouldn't make their rounds until late at night. Their job was more about keeping students from doing anything foolish than keeping outsiders away. The enchantments handled that part well enough, allowing exits but preventing unauthorized entry. Adam reached for the handle.
Student Adam Scylla!
He spun around. A glossy black raven circled overhead, a piece of paper clutched in its claws. As the bird released its cargo, the cat crouched, muscles tensing. Cat, don't you dare, Adam warned. That's an employee of the school. The raven perched on a nearby gargoyle, looking down at the cat with what could only be described as disdain. Then, to Adam's amazement, it actually scoffed. A short, harsh sound that was definitely not part of normal raven vocabulary, before spreading its wings and taking off. Adam's chuckle at the raven's attitude died in his throat as he unfolded the paper, reading Aaron's familiar scrawl. Cisco wants to see you at the coffee spot in 2 days at 1 p.m. Says there's something to talk about. I sent a raven, but it came back and said it didn't find you in the main yard, so I left this letter. Hope that's okay. Aaron. His heart dropped. What happened? Was it about his order? The timeline flashed through his mind. 1 month and 12 days until the first symptoms. His fingers tightened on the paper, crinkling it. Not enough time. Never enough time. Had something gone wrong with the ingredients? Maybe they couldn't get what he needed. Or worse, what if it was stolen? His breath quickened. Or was it about their operation? The one they'd discussed over steaming cups of coffee? Please let it be about the operation, he thought, his mind spinning faster and faster. At least that he could handle. That wouldn't mean... Meow. Sharp claws pricked through his pants leg, yanking him back to the present. The cat stared up at him, tail twitching. Adam blinked, becoming aware of how tightly he was gripping the paper, of how his shoulders had tensed up to his ears. He forced his fingers to relax, stuffing the crumpled note into his pocket. Let's go, he said, pushing the heavy door open. No point torturing himself with maybes. Better to just find out. The early night air hit his face as they stepped out into the city. The streets of Arcos wound past like a familiar dream. Through the weird stuff store's window, Adam caught a glimpse of her arranging crystals on a shelf, Mr. Biggins nowhere in sight. Emma was still there. She looked up, but he was already past, moving deeper into the city where the streets grew wider and the buildings shorter. The Strider station buzzed with its usual evening activity, drivers calling out destinations, passengers haggling over fares. A young man with bright red hair leaned against his cart, feeding his Strider an apple.
Beach District? Adam asked. The driver grinned, tossing the apple core aside. Hop in. The cart's wooden seats creaked as Adam settled in, the cat curling up beside him. They rolled forward with a gentle lurch, the strider's paws clopping against cobblestones. Above, the full moon hung like a silver coin in the darkening sky. The autumn wind carried the scent of smoke from chimney fires, and Adam pulled his cloak tighter. The steady rhythm of the strider's gait and the cart's swaying motion made his eyelids heavy. His muscles ached from the training session, and Cisco's message gnawed at the edges of his mind, but the exhaustion won out. He slumped against the cart's side, his breathing growing deeper.
Meow!
Adam jerked awake to find the cat's paw batting his nose. The cart had stopped moving. We're here, the driver called over his shoulder. Beach District, as requested. Thanks. Adam stretched, working out the kinks in his neck. Any chance you could wait here for a bit? I'll need a ride back. The driver patted his strider's flank. Can spare an hour. That work? Perfect. Adam hopped down, his boots sinking slightly in the sand. That should be enough. The cat jumped down and padded beside him in the sand. Waves crashed to their right, and the city's lanterns glowed behind them. Adam walked along the shore, his steps slowing. The last time he'd been on a beach, he'd died. God, that moment felt like a lifetime ago now, and for some reason he could no longer remember her face. Death. All he could remember was that she'd been as beautiful as the moon. He'd spent hours hunched over his desk one night, pencil scratching paper, trying to capture her features. Nothing came out right. Just fragments. Eyes that held eternity, a smile that made him forget to be afraid. Would she look the same when they met again? Because they would meet again. That was certain as sunrise. He just hoped next time it wouldn't be because he'd failed. Adam stopped, bending down to unlace his boots. The sand was cold between his toes, and he wiggled them deeper, enjoying the sensation. Salt air filled his lungs as he breathed in deep. Something about beaches at night always calmed him. The steady rhythm of waves, the vast darkness of the ocean ahead. A scuttling movement caught his eye. The cat pounced, batting at a small crab that had ventured too far from the water. The crab waved its claws in protest before disappearing into the cat's mouth with a crunch. You know, Adam said, watching the cat lick its paws clean. I've been searching everywhere for someone who can break your curse. He kicked at a piece of driftwood. The Vaishari are probably getting ready to leave our coast soon. They always do when it gets cold. Better visit them now, while we can. Meow? The cat looked up, bits of shell still stuck to its whiskers. Adam chuckled. You'll see. Come on, their camp should be just past those rocks. A gust of wind whipped his cloak around his legs. Above them, clouds drifted past the moon, casting shifting shadows on the sand. The Vaishari. Every city had stories about them. Whispered rumors of demon blood and dark pacts. But that's all they were, stories. The truth was simpler. They were nomads who followed the warm seasons, setting up their colorful camps on the outskirts of cities, trading goods and offering services that locals either couldn't or wouldn't provide. Curses were their specialty. While temple priests and local mages would demand explanations and permissions, the Vaishari just asked how much you could pay.
They didn't care if you wanted to curse someone or break a curse. Gold was gold.
Adam glanced down at the cat padding beside him. In his months of research about curses, he'd barely scratched the surface. Books only told you so much, and most experts were frauds looking to empty your pockets. But the Vaishari? They had generations of real knowledge, passed down through families. If anyone could figure out what,
or who this cat really was, it would be them. The first hint of their presence was a faint drumbeat carried on the wind, so distant Adom almost thought he'd imagined it. But as they walked, it grew clearer. The steady thump of hands on leather, joined by the higher notes of pipes. Soon he could make out voices, too, singing in a language he didn't understand. Around the bend, the beach widened. The music was louder now, mixing with laughter and the crack of burning wood. Then he saw them. Dozens of colorful tents and wagons arranged in a half-circle, a massive bonfire at their center. People danced, their feet kicking up sand as they spun. Others sat in groups, passing around bottles and plates of food, their faces glowing in the firelight. "We're here," Adom said to the cat. But before he could take another step, "Dichen, extrayeno!" A child's voice cut through the music. "Heilis yech machka!" The drums stuttered and fell silent. The pipes squeaked to a stop. The dancers froze mid-step, and every head turned toward them. Adom fought the urge to step back. "Just act normal," he whispered to the cat, immediately feeling foolish. The cat responded by sitting down and starting to groom itself. The silence stretched. Someone coughed. A baby's cry rang out from one of the tents, quickly hushed. "Right," Adom muttered. "This isn't awkward at all." He took a hesitant step forward, forcing what he hoped was a friendly smile. "Hello? Good evening?" His voice cracked slightly. An old man near the fire spat into the flames. Adom froze. Was that bad? Was he supposed to leave? He'd read about tribal customs, but nothing about fire spitting. He glanced from face to face, finally settling on staring at the fire instead. Easier to speak that way. "My name is Adom Silla, and this is..." He gestured downward. "Cat." The cat chose that moment to let out a loud meow. "Machka!" a little girl squealed with delight. "Oh, yes, Machka?" Adom attempted, mangling the word thoroughly. A deep laugh rumbled from the crowd, and the circle of people parted. A man stepped forward. No, stepped wasn't the right word. He seemed to fill the space as he moved, massive and barrel-chested, with wild white hair that cascaded past his shoulders. His beard was even more impressive, gleaming in the firelight like spun silver, matched by bushy eyebrows that seemed to have a life of their own. "Welcome! Welcome!" His voice was like distant thunder, his words carrying an exotic lilt. "I am Mirko, and these peoples, they are my peoples." He spread his arms wide, encompassing the entire camp. "What brings Boy and his machka to our fires, Adom glanced uncertainly at the crowd still watching him. Mirko must have noticed his hesitation, because he waved a hand dismissively. "Speak free, young one. We're all family here." "Well," Adom swallowed. I think this cat is cursed, and I was hoping you might be able to help me uncurse it." Mirko glanced over his shoulder at someone in the crowd, then turned back to Adom. "And what makes you think this cat is having curse, "Kitty cat, if you would," Adom said softly. The cat stretched lazily, then let out a growl that seemed to come from somewhere far deeper than its small body should allow. People backed away as the growl grew louder, more primal. The cat's form began to shift and stretch, its shadow on the sand morphing into something much larger.
Muscles rippled beneath expanding fur, midnight black in the firelight. Within moments, a massive puma stood where the house cat had been, its deep blue eyes reflecting the flames. A collective gasp rose from the crowd. Someone whispered a prayer. A child started crying. "What do you think?" Adom asked. Mirko turned again, this time to a young woman who stood slightly apart from the others. Copper-red hair fell in wild waves past her shoulders, adorned with small bells and colored beads that chimed softly as she moved. Intricate runic tattoos spiraled up her arms, disappearing beneath the flowing sleeves of her embroidered dress. Her face bore ceremonial paint, 3 white dots beneath each eye, and a crescent moon on her forehead. She stepped forward, bare feet silent in the sand, and circled the puma. Her hands moved in subtle gestures as she walked, and her lips formed silent words. The puma watched her, turning its massive head to follow her movement. Finally, she returned to Mirko's side and whispered in his ear. "Our sorceress. She is saying cat has powerful curse indeed," Mirko announced, nodding gravely. "Oh," Adom said, shoulders sagging with relief. "Well, that's good to know. I mean, not good, but I wasn't imagining things." "You want us to lift curse?" Mirko asked, spreading his massive hands. "If you could, that would be nice, yeah." Mirko began, but the sorceress grabbed his sleeve. "Kak," she said urgently. "Mi mangav te dav tut duma." "Ah," Mirko turned back to Adom. "Must speak with sorceress first. But come, join camp." Adom glanced at the puma, which was now sitting placidly in the sand. Before he could protest, hands grabbed him from all sides. Laughing voices pulled him forward as children darted around his legs. "Zaben!" Mirko's voice boomed over the crowd. "Tekeras pativa mare gostoske!" The camp erupted in cheers. The drums picked up again, faster now, joined by pipes and tambourines. Someone started singing in that mysterious language. Mirko winked at Adom. "Make self comfortable with cat. We return soon." "Wait!" Adom started, but a clay bowl was thrust into his hands. Steam rose from its contents. The old man who'd spat in the fire appeared at his elbow. "Thud," he said, nodding at the bowl. "Good for cold night. Drink, drink!" "Thank you," Adom said. He looked around and spotted the puma already lapping from its own bowl, surrounded by children who were cautiously patting its head. He raised the bowl to his lips. The warm liquid was rich and creamy, sweet but not cloying. There was cinnamon, he thought, and maybe honey, and something else he couldn't quite place. It coated his tongue like melted silk. Before he knew it, he was tilting the bowl back, drinking deeply until it was empty. He lowered the bowl to find expectant faces watching him. "Eh? Eh?" they asked, gesturing at the empty vessel. "It's very good," he said, giving an awkward thumbs up. "Bakstalo!" they shouted in unison, and several people reached out to pat his shoulders and back. The music swelled, and the dancers spun faster, their skirts swirling like autumn leaves in the firelight. The dancers whirled around him, a kaleidoscope of colors and movement. An older woman with silver braids grabbed his hand. "Dance! Dance!" "Oh, no, I can't." But another grandma had already seized his other hand, pulling him into the circle. "Like this!" Silver Braids demonstrated a simple step-kick-step. Adom tried to copy her, his feet stumbling over themselves. The grandmas cackled good-naturedly, guiding his movements with surprising strength in their weathered hands. Step, kick, step,
Step, kick, step. The rhythm began to make sense. The drums seemed to pulse through his feet, up his legs, into his chest. Hey, this wasn't so bad. He found himself grinning as he spun between the women, his steps growing more confident. Your stamina is improving. No more, no more, he gasped finally,
Chest heaving. The grandmas released him with approving pats on his back, and he stumbled to the edge of the circle, breathing hard. That's when he noticed Mirko approaching with the sorceress. The music softened, though it didn't stop entirely.
We can lift curse, Mirko announced.
Oh, nice.
But is expensive. Mirko raised his bushy eyebrows. You sure you have money?
How much?
100 gold pieces.
100 gold?
Adom repeated. He'd expected thousands, given how rare curse-breaking was. He fought to keep the smile off his face.
Deal.
Mirko's hand engulfed his in a grip that made Adom's bones creak.
Deal is made,
the big man declared. Cannot be broken now. Adom flexed his fingers when they were released, trying not to wince.
When do we start?
Now, the sorceress said, her voice clear and firm. The puma's ears pricked forward, and it padded toward them. Mirko called out in their tongue, and the crowd melted away from the center of the camp, forming a wide circle. Only Adom, Mirko, the sorceress, and the puma remained in the fire-lit space.
Please, step back,
the sorceress instructed Adom. He retreated to the edge of the circle. She knelt in the sand, her skirts pooling around her, and began drawing runes with her finger. Adom recognized them, ancient symbols of unbinding, breaking, and freedom. The puma sat perfectly still as she worked, watching her create the intricate circle of runes around it. From her dress, she produced a crystal that pulsed with deep purple light. Adom's eyes widened. Mana crystals like that were rare outside dungeons, where magical energy concentrated naturally. Breaking a curse this powerful would need significant magical reserves. The crystal made sense.
Anen mange bakro,
she called out. Through the crowd came 2 men, leading a sheep. Another man began digging a hole in the sand. Adom's throat went dry. Were they going to? The sorceress drew a knife from a sheath at her hip. The blade caught the moonlight, gleaming sharp and clean.
Oratsi vasodel,
she intoned.
Taiomas vas emanush.
The sheep stood quietly, almost serene, as if understanding its role in all this. Its dark eyes reflected the moonlight as it gazed at the blade, showing neither fear nor resistance. When the knife moved, there was only a soft exhale, almost like a sigh of acceptance, before the blood began to flow. The men held the animal steady as its blood filled into the hole, dark against the pale sand. The sorceress began moving her hands in complex patterns, her lips forming words Adom couldn't hear. The camp had fallen completely silent. Even the babies weren't crying. Children peeked from behind their parents' legs, eyes wide. The firelight cast long shadows that seemed to dance with the sorceress's movements. A single drum beat cut through the night. Adom's head snapped right. Another beat, from the left. More drums joined in, their rhythm slow and deliberate. Then voices rose, deep and melodic, men and women weaving an ancient chant. "Do not be afraid," the old man whispered beside Adom. "Is tradition." Adom managed a weak smile in response. The chanting grew stronger as wisps of mana began to coalesce around the sorceress. The blood in the hole started to move, defying gravity, seeping into the runes she'd drawn. They glowed crimson, then formed a shimmering barrier around the puma. The great cat looked at Adom, confusion in its blue eyes matching his own. Much of this ritual seemed excessive, but who was he to judge another culture's ways? Suddenly, the puma gasped, a terrifyingly human sound. The bonfire, which had been burning steadily, began to writhe and dance wildly. The chants rose in pitch as smoke started seeping from the puma's fur. It paced the circle's edge, growing more frantic,
its light casting twisted shadows. The chanting reached fever pitch as thick smoke obscured the puma. From within came growls and yowls, the sounds of both great cat and house cat intermingling. Then, horrifyingly, human words. "Hurts! It hurts!" The bloody runes pulsed purple, drawing mana from the crystal like threads of lightning. The air grew thick, heavy with power. Adom felt his hair stand on end, sweat beading on his forehead despite the night's chill. The light from the circle intensified, brighter and brighter, until he had to shield his eyes. The drums reached a crescendo. The chanting became a roar. The fire twisted impossibly high. And then, with one final thunderous drumbeat, everything went silent. "Come on, kitty cat. Come on," Adom whispered into the silence. The sorceress remained on her knees, chest heaving, spent from the ritual. No one spoke. No one moved. The smoke began to drift away on the sea breeze, revealing something. Someone, curled on the blood-stained sand. Dark hair spilled across pale shoulders like spilled ink in the moonlight. The woman stirred, and when she opened her eyes, they were the same striking blue as the puma's. Her features were delicate, almost feline. High cheekbones, a fine nose, lips slightly parted in confusion. Their eyes met. For a moment, time seemed to stop. Then Adom's brain registered her complete lack of clothing, and he spun away so fast he nearly fell. There was a rustle of fabric as the sorceress draped a blanket over the woman's shoulders. From the corner of his eye, Adom could see her trying to stand on shaking legs, looking at her own hands as if she'd never seen them before. "It is done," the sorceress said softly.
Chapter 27. Kitty Cat and Little Mage. Well, shit. Adom's mind was still trying to process what had just happened. The cat, his cat, the one he'd been living with for days now, was a woman. A grown, very beautiful woman. His brain helpfully began cataloging every single time he'd changed clothes in front of the cat. Every morning routine, every post-training shower. That time he and Sam spent an entire evening making increasingly crude jokes about one of their professor's mustache. Oh, God. The realization hit him like a bucket of ice water. He'd even given the cat a bath once after she had fallen into a mud puddle. He could feel his ears burning at the memory. Through the embarrassed haze, he watched as the Vaishari women fussed over her, bringing more blankets and what looked like a spare dress. Her movements were uncertain, like someone relearning how to use their own body. But there was something about her face that tugged at his memory. A half-remembered dream, perhaps? The curve of her cheek, the way her eyes crinkled slightly when she looked around. It felt familiar, yet he was certain he'd never met her before. As if sensing his thoughts, she turned toward him. Their eyes met again, and this time she smiled. A warm, gentle expression that transformed her entire face. She raised her hand slightly, beckoning him over. Adom stood frozen, his feet apparently having forgotten how to move. "Very beautiful woman," the old man beside him commented matter-of-factly. "Good hips, strong." "Put on no bang," an elderly woman, who, from their familiar bickering, had to be the old man's wife,
smacked him on the back of his head with practiced precision. Na dikpe late kavka. The old woman turned to Adam, shooing him forward with her hands. Go, go. No mind him. Old goat only has eyes left. Brain gone long time ago. Yes, definitely his wife. Man had it coming, too. Adam's feet began moving,
though his brain was still debating the wisdom of this decision. The crowd parted before him, creating a path that felt miles long. He passed 2 men carrying the sheep's carcass, their knives already working with practiced efficiency. The metallic scent of blood mixed with wood smoke and sea air. Different faces turned to watch his progress. An old grandmother nodding approvingly, young children giggling behind their mother's skirts, a teenager rolling his eyes and muttering something that made his friends snicker. Somewhere, the drums had started again, softer now, like a heartbeat in the background. What was he supposed to say? Hi felt ridiculous. You look different without fur would probably get him slapped. Sorry about that bath last week. God, no. Maybe something dignified about being honored to finally meet her properly? No, too formal. You have beautiful eyes. True, but creepy given the circumstances. He carefully stepped around the bloody runes still drawn in the sand, his shadow stretching long in the firelight. The sorceress was helping the woman adjust the borrowed dress, which hung slightly loose on her frame. Up close, he had to tilt his head back to look at her properly. She was tall, easily a head and a half taller than his current 12-year-old body. Something about that height difference made him feel even more awkward about the whole situation. She turned toward him fully now, and whatever carefully constructed greeting he'd been forming evaporated like morning mist. "Kitty cat?" he heard himself say. For God's sake. The instant the words left his mouth, he wanted to walk straight into the ocean and keep walking. Several of the Vaishari women didn't bother hiding their laughter. Even the sorceress's lips twitched. But the woman, the former cat, just smiled wider, and somehow that was even worse.
Hello, little mage.
Little mage? Adam squeaked, then immediately wished he hadn't. She laughed softly, one hand covering her mouth in a surprisingly delicate gesture.
You don't need to be so stoic, you know. I'd like to think we know each other well enough by now.
Get it together, he told himself firmly. You've faced death. Literally. This is just... I... he started, but she cut him off.
Thank you,
she said simply. Adam fell silent, watching as she spread her fingers in front of her face, examining them like precious treasures. She touched her hair, ran her hands down her arms, wiggled her toes in the sand. Each movement seemed to fill her with quiet wonder.
It's strange, she said softly. Being an animal. Everything is simpler, clearer. Hunger means eat, tired means sleep. The world is all sense and sounds and instincts. She touched her face, tracing her own features as if making sure they were real. But human thoughts are still there, just muffled, like trying to read through foggy glass. And then sometimes the cat's mind would take over completely, and I'd find myself chasing mice or batting at string, and the human part of me would just watch, amused.
She stretched her arms above her head, arching her back slightly.
But this feels right. Like slipping into your own bed after a long journey. Everything exactly where it should be. A soft smile played across her lips. Though I might miss being able to lick my own shoulder.
I'm glad you're back then, Adam finally managed, finding his voice.
Me too, she smiled warmly. And thank you, again.
He kept looking at her, brow furrowed slightly. There was something
He could swear he'd never met her before, and yet… She caught his stare, and her smile faltered. "What's wrong? Is the curse still?" Her hands flew to her face, checking for whiskers or fur. No, nothing like that," Adam quickly assured her. "It's just… I feel like I know your face from somewhere. I can't place it, but…" His eyes narrowed slightly as he tried to identify, expecting the curse-induced two to have disappeared. But the same mysterious marker floated above her head. That was… odd. He'd assumed the unknown status was because of the transformation magic, but now… "Oh, I suppose you would." Her voice grew quiet, something unreadable passing across her features.
Then why you not break curse yourself, eh?
He pocketed the money with practiced swiftness.
"I'm not really specialized in curse breaking. Different school of magic entirely."
Mirko burst out laughing, reaching out to grab the sorceress who had been trying to slip away. "My sister's daughter! Best curse breaker in all tribes!" The woman yelped indignantly as he pulled her into a one-armed hug. "Best, yes? You tell him, best!" The sorceress jabbed him in the ribs with her elbow, spitting out what sounded like several creative curses in their tongue. "Yeah," Adom agreed, watching as she finally extracted herself from her uncle's grip with a huff. "She's definitely the best. The best. The best," he repeated in his thoughts, an idea rising. Adom turned back toward Morgana, but his mind was already racing in two directions. The impossible cat on one side, and on the other. He studied the sorceress, remembering the intricate dance of her hands as she drew those runes. "Those symbols you used," he said, gesturing to the fading marks in the sand. "Some of them are really old. Most mages don't even use them anymore." The sorceress shrugged, adjusting her shawl. "Is tradition." "Yes, I understand that, but…" Adom's eyes traced the patterns again. Most were familiar, true, but others… They reminded him of… His hand moved almost automatically to his inventory. Actually, he pulled out the Grimoire of Law. One of the runes drawn by the sorceress caught his attention during the ritual, a complex swirl that seemed to shift under his gaze. He tried identify on it, but just like with the book itself, all he got was another dead end. Behind him, he was vaguely aware of some children tugging at Morgana's dress, offering her bread and what smelled like fresh stew. Her gentle laughter carried on the evening breeze. "Do you recognize any of these runes?" he asked, holding the book out to the sorceress.
She muttered something under her breath, her eyes widening slightly.
"This very old," she said, switching to her accented trade speech. "Where you find?" Adom ignored the question. "Can you read it?" Hope crept into his voice, after weeks of getting nowhere. She held out her hands, and he passed her the grimoire. She opened it, frowned at the blank pages, then looked at him questioningly. "I know, it's strange, but the cover, can you read what's on the cover?" She studied it intently, her finger tracing the symbols. She and Mirko exchanged rapid words in their language, pointing at different marks. Adom's heart beat faster with each nod and gesture. Finally, she shook her head. "No, not no meaning." His shoulders slumped. "But look," he said, pointing to one of the symbols. "This one, it's like the blood rune you used earlier for binding, but it's different from how we draw it today. It's more like…" He traced the pattern in the air. "Ah," she said, nodding. "But this knowledge, it come from father, from his father. We not make these. We learn from giants." "Giants?" Adom blinked. "But they're practically extinct. Nobody's seen one in 100 years, and they're all the way across the…" He stopped, wheels turning in his head.
Behind them, Morgana was now surrounded by a small crowd of children, showing them how to properly hold a spoon.
No, like this. See? Much more dignified.
But Adam barely noticed, his mind churning with possibilities.
The giants, he said slowly. They would know about these runes?
The sorceress nodded, handing the book back to him.
They make first runes. All magic writing come from giants. You want know about book?
She pointed east, toward the distant mountains that marked the edge of the Aslan continent.
Find giants.
Thank you, Adam said to the sorceress, realizing he'd never caught her name.
Mirella, she said, adjusting her shawl.
Thank you, Mirella. She nodded once,
And Adam turned away to look at a group of women by the fire.
Morgana sat cross-legged there, surrounded by children who kept calling her Matza Femeye while touching her hair. The women presented her with the sheep's heart on a wooden plate, steam still rising from it. Adam watched from where he stood, the grimoire heavy in his hands.
Powerful curse,
Mirko said beside him, making Adam jump slightly.
Need life force to break. Sheep die, curse break.
He slapped Adam's back with another booming laugh.
Magic! Who knows how work, yes?
Adam rubbed his shoulder, wondering if bruises from friendly gestures counted as combat damage.
Right.
She must eat heart,
Mirella added softly, watching as Morgana picked up the offering.
Her curse take sheep life. Must honor sacrifice.
Adam nodded, transfixed by the scene. Under the firelight, Morgana brought the heart to her mouth with both hands, not bothering with the offered utensils. There was something mesmerizing about watching her eat a raw heart with the delicate savagery of a wild animal. Her movements were still feline, efficient, graceful, predatory. Blood trickled down her chin, and she wiped it away with the back of her hand, seemingly unbothered by the watching children. A glint of moonlight caught his eye, and Adam's stomach dropped. The moon! The Strider had said he'd only wait an hour. I have to go, he said quickly, already moving toward Morgana. The drums continued their steady rhythm as he approached, and she looked up at him, hands still red with the sheep's blood.
Leaving already?
Morgana wiped her hands on a cloth offered by one of the women. The Strider's waiting for us. Well, me. Adam shifted awkwardly. Since you probably can't exactly walk into Zerkie's. She smiled, understanding.
I'll walk with you a bit along the beach.
As Adam turned to leave, the camp erupted in a flurry of goodbyes. Mirko wrapped him in a bone-crushing hug.
Stay! We eat sheep, yes? Good meat! No, he drink with men, someone shouted from behind. Idiot, he boy still. No drink, came another voice, followed by what sounded like a light smack.
The sorceress pressed a small pouch of herbs into his hand.
For good dreams, she said.
Huh? Children tugged at his clothes, asking in broken trade speech if he'd show them more magic next time. One small girl clutched his leg until her mother pried her away, scolding gently in their tongue. Finally, after what felt like 100 handshakes and backslaps and promises to return, Adam managed to extract himself from the warmth of the camp. They walked along the shoreline, waves lapping at their feet, the drums of the Vaishari camp fading into a distant heartbeat. The moon cast silver streaks across the dark water, and neither spoke for a while.
Sam was supposed to be the quiet, shy one,
Morgana said suddenly, breaking into his thoughts.
Seems you both share that trait after all.
I prefer reserved, Adam corrected with mock dignity. It sounds more dignified. They both chuckled, the sound mixing with the rhythm of the waves.
You can ask, you know,
she said after another moment.
I know you well enough by now to recognize that look. Curiosity. Terrible habit, really.
Well, if you insist.
Adom kicked at a bit of wet sand. How exactly did end up cursed? And why? And more importantly, by whom? Morgana's steps slowed. Instead of answering immediately, she walked to the water's edge, where the waves lapped gently at her feet. She knelt down, peering at her reflection in the moonlit water. A small gasp escaped her lips. "Is something wrong?" Adom asked, moving closer. "No, no." She touched her face gently, watching her reflection ripple in the water. "It's just... the last time I saw my own face, I was 10 years old." Her voice grew soft. "I look so much like my mother now." She sat down in the sand, not seeming to mind that the waves occasionally reached her dress.
After a moment, she patted the space beside her. Adom hesitated briefly, then sat down too.
"What year is it now?" she asked suddenly, still studying her reflection. 847, Adom replied. Morgana was quiet for a moment, doing the math in her head. "So I'm 21 now," she murmured, more to herself than to him. She ran her fingers through her hair, seeming fascinated by its length. 11 years as an animal. No wonder everything feels so... strange. "I can imagine," Adom said, still waiting for her to answer the questions. "The who doesn't matter anymore," she said, watching the waves. "As for the how and why..." A slight smile touched her lips, though it didn't reach her eyes. "Let's just say I made some people very angry by existing in the wrong place at the wrong time." She glanced at him, then back at the ocean. "Sometimes the safest thing to be is a cat in a crowd of people who are looking for a girl." "But why would anyone curse a 10-year-old? Morgana chuckled softly. "You know, in all these years, you're the first person who's actually helped me without asking too many questions." She was deflecting the question, it seemed. Morgana drew patterns in the wet sand with her finger. "Most people want something. Information, favors. But you just saw a puma in trouble and decided to help. Even took me to a curse breaker." "Well," he said, "I was mostly curious about who or what might have been behind that curse." She looked at him then, really looked at him, and her expression softened. "Thank you for that. For everything. The food, the shelter, even that dreadful bath after the mud puddle incident." Adom felt his ears burn at the memory, but she just laughed. "Don't worry about it. Cats don't really care about modesty." They both laughed at that. "What will you do now? Where will you go?" Adom asked after their laughter faded. "Oh, somewhere. Anywhere." She smiled more genuinely now.
It's been a long time since I could go wherever I wanted. She reached out and ruffled his hair, much like she used to bump her head against it when she was a cat.
"Don't worry about me. I'm quite good at landing on my feet."
She stood up, brushing sand from her dress.
"Though I must admit, I'll miss our little chats, little mage, even if they were rather one-sided." "Are you planning to go with the Vaishari?" "Well, they seem like quite the welcoming people," Morgana said, glancing back toward the distant firelight. "I could see some places that way." "Yeah, that's a good plan." Morgana tilted her head, studying him with that feline curiosity. "You sound like you want to tag along." "I want to travel," Adom admitted. "At the end of the year, when we choose our paths, I'm going for Battle Mage. And for practical experience, I'm thinking of asking to leave school for a while, get an adventurer's license, be more free to move around. See some things in the world, you know?" "That sounds like a good plan." "They won't leave until first snow," Adom said. "That's still some time away. Maybe I could..." Visit again?
I'd like that.
Adam stood up, brushing sand from his clothes. I should go before the Strider leaves without me.
Tell Sam I said hi,
Morgana called after him. I'd rather not. He'd freak out if he knew you were... Adam trailed off. Morgana put her hands on her hips, eyebrows raised.
If I were...
Well, a lady. She laughed.
Bye, little mage. Bye, kitty cat.
Which, oddly enough, didn't feel weird at all. Unless you thought about it. The Strider's silhouette loomed against the moonlit beach, its legs shifting restlessly in the sand. The young man tending to it perked up at Adam's approach.
Oh, you came. Was just about to leave, actually.
Thanks for waiting, Adam said, climbing onto the cart. The wood creaked under his weight. The young man's eyes scanned the beach behind Adam.
Where's your cat? The black one you came with.
She said she'd like to stay. The cat said? The young man's brow furrowed, but after a moment he just shrugged and clicked his tongue. The Strider lurched forward, its chitinous legs finding purchase in the loose sand. The rhythmic swaying of the cart and the soft whisper of waves gradually faded into white noise. Adam leaned back, letting his thoughts drift through the day's events. The curse-breaking ceremony kept replaying in his mind. The blood runes, the sacrifice, Morgana emerging from the smoke. He shook his head. That was one mystery solved, at least. Though solved might be too strong a word. Morgana clearly had her secrets. Big ones. Dark ones. The kind that got 10-year-olds turned into cats. He wasn't entirely sure he wanted to pull on that particular thread. Well, he did, but... Better to focus on more pressing matters. The Puma problem was officially off his mental checklist. Now there was the Aaron case, and the new lead with the law grimoire. Giants. He'd have to check the library for any information about their runic systems. Though really, how much could he accomplish here at school? By next year, he'd be free to travel, to search for answers firsthand. After dealing with Dragon's Breath, of course. The cart hit a bump, jolting him from his thoughts. Right. The cure. Something was definitely wrong with Cisco's situation. He could feel it in his gut. Maybe it was time to seriously consider alternative solutions. Actually, this might work out perfectly. Tomorrow was alchemy with Professor Merwin. Perhaps he could start laying the groundwork for another approach to the cure. His system interface flickered at the edge of his vision. Time remaining: 1 month, 28 days, 14 hours, 45 minutes. Good. No big deal. Things would go smoothly. Positive thoughts. Adam yawned, his eyelids growing heavy as the cart swayed. Everything would be all right. Everything would be...
His head nodded forward as sleep took him, the Strider's steady gait carrying him back toward Xerxes under the watching moon. Chapter 28. Alchemy. Through the classroom window, autumn painted the academy grounds in warm colors. A gentle breeze scattered fallen leaves across the courtyard, where a first-year was poking at a particularly fat frog with a stick. The boy wasn't being cruel, exactly. More like that peculiar brand of childhood curiosity that involved seeing how far you could annoy something before it hopped away. Adam watched the scene with mild interest, Professor Lon's lecture on basic ward theory fading into background noise. The first year managed to flip the frog onto its back. The creature's legs kicked uselessly at the air while the boy watched, fascinated. Adam's mind drifted to his own problems. Professor Kim's Dragon's Breath project needed careful handling. One wrong move, and the consequences would ripple through decades. Then there was the cure. The time limit in his interface was a constant reminder ticking away in the corner of his vision. The frog had righted itself, only for the stick to prod it again.
79 years of magical knowledge crammed into a 12-year-old brain made formal education feel rather redundant. He could ace every test, answer every question, except in alchemy, ironically enough. That one he actually needed to attend. Everything else, though. His fingers traced absent patterns on his desk. He could be in the library right now, researching giant runes or working on the cure. Instead, he was sitting through lessons he could probably teach in his sleep. Had taught, in fact, to wide-eyed recruits who'd called him Lord Mage Scylla, with varying degrees of terror and respect. The frog made another bid for freedom. The first year blocked its path with the stick. Without moving his head from its comfortable position propped on his hand, Adom weaved a subtle attraction spell, just enough to make the frog zip suddenly between the boy's legs. The startled yelp that followed was rather satisfying.
A small giggle escaped before he could catch it.
Care to share what's so amusing, Mr. Scylla?
Professor Lon's voice cut through his thoughts like a knife through butter.
Right. Maybe he should pay at least some attention to class. For appearance's sake, if nothing else.
Adom straightened in his chair, offering Professor Lon an apologetic smile. The rest of the class dragged by like molasses, his mind constantly wandering to more pressing matters. Cure, dragon's breath, freedom. By lunchtime, the dining hall hummed with the usual chaos. Apprentice mages clustered around long wooden tables, their voices echoing off stone walls as they compared notes, complained about assignments, or argued about the proper pronunciation of that new fire spell their professor had demonstrated. Adom took another bite of his turkey leg, savoring the tenderness of the meat. The kitchen staff had outdone themselves, perfectly seasoned, just the right amount of smokiness, a welcome distraction from the day's monotony.
"You're doing it again," Sam said from across the table, pointing his fork accusingly.
Doing what?
"That thing where you stare into space and look all—" Sam waved his hands vaguely. "You've been moping all day. Is it because your cat left?"
Adom nearly choked on his turkey.
"I mean, cats do that sometimes," Sam continued, misinterpreting Adom's reaction. "They just wander off. Could come back today, even."
A laugh bubbled up from Adom's chest before he could stop it.
"I really doubt that." "Well, you never know with cats." Sam shrugged, then brightened. "Hey, what are you doing after lunch? I was thinking of heading to the club, get some training in."
"Would you look at that?" Adom grinned, setting down his turkey leg. "Wasn't it just a few weeks ago you were cursing my name for dragging you there? What was it you said? Something about sadistic training regimens and cruel and unusual punishment?"
"I was young and ignorant then,"
Sam declared with mock solemnity. He pushed up his sleeve with flourish. Look what all that training did." Sam flexed his arm dramatically. There was certainly enthusiasm, if not actual muscle definition. Yet. "Very impressive," Adom said with complete seriousness, while a third year at the next table poorly disguised their snicker as a cough. "Right?" Sam beamed, completely missing the sarcasm. He rolled his sleeve back down, nearly knocking over his water goblet in the process. "So, you coming or what?"
"Can't today. Got that thing with Professor Merwin," Adom said, wiping his hands on a napkin. "Oh, right. The special course." Sam shook his head. "I still don't get you, you know? First, we were both going for runecologist. Then suddenly you're all about battle mage. And now you're taking extra alchemy classes?" He gestured with his fork. "What's next? Divination?" "It is what it is," Adom said, standing up with his plate. "Speaking of which, I should get going. Lessons in a few minutes." Adom made his way to the disposal area, where animated dishes scrubbed themselves clean in perpetual motion. "See you later, then," Sam called after him. "Try not to blow anything up."
Adam waved goodbye and stepped out into the corridor, where Zerky's ever-shifting architecture was beginning its occasional dance. He checked his map of the building's current layout. Professor Merwin had said to meet in the East Tower's secondary laboratory, which, given the building's constant movement, meant he needed to take the third corridor, wait for the rotating bridge to align, then catch the floating platform before it drifted too high. 3 sharp knocks echoed in the stone corridor. "Come in!" Professor Merwin's voice carried through the heavy oak door. Adam stepped into the laboratory. It had a sterile smell, if that meant something. Copper apparatus lined the walls, their tubes and vessels gleaming in the light of crystals.
Professor Mervyn stood behind a workbench, her silver-streaked hair tied back in its usual practical knot. Beside her, Mia sat perched on a tall stool, a notebook already open. "Hey," Adam nodded to Mia. "Hey, Adam." She returned the greeting with a smile, then looked back at her notes. "Ah, perfect timing, Mr. Siller. We were just about to begin." Professor Mervyn gestured to an empty stool. "Please, join us." Adam settled onto the wooden seat, noting how different the atmosphere felt with just 2 students instead of a full class. More focused, less opportunity to daydream, too. "Now then," Professor Mervyn said, resting her hands on the workbench. Her rings clinked softly against the worn wood. "Before we delve into the practical aspects, I'd like to hear your understanding of alchemy. Mr. Siller?" "Ah, sure." Adam straightened slightly. Alchemy is the magical discipline that focuses on the transformation of matter through the manipulation of its fundamental properties. Unlike pure transmutation magic, it requires catalysts and reagents to achieve stable results. Its primary applications include potion making, material enhancement, and the creation of magical compounds. "Very good." Professor Mervyn's lips curved in a slight smile. "That's the textbook definition, word for word if I'm not mistaken. But tell me, what is alchemy to you?" The question hung in the air between them, accompanied only by the soft bubbling of something green in a nearby retort. Adam shifted on his stool, the question weighing heavier than it should. How to explain alchemy to an alchemist? As a runicologist, or former runicologist, he could spot ward configurations in his sleep. Show him a rune and he'd tell you its purpose, its variations, its history. The knowledge was as natural as breathing. Most of the time. But alchemy? He glanced at the bubbling retorts and intricate apparatus surrounding them. His expertise there began and ended with potion making. And even then, only because necessity had demanded it. The countless hours spent with healers and alchemists, desperately working on the life-drain cure, had taught him enough to reproduce that specific potion. But that was like claiming to be a chef because you could make one really good sandwich. Magic was vast, impossibly vast. Even after 7 decades of study, some aspects remained as mysterious as they'd been when he first stepped into Zerky's as a wide-eyed 11-year-old. Put him in front of a healing circle, or ask him about druidic transformations, paths that some spent upwards of a decade mastering, and he'd be as lost as any first year. Professor Merwin's smile softened at his hesitation. "It's all right, Mr. Siller. Your silence speaks volumes." She adjusted one of her rings. "Many students come to alchemy thinking it's just another branch of magic to master. But it's more than memorizing reagents and following recipes." The green liquid in the nearby retort chose that moment to change to a deep purple, as if emphasizing her point. "What you learn in the first and second years before choosing your path," Professor Merwin said, carefully measuring drops of the purple liquid into a crystal vial, "barely scratches the surface. Yes, every mage should know how to brew a healing potion or craft a simple elixir. But alchemy..." She paused, watching the liquid swirl. Alchemy is the art of understanding change itself.
She set the vial in a brass holder and drew a circle around it with chalk.
You both know the fundamental laws, I assume. Ms. Storm?
Mia sat up straighter.
Yes, Professor. The first is the law of conservation. Matter and energy can't be created or destroyed, only transformed. Every component maintains its essence, even as it changes form.
Then there's the law of equivalent exchange, Mia continued. The output must equal the input. Merwin nodded, touching the second circle. The layers in the vial began to merge again, but differently. If I want to strengthen this solution, I must provide additional energy or material of equal value. Nothing comes free. The law of elemental harmony requires balance between the 5 quintessences, Mia said, as Professor Merwin activated the third circle. The liquid stabilized, taking on a golden hue. Precisely why most amateur alchemists fail, Merwin noted. They focus on the physical components and forget the elemental balance. One drop too much fire essence and… She gestured at some scorch marks on the ceiling. The law of providence states that materials can only be transformed within their natural limitations, Mia recited. And finally, the law of resonance. Similar elements amplify each other. Professor Merwin activated the final 2 circles. The golden liquid brightened, then settled into a perfect, stable shimmer. These aren't just rules in a textbook. They're the fundamental principles of reality itself. Break them, and the consequences are severe. She lifted the vial, now containing what looked like liquid sunlight. This is what happens when you work with the laws, not against them. So, Mr. Silla, Professor Merwin held up the vial of golden liquid. What did you understand from this demonstration? Adom adjusted his glasses, the Riddler's bane having helped him follow the flowing patterns of magic during her work. The artifact didn't give him new knowledge, but it had clarified what he'd already learned about transformation magic during his work with the life drain cure. You started with nightshade, he said. I recognize it from healing work. Mild, irritating poison in its natural state. Then you used the runic circles to… He gestured at the chalk marks. To break it down. Fire pulled it apart. Water and air moved things around. Earth kept it stable while it changed. He paused, watching the golden liquid shimmer. And the runic circle for mana gathering at the end made the change stick. You turned something that hurts into something that doesn't. Not quite right, Mia interjected, twirling her quill. The mana circle didn't just make it stick. It powered the whole transformation. Without it, the other elements would have just moved things around uselessly. Professor Merwin nodded. Ms. Storm is correct. Mana is the foundation, not the finishing touch. She held the vial up to the light. But you grasped the essential concept, Mr. Silla. Alchemy isn't about destroying and creating. It's about understanding what something is and guiding it to become what it could be. She set the vial down with a soft clink. Though I must say, I'm surprised you followed the process so well. Most non-alchemists only see the end result. Adom scratched his cheek, offering a small smile. You just have a way of making complex things clear, Professor. My. Professor Merwin's eyes twinkled with amusement. I didn't take you for one to give compliments, Mr. Silla. Mia snickered as Adom's smile turned awkward. He adjusted his glasses again. Could I… He hesitated, then pushed forward. Could I try a transmutation? Confident, aren't we? Professor Merwin raised an eyebrow. Confidence had nothing to do with it. If anything, the thought of attempting alchemy made his stomach twist. But time wasn't a luxury he had anymore. The life drain syndrome would return in less than a month,
And with the Cisco situation growing more unstable by the day, he needed to understand this. The elixir of rebirth might be beyond his current abilities, but if he could grasp these principles, maybe he could develop an alternative to the cure, something more permanent.
Something that wouldn't require constant renewal. He met Professor Merwin's gaze, and something in his expression must have conveyed his urgency, because her amused smile softened into something more understanding.
"Well then," she said, reaching for a fresh piece of chalk. "Let's see what you can do." Adom knelt by the workbench, chalk in hand. The circle part was simple enough. He'd studied enough runes to draw perfect circles in his sleep. He sketched the main circle, then the 5 smaller ones around it, each designated for an element. Fire in the east, water in the west, air in the north, earth in the south, and mana at the top. His runes were precise, each stroke carrying meaning. Transformation, flow, stability, harmony, power. Professor Merwin nodded approvingly and placed a bottle of clear liquid in the center. "Water with trace amounts of fat and protein. Turn it into milk." Adom adjusted his glasses, activating Riddler's Bane. The world shifted, magical currents becoming visible like streams of light. The liquid in the bottle wasn't just water. He could see the suspended particles. "You might want to put your palms together during the weaving," Merwin suggested. "It helps focus the mana flow. Optional, of course, but recommended for beginners." "Go on, Mr. Silla." Adom brought his palms together, mind racing through the laws. Conservation. He had the basic components, just needed to rearrange them. Equivalent exchange. The energy he'd put in would determine the transformation's extent. Elemental harmony. Balance was key. He touched the fire circle first, watching the components separate. Then water to maintain fluidity. Air to distribute the particles evenly. Earth to stabilize the new structure. Finally, mana to power the transformation. The liquid began to change, turning white, but something wasn't quite right. The consistency thickened too much,
And a distinctive odor filled the air, like milk that had been left in the sun for several days. Or weeks. Adom winced as wisps of vapor rose from the now gooey substance. "Actually quite impressive for a first attempt," Professor Merwin said, though she did take a step back from the pungent fumes. "Ms. Storm, what did our aspiring alchemist miss?" Mia tapped her chin thoughtfully. "The sequence was right, but the proportions were off. You pushed too much power through the fire circle, which overheated the proteins, and when you tried to compensate with water, it threw off the balance. That's why it curdled." Adom's eyes widened. Of course. He'd treated it like a runic array, where more power meant stronger effects. But in alchemy, precision mattered more than power. The smell of his failed experiment grew stronger, making his eyes water. "Well, at least nothing exploded," Merwin joked. The next 2 hours flew by as Professor Merwin guided them through advanced alchemy concepts. Despite his initial disaster with the milk, Adom found himself absorbing the principles with growing fascination. Each demonstration made the abstract laws more concrete, more real. "Well," Professor Merwin said finally, clearing away the last of their practice materials. "This was quite productive. I must say, Mr. Silla, I expected you to be rather behind Miss Storm." Her eyes crinkled with amusement. "You are, of course, but not nearly as much as I anticipated." "Watch out, Storm," she teased. "Looks like you've got competition." Nia laughed, gathering her notes. "I'll believe that when he can transmute water into milk without creating biological weapons, Professor."
Professor Merwin reached into her desk drawer and pulled out a small card with gold trim. Here, Mr. Silla. When you have time, visit the library's fourth-year section. This will grant you access. Adam's eyes widened as he took the card. Fourth year? We'll be working at that level, she nodded.
Best to get familiar with the essential concepts now. She smiled at their stunned expressions. Off you go, both of you. I'm sure you have other classes to prepare for. As they walked through the corridors, Mia glanced at Adam. I didn't expect you to choose the alchemist path. You seemed more like the pure theory type. I find it fascinating, Adam admitted, still looking at the library card. The way everything connects, how understanding one principle leads to another. Really? Mia's eyes lit up. My mother's an alchemist. She's the one who got me interested in it. Used to let me watch her work when I was little. Probably broke about a dozen safety regulations. She chuckled. But seeing her transform things, understand how they worked at their core, it was like magic within magic, you know? Mia Storm. She defied every expectation Adam had about top students. Perfect scores across the board, walking the path that would have made her the youngest archmage in Sundar's history at 44, if she hadn't died in the wars before then. With her perfect scores, one would have expected her to be someone buried in books, awkward in conversation, isolated. Instead, here she was, the most popular second-year student by far, with even Damus trailing behind her in that regard, talking about her mother's alchemy experiments like they were sharing jokes over lunch. How do you do it? The question slipped out before he could stop it. Do what? All of it. The perfect scores, the advanced studies, and still, he gestured vaguely, being normal. Mia chuckled, adjusting her bag. Let's just say when your family's been attending Xerkes for generations, you pick up a few tricks about succeeding here. What kind of tricks? She glanced at him sideways, seeming to weigh something in her mind. Well, she lowered her voice slightly. Take alchemy, for instance. Everyone struggles with the fourth-year curriculum because they're going about it the wrong way. Adam leaned in, intrigued. He knew well enough how the Empire's ranking system worked. The highest-scoring graduates from Xerkes were fast-tracked to positions as Lord Mages, given lands and privileges, their academic achievements directly translating to status and power. This naturally created a cutthroat environment where students guarded their study methods like precious gems. Not wanting the others to be higher, the fact that Mia was sharing anything at all was surprising. There's this old grimoire in the third-year section, Paracelsus's incomplete works. Most people ignore it because it looks like a basic text, but... She glanced around before continuing. You have to weave your mana in a specific pattern. First, a thin stream through the page's core, then spread it like a web while pulsing it at exactly 3-second intervals, on page 394. If you get the frequency right, the hidden notes appear. You'll find hundreds of notes in the margins. Some student or professor from centuries ago basically broke down all the complex concepts into simpler terms. Nothing new or groundbreaking, just clearer explanations that make it easier to grasp the fundamentals. She adjusted her bag. That's the thing about Xerkes. They don't hand you anything. Most of the real knowledge you have to dig for it yourself. Find your own shortcuts, discover your own methods. A small smile played on her lips. Half the learning is in the searching. The casual way she dropped this information made it feel less like she was sharing a secret and more like she was commenting on the weather. Thank you for sharing this, Adam said warmly. I'll definitely check it out as soon as I can. No problem, Mia replied with an easy smile. Just keep it between us, yeah? These little discoveries are worth their weight in gold around here.
Don't worry about that, he assured her, suddenly changing direction at the next intersection.
Oh? Where are you heading?
Mia asked, tilting her head. Got one last thing to do today. Meeting with Professor Kim.
The Professor Kim?
Her eyes widened slightly. Ah, yes, Adam nodded. He's allowed me to consult with him occasionally. Today's one of those days.
Really? You have to introduce us sometime,
Mia said, a hint of excitement in her voice. Definitely will, once I get a bit closer to his inner circle, Adam promised with a slight smile. Baby steps, you know? They parted ways there, Mia heading towards the dormitories while Adam turned towards the professor's tower. The sound of Adam's footsteps echoed through the academy's corridors as he made his way from Professor Merwin's alchemy session to Professor Kim's lab. His mind was still processing Hugo's words from earlier. Another chance to meet with the professor. Another opportunity to prevent catastrophe. Except this time, there would be no convenient feline intervention, no judgmental stares or perfectly timed tail flicks of disapproval. The absence of Morgana's silent presence beside him felt strange, like missing a particularly critical piece of equipment before an experiment.
"See some places," she'd said.
Right. A group of first-years scurried past, giving him odd looks for talking to himself. He barely noticed them. He reached Professor Kim's laboratory door, his hand pausing before the knocker. Today's goal was simple enough. Continue subtly derailing Dragon's Breath research. One apocalypse at a time, he reminded himself, and just as his knuckles were about to meet wood, the door swung open. His hand connected with something solid instead, a broad chest covered in a well-worn leather coat. "Oh, what's up?" The man's voice was friendly, almost jovial. Stubble dotted his jaw in a way that suggested he'd forgotten to shave, rather than chosen not to. His blonde hair caught the afternoon light filtering through the corridor windows. Green eyes regarded Adam with casual interest. "Oh, sorry," Adam said, taking a step back. The stranger's smile widened. "No harm done." He stepped aside with an easy movement, gesturing for Adam to enter. "Here for the professor?" "Yes," Adam replied. "He's expecting me." "Ah, you must be the promising student Hugo mentioned," the man said. "Adam, was it?" Yes," Adam replied. "Huh. Got a good head on your shoulders, kid." He looked at Adam for a moment. "Well, don't keep the professor waiting." As Adam passed him, he found himself wondering if the man was a warrior, maybe an adventurer or a martial artist. He had that same indefinable quality his father carried, something you couldn't quite put your finger on unless you'd grown up around it. "Oh, Adam!" Professor Kim's voice called from somewhere behind a stack of books. "Perfect timing. Just let me finish with this. No, wait, that's not right. Ah, there we go." Adam stepped into the chaos of the laboratory, where papers defied gravity by clinging precariously to every available surface. Hugo stood by the workbench, methodically organizing what appeared to be the aftermath of one of the professor's eureka moments. Professor Kim's head popped up from behind a teetering stack of books. His mustache looked slightly singed on one side. Again. "Adam, perfect timing! You won't believe what happened with the resonance matrices after we implemented your suggestions." He waved a paper enthusiastically, nearly knocking over a jar of something that definitely shouldn't be knocked over. Hugo caught it without looking up. "They exploded," Hugo supplied helpfully. "Magnificently," the professor beamed, as if this were the greatest possible outcome. "They weren't supposed to explode," Hugo added, carefully placing the jar out of the professor's reach. "But that's what makes it fascinating," Professor Kim practically bounced across the room. "The nonlinear patterns created an unexpected feedback loop in the—" "Speaking of unexpected," Adam cut in,
before they ended up down another 3-hour theoretical tangent. I just ran into someone leaving. Tall fellow, blonde hair. Oh, that was Gale! Professor Kim's eyes lit up. Mr. Fox's new right-hand man. Such a pleasant fellow, always asking such interesting questions about our progress. Adon blinked. Mr. Fox? Hugo looked up from his organizing, pushing his glasses up his nose. Our benefactor. The Academy's board thought the project was... He glanced at the professor, choosing his words carefully. Perhaps too ambitious. They called it impossible.
Professor Kim threw his hands up. Said I was chasing fairy tales, that the energy conversion rates I proposed violated fundamental magical laws. Which they did, Hugo muttered under his breath. But Mr. Fox understood the vision, the professor continued, either not hearing or choosing to ignore Hugo's comment. 15 years of funding, complete creative freedom. All he asks for are progress reports. Adam felt his stomach drop. External funding? In his past life, he'd always assumed Dragon's Breath had been an academy project, contained within Zerky's walls. But private backing meant outside interests. Unknown players. People he hadn't accounted for in his plans. The implications made his head spin. How many others knew about this research? How far had the information spread? And more importantly, what did they plan to do with it? Hugo caught his expression. Mr. Fox keeps to himself. Most people haven't heard of him. Even we've only met him once or twice. 3 times, Professor Kim corrected. Remember that winter solstice party? Professor, that was a cat. A ginger cat that wandered into your office. Are you sure? He had the same mysterious aura. Adam barely heard their banter, his mind racing through possibilities. A merchant wealthy enough to fund 15 years of unrestricted magical research should have been impossible to miss. Yet in 79 years,
Adam settled in for another long session of carefully guided misdirection, though a small part of his mind kept circling back to the man named Gale. Something about that man.
No, focus. One potentially world-ending problem at a time. Chapter 29. Ghostport Operation. Through the quiet evening paths of the Academy grounds, Adom's footsteps carried the weight of frustration. Another day of subtle sabotage, or attempts at it, anyway. 4 times he'd tried to derail the prototype today, each attempt more creative than the last, and each time feeling Hugo's sharp eyes following his movements with growing suspicion. The worst part wasn't even the failed attempts. It was watching Professor Kim's eyes light up at each mistake, that dangerous spark of scientific curiosity growing brighter. Every suggestion Adam made to lead the research astray just seemed to fuel Kim's fascination. The man was treating Adom's carefully planned misdirection like an intellectual puzzle, a game of what if that only made him more determined to see his original project through to completion. At this rate, Adam muttered to himself, adjusting his glasses, he'll have a working prototype within the week. The thought sat like lead in his stomach. He needed a new approach, something more direct. But what? The prototype was nearly complete, and time was running out. Each passing day brought them closer to... Student Adam Silla? The sharp call cut through his brooding like a knife, causing him to stop mid-step. You have a visitor waiting at the entrance, the messenger raven announced. They identified themselves as Aaron. Thanks, Adam said, watching as the raven immediately spread its wings and took off without another word. Rude? His earlier frustrations about Kim's prototype evaporated, replaced by a sharp alertness. Adam adjusted his course toward the entrance. He spotted Aaron before Aaron saw him, a small figure in a worn jacket, leaning against the Academy's outer wall, one foot propped up against the weathered stone. When Aaron finally noticed him approaching,
He pushed off the wall with an easy motion that didn't quite hide his tension. "Hey, Aaron," Adom said. "Everything all right?" "Hey."
Aaron's grin was quick, but didn't reach his eyes. "Not great, to be honest."
"What's going on?" Aaron glanced at the passing students, lowering his voice. "Things got really messy in the undertow lately." "What do you mean?" Adom asked, feeling his stomach tighten. "Cisco wants to see you as soon as possible. He'll explain everything." "How soon?" "Now." "That bad?" "Probably worse," Aaron said quietly. Adom let out a short, stressed laugh. "Of course it is." He ran a hand through his hair, glancing back at the academy towers. "Where?" "The cafe. You know, the one from last time." A few moments later. "We have a problem." "What kind of problem?" "Star Night problem." "Oh." Silence. "That's bad." "Very bad indeed." "How bad are we talking exactly?" "The kind of bad that killed 3 of my men," Cisco said flatly, setting his cup down with a soft clink. "Left 1 alive and deeply traumatized to spread the word. Made quite a show of it, too." "He was asking questions," Marco added. "About?" "You." "Me?" "The troublesome mage who caused trouble in the undertow and caused the children of the moon to enter a war with the Silver Circle." "Ah." "Yeah. Ah." The cafe's usual warm atmosphere felt suddenly cold. Through the window, Adom watched people pass by, going about their normal day, completely unaware of the conversation happening inside. He could almost pretend this was just a casual coffee and pastry time, if not for the grave look in Cisco's eyes. "All this time," Adom said, his voice barely above a whisper, "I thought I was being clever, playing them against each other. A perfect little distraction while we—" He trailed off, staring into his untouched coffee. "I never thought they'd bring in a Star Night." "Nobody did," Cisco said. "The children aren't known for outsourcing their problems." "They must be desperate," Marco added. "Or angry," Aaron said quietly. Adom replied. "Both." "Definitely both." Then asked, "How did the knight become involved?" "According to our intel, he was in the capital," Marco said, leaning forward, "doing mercenary work for some noble families. Mostly intimidation, few assassination jobs. The children approached him a few days ago." "After the warehouse incident," Cisco added. "The one where—" "Yes, where we exposed their smuggling route to the Circle. Cost them nearly $500,000 in product." Marco's voice dropped lower. "They lost face. Bad enough to lose the cargo, but letting their rivals know about the ghost port was the kind of embarrassment they couldn't let slide. So they hired the one person who could guarantee results," Cisco finished. "Someone even the Circle's elite would think twice about crossing." "Star Night," Adom said, the name tasting bitter. Star Night. This was less than ideal. No, that was an understatement. This was a catastrophic deviation. Adom sighed, rubbing his temples. "What exactly did you have in mind, Cisco?" "There's a price on your head," Cisco said casually as he took a sip of his coffee. Adom opened his mouth to respond, but the beastkin's cold laugh stopped him. "Not just yours. Me, my men. Seems the children want to make an example of everyone involved in this little escapade." Marco nodded grimly. "They're making it personal." "So we have no choice but to act," Cisco concluded, his tiny fingers drumming a quiet rhythm on the table. Adom's mind raced. Going to the authorities was worse than useless. The children had too many badges in their pocket, and a dead informant in a dark alley would just be another unsolved case. He glanced at Cisco, the information broker who'd built his empire on knowing exactly which officials could be bought and which ones might actually care. If even Cisco wasn't suggesting the legal route, that spoke volumes. "What if we outbid them?" Adam asked. Cisco let out a short laugh, then caught himself. "First of all,
I'm impressed. You've been holding out on us if you think you can match what they're paying." He shook his head. "But more importantly, that's not how this works." "What do you mean?" "Mercenaries operate on reputation, young man. The moment one accepts a counteroffer, their career is over. No one would ever hire them again. Other mercenaries would hunt them down themselves just to keep the system intact." Cisco leaned forward. "You can't buy loyalty in this world, not the professional kind. Once a contract is signed, it's final. Breaking it isn't just unprofessional, it's suicide." An idea then came. Adam leaned back. "Well then, if we're all in the same sinking boat..." He picked up his coffee cup, finally taking a sip. "Perhaps we should focus on sinking theirs first." "Did you not hear the part about the Star Knight?" Aaron's voice cracked slightly. "Because I feel like you're not properly processing the Star Knight part of this situation." "Actually," Adam set his cup down, "there's something in what Cisco said that made me think." He leaned forward, lowering his voice. "What happens if the client can no longer pay the service?" "Thinking along the same lines, I see," said Cisco. "The knight's fee alone must have cost them a fortune," Marco added. "And they're already stretching thin trying to maintain their territory against the Circle and other organizations," Cisco said. "Hit them hard enough, fast enough." "They won't be able to maintain their contract," Adam finished. "And a mercenary without payment is no longer our problem," Cisco concluded. "The question is, how many of their operations can we disrupt before he catches up to us?" Adam sat straight, fingers interlaced around his coffee cup. "When's their next big operation? Something that would hurt if it went wrong?" Cisco glanced at Marco, giving a slight nod. Marco pulled out a small notebook. "According to our intel, they have 3 major moves tomorrow night." He flipped through the pages with his thumb. "First, weapons shipment coming through the North Docks. Mid-level risk, decent security. Would cost them about 50,000 if disrupted." He turned another page. "Second, protection money collection from the merchant district. Low risk, but high visibility. Losing that would cost them around 30,000, plus reputation damage with the merchants." Marco's voice dropped slightly. "Third one's the big one. They're moving something through the ghost port. Don't know what exactly, but..." He tapped the page meaningfully. "They've stationed their elite guards there, triple the usual security. Conservative estimate puts the cargo value at 500,000 minimum." "I'll take the ghost port," Adam said quietly. The cafe fell silent. Even the gentle clink of cups seemed to pause as 3 pairs of eyes fixed on him. Aaron was the first to break the silence. "You're joking, right?" "They're elite guards," Marco said slowly. "Are there for a reason." Cisco just watched him, eyes narrowed, waiting for the explanation he knew was coming. Adam took a deliberate sip of his coffee. Ugh, so bitter. Honestly, he preferred tea, the fragrant, tasty type. "Anyway, think about it," he began. "The knight's probably watching the obvious targets, the docks, the merchant district. But the ghost port?" He set his cup down. "That's their secret ace. They wouldn't expect us to know about it, let alone hit it. Not after what happened last time. Which is exactly why they've tripled security," Marco pointed out. "Yes,"
Adom smiled thinly. Which means they've pulled guards from other locations. They're expecting muscle. They're expecting the circle. They're not expecting one mage who can slip through their defenses. Adom's smile faded slightly. Of course, it's a gamble. The knight could very well be there, watching their most valuable operation. And you're not afraid?
Aaron asked, his voice barely above a whisper.
To face a Star Knight.
Adam turned to look at Aaron, a glint in his eyes that hadn't been there before. Who said I would do it? The cafe felt different after Law left. Quieter somehow, though the ambient noise of other patrons hadn't changed. Aaron had muttered something about needing to get back before curfew and slipped out moments after the mage, leaving just the two of them at the small corner table. Marco hadn't said a word since. Cisco sipped his coffee, watching his lieutenant stare at the table like it might provide answers to questions he wasn't asking. The silence stretched on until it became noticeable, then uncomfortable, then downright pointed. "What is it?" Cisco finally asked. Marco looked up. "What's what?"
You're being silent.
"I'm always silent."
Not this silent.
Cisco set down his cup.
Out with it.
Marco's jaw worked for a moment before he spoke.
I don't think we should keep working with the mage.
"Why not?"
A Star Knight is involved now.
Marco's voice was flat, matter-of-fact.
We're risking our lives, and the men's lives, for an outsider.
"A customer," Cisco corrected.
A customer,
Marco amended, but his tone didn't change.
Is it worth it? Really?
Cisco leaned back in his chair, studying the young man's face. "You think we should cut him loose?"
I think we should prioritize our people.
"And I think you're not seeing the bigger picture." Marco's expression tightened, a sign of irritation Cisco had learned to read years ago.
Then please explain it to me, sir.
"That kid," Cisco said, gesturing toward the door Law had left through, "is going to be somebody important someday."
Based on what?
"I'm 70 years old, Marco. Not bad for a mouse beastkin. You know what that gives you? Perspective. The ability to gauge potential." Cisco's small fingers drummed against his cup.
He's what, 12?
"Exactly." Cisco leaned forward. "He's 12, and he's already orchestrating conflicts between criminal organizations. He's 12, and he's thinking 3 moves ahead. He's 12,
and he just proposed hitting the ghost port while a Star Knight is hunting him."
Marco was quiet for a moment.
You think he'll make it to adulthood?
"I think if he does, he'll be a name everyone knows. The kind of person who can help us develop the dregs. The kind who can pull our people out of poverty and misery instead of just managing it."
And if he doesn't make it?
Cisco shrugged.
Then we're back where we started.
"But the potential payoff." He shook his head. "You don't get opportunities like this often, Marco, my boy. Investing in someone before they become powerful? That's how real change happens."
Investing.
Marco's voice carried a bitter edge.
Sir, with all due respect, it feels like you're gambling with our people's lives on a maybe.
Everything we do is gambling with our people's lives. At least this gamble has upside.
Does it? Or are you just telling yourself that because you like the kid?
The question hit closer to home than Cisco wanted to admit.
There was something about the young mage that reminded him of himself at that age. But that wasn't the point.
"It doesn't matter if I like him," Cisco said. "What matters is what he can become."
And what if you're wrong? What if he's just a clever kid who's going to get us all killed?
Then we adapt. We always do. Marco leaned back, frustration clear in every line of his body.
So we're doing this. All of it. The ghost port, the Star Knight, everything.
We're doing this.
Because you have a feeling.
Because I have experience.
Cisco's tone carried a finality that Marco recognized.
Enough.
Marco's hands clenched once on the table, then relaxed. He nodded curtly and stood up, leaving his coffee half-finished. Cisco watched him go, then returned to his drink. The coffee had gone cold, but he finished it anyway. Sometimes being a leader meant making decisions others couldn't understand.
Sometimes it meant betting everything on a 12-year-old boy with 2 smart eyes and a dangerous smile. Sometimes it meant hoping you were right. Back in their shared room, Adam dropped onto his bed face first, not even bothering to remove his shoes.
The mattress creaked in protest. "That you?" Sam's voice came muffled from the bathroom, accompanied by the sound of running water and brushing. "Yeah," Adam mumbled into his pillow. "Hey, I found some interesting references about those enchantment arrays we were discussing the other day." Water splashed. "There's this fascinating variation from the eastern provinces that uses a completely different geometric progression." Adam made a vague sound of acknowledgement, his mind already drifting. Tomorrow. Ghostport. He needed to review the layout again. Do some shopping. Some work. The timing would have to be perfect. And then there was still Kim's prototype to deal with. And apparently they've been using this method for centuries. Can you believe that? It's like we've been doing it the hard way all this time. Sam's enthusiastic voice faded into a comfortable background hum. Adam's thoughts grew hazier, mixing with half-formed plans and calculations. Elite guards. Security patterns. "Adam? You still awake?" But Adam was already gone, his breathing deep and even, still fully clothed on top of his covers. The last thing he heard was Sam's quiet chuckle and the soft click of the bathroom light being turned off.
Morning, 7 a.m. Adam stared at the transportation crystals laid out before him, listening to a halfling try to scam him.
The merchant was a round-faced fellow with meticulously combed sideburns and clothes just a touch too fine for his shabby little shop. The kind of outfit meant to suggest prosperity without actually proving it. "Finest quality, straight from the crystal gardens themselves," the halfling continued, his stubby fingers gesturing at the array of blue-tinted stones. "You won't find better prices anywhere in the capital, I guarantee it. Why, just last week, a noble from the upper district came by and bought 3 dozen. To anyone with basic knowledge of transportation crystals, the flaws were painfully obvious. One had a visible crack running along its surface, a disaster waiting to happen. Another's core was clouded, its energy matrix probably destabilized. Using any of these for emergency teleportation would be like playing dice with death, except the dice were loaded, and death was definitely winning. And my supplier, very exclusive contact, mind you, ensures each crystal is personally inspected by master artificers." Edom watched the halfling's animated performance with a sort of detached fascination. The merchant hadn't even noticed that his potential customer's eyes hadn't left that cracked crystal for the past minute. Or perhaps he had noticed and was hoping his steady stream of practiced patter would somehow hypnotize Edom into ignoring the obvious death trap he was trying to sell. "So, what do you say? Interested in making a purchase? For you, I could offer a very special price." Edom looked at the crystals again. By all rights, he should be furious. A defective transportation crystal wasn't just bad business. It was practically attempted murder. That crack alone could send someone into the void between spaces, or worse, scatter them across half the continent. He sighed. It wasn't worth the energy. "Thank you for your time,"
Adam said, already turning toward the door. Wait! The halfling's voice jumped an octave.
Perhaps we could discuss the price. I'm sure we can reach an arrangement that...
The door's bell jingled as Adam stepped outside. This was the 5th store he'd visited this morning. He walked a few steps, then stopped. No, he couldn't just leave it. Defective transportation crystals weren't just a scam. They were a public hazard. Someone less knowledgeable might actually buy one of those death traps. As if on cue, he spotted a city guard doing his morning rounds. "Officer!" Adam called out, gesturing at the shop he'd just left. "That store is selling malfunctioning transportation crystals. One of them has a visible crack in the matrix." The guard's eyebrows shot up. "You're certain?" "Absolutely. Saw them myself," Adam said casually. "Just thought you should know." The guard's expression hardened as he started toward the shop. "Right. I'll handle this." He had it coming, Adam thought, as he sank into a bench near the park. The morning air was still crisp, carrying the scent of dew and fresh bread from nearby bakeries. He'd been out since 5 a.m., searching for transportation crystals suitable for tonight's operation. They weren't exactly rare, but ones powerful enough to cover the distance he needed? Those were another matter entirely. His initial plan had seemed so straightforward in the cafe yesterday, but after 5 shops and nothing but frauds or weak crystals, he was starting to reconsider. Maybe he should call it off. A failed attempt would be worse than no attempt at all, especially with a star night in play. Adam stood up, stretching his stiff muscles. Well, might as well check if Biggins had returned, as he did every morning. The familiar walk to the weird stuff store helped clear his head. The usual cluster of cats was absent from the storefront, probably too early for their daily congregation. The bell chimed as he pushed open the door.
Welcome to the weird
Oh, hey, Adam! Emma's cheerful voice greeted him from behind the counter. Hey, Emma, he smiled back. Aren't you supposed to be at Zerke's? Kind of early for a morning shift. Oh, my classes don't start until afternoon, she explained, organizing some crystals in a display case. I'm on the healer's path, so most of our practical sessions are scheduled later. The morgue's busier in the evenings, you know? Adam nodded. Made sense. Most magical accidents tended to happen in the afternoon labs when students were tired and more prone to mistakes. I assume Mr. Biggins hasn't... No, still no sign of him, Emma said apologetically. Adam sighed. Well, I'll just take a sudden blur of motion was his only warning before something slammed into his chest with enough force to knock him backward. Emma gasped. Adam groaned, pushing himself up onto his elbows. The world was still spinning slightly. Oh, gods, are you all right? Emma rushed around the counter. I'm so sorry. This is exactly what I was afraid would happen. I think so, Adam managed, rubbing his chest. What exactly? Then he saw it. Lying innocently on the floor beside him was a transportation crystal, roughly the size of a small barrel, its blue surface pulsing with a gentle inner light. His academic mind immediately started cataloging details. Crude cut, unpolished edges, but the core. The core was practically singing with power. What the? How did... Then it hit him. The thought-reading enchantment on the store, designed to provide customers with what they were looking for, as long as it existed somewhere in the inventory. Emma was already trying to wrangle the massive crystal, muttering under her breath. I always knew this would cause trouble. Who even puts something like this on the top right shelf? It's just asking for accidents. Why is there a transportation crystal in this store? Adam asked, still slightly dazed.
Emma gave him an apologetic shrug. We sell all kinds of things. It is the weird stuff emporium, after all. Fair enough, Adam replied, surprised by her touch of sarcasm. He pushed himself to his feet, studying the crystal more carefully.
Despite its rough appearance, the energy matrix was remarkably stable. Perfect, actually. Can I buy it? Emma's face lit up with unexpected enthusiasm. Yes, please! Everything here is for sale, especially this menace that's been threatening to fall on my head since day one. She squinted at the small tag attached to the crystal. Oh, it's 1 silver piece. Adam's jaw dropped. 1 silver piece? He stared at the crystal, then back at Emma. For this? He'd seen smaller, less powerful crystals sell for tens of gold pieces. This one was crude, yes, and needed serious polishing, but the quality was undeniable. 1 silver piece was absurd. It was practically giving it away. A smile spread across his face. Deal. A few moments later. Is that a transportation crystal? Yep. It's huge. Yep. Must have cost your entire allowance and a kidney, Sam whistled, eyeing the crystal. These things aren't cheap. 1 silver piece. Sam's laugh died when Adam didn't join in. You're joking. Nope. Adam fished in his pocket and pulled out both the original price tag and a slightly crumpled piece of paper. Emma even wrote me a receipt. Well, not really a receipt. The Weird Stuff store doesn't do those. But I asked her to write it down because I knew you wouldn't believe me. Sam snatched both items, staring at them in disbelief. 1 silver... How is that even... What? You planning to make a lot of crystals? Yeah. Sam leaned against the doorframe of their shared room, watching as Adam carefully positioned the massive blue crystal on his workbench. That's why you were out since morning? Among other things. Adam was already pulling out his tools. Precision chisels, measuring instruments, stabilizing runes. Need any help? Adam looked up from his work, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I thought you'd never ask. So what's the plan? Sam asked, pulling up a stool. Well, transportation crystals, obviously. But I've got something else in mind, too. Something more complex. I'm listening. Now, for one unfamiliar with the intricacies of magical transportation, it would be important to clarify. Transportation crystals are not to be confused with transportation portals. Where portals were fixed magical constructs requiring elaborate rune circles and permanent power sources, crystals were more, let's say, personal. See, a transportation crystal starts its life as part of a larger whole, a mother crystal, like the impressive specimen currently occupying Adam's workbench. The trick was, one needed 2 crystals from the same source, cut from the same block. They were like twins, in a way, sharing an inherent magical resonance that can't be replicated between crystals from different sources. The real artistry lay in the extraction and attunement process. The craftsman had to carefully carve out 2 smaller crystals while maintaining their internal matrix structure. Then came the delicate part. Feeding mana into both crystals, attuning them to the same frequency. This mana infusion created a unique magical signature, ensuring the pair would respond exclusively to each other and ignore the resonance of any other crystals from their original source. It was like teaching them to sing the same note, a note that carried the magical signature of their maker. A poorly attuned pair could lead to chaos. With each jump, the crystals would swap positions, the destination crystal taking the place where the traveler had jumped from. In badly harmonized pairs, the destination crystal might even materialize at random locations within the resonance perimeter. Stories abounded of inexperienced craftsmen losing their crystals entirely, watching helplessly as each jump scattered them further and further apart, turning simple travel into a dangerous game of magical hide-and-seek. But when properly maintained, the magic worked with elegant simplicity. 1 crystal would be placed at the intended destination,
while its twin remained with the traveler. A jump required only focused thought on the desired location. As long as the destination lay within the perimeter created by the resonance between the two crystals, travel was possible to any point in that space, much like a spider moving along its invisible web of threads. The larger and purer the original mother crystal, the greater the distance these paired crystals could cover. And judging by the size of Adom's new acquisition, he was planning to cover quite a distance indeed. Sam held the stabilizing frame steady. Adom's hands moved with surgical precision, guiding the enchanted chisel along invisible fault lines in the massive crystal. Sweat beaded on his forehead. One wrong move could shatter weeks' worth of potential. "Little more to the left," Sam murmured, squinting at the crystalline matrix through a mage lens. "There's a natural cleavage plane. Right there." A soft chiming sound filled the air as the first smaller crystal separated cleanly from its mother. Sam caught it in a cushioned basket, while Adom let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "One down," Adom grinned, already repositioning his tools. "Ready for round 2? The second extraction went even smoother than the first. Soon, they had 2 perfectly matched crystals, each about the size of a fist, gleaming with inner light. "Now comes the fun part," Adom said, setting up the attunement circle. Runes carved into the wooden workbench began to glow as he positioned the crystals. Sam watched, fascinated, as Adom closed his eyes and began channeling his mana. The crystal's blue glow intensified, then shifted, taking on a slight purple tinge that matched the color of Adom's magical signature. "They're fighting it," Adom muttered through gritted teeth. "Still too connected to the mother crystal." "Try modulating your output," Sam suggested, monitoring the resonance patterns. "Pulse it, like a heartbeat." The change was immediate. The crystal's glow stabilized, pulsing in perfect synchronization. Hours melted away as they tested the pairs. They started small. Sam would place one crystal in the courtyard while Adom jumped from their workshop. Then they pushed further. The market square, the city limits, the farming districts beyond. "This is incredible," Sam called through their low-range communication crystal as he placed a crystal in a field well outside the city. "The resonance is still strong, barely any degradation. How far are we?" 45 kilometers, Adom replied, checking his measurements. "Want to push it further?" They did. With each successful jump, they added distance. At 50 kilometers, most transportation crystals would have started showing strain. These barely flickered. The afternoon sun was high in the sky when Adom made his final modifications, carefully etching enhancement runes into the crystal's bases. The purple glow deepened, gained complexity. 70 kilometers, Sam announced finally, reading the distance measurements with obvious pride. "Stable as a rock. For homemade crystals, this is incredible. I mean, sure, the Imperial Artificers managed that insane 340-kilometer jump with their specially grown crystals. But this, with a random find from the Weird Stuff store?" Adom collapsed into a chair, magically exhausted but satisfied. The crystals pulsed softly on the workbench, their harmony perfect, their attunement complete. "Not bad for half a day's work," he smiled, watching the last rays of sunlight play across the crystal's facets. "Not bad at all." "Man, I missed this," Sam said, stretching his arms overhead. "Just us, doing weird magical experiments. Feels like forever since we've had time for side projects. Between our club duties and my everything else," Adom shrugged, organizing his tools. "Speaking of which," Sam glanced at the darkening sky, "I should head to the club. Got a meeting with some of the seniors about next week's event." "Go ahead. I'll stay here, get some more work done." "Don't blow anything up while I'm gone," Sam called over his shoulder, already heading for the door. "That's your job." After Sam's footsteps faded,
Adam waited a few extra moments before reaching into his inventory. The golem emerged. When transportation crystals were first discovered, everyone saw two crystals connecting and allowing transport between them. They assumed both crystals were equally creating this connection. When measuring maximum range, they'd place the crystals apart and test jumps, naturally concluding that 70 kilometers was the maximum connection distance. Confirmation bias. This assumption was so fundamental that, for centuries, no one thought to question it. All experiments were designed to measure connection distance, so that's exactly what they found. A breakthrough 30 years from now happened when a mage was experimenting with crystal resonance patterns and noticed something odd. With the proper runic configuration, one crystal generated a consistent field regardless of its pair's location. It turned out one crystal created the field, and its pair just responded to it. Simple. But nobody saw it because they were all too busy measuring connections between crystals to notice one was doing all the work. Adam carefully completed the runes he'd started earlier, but with a crucial difference. Instead of the traditional configuration that treated both crystals as equal partners, he modified one to be the controller, the field generator. Its paired crystal,
which he embedded in the golem, along with the talisman, would be able to instantly relocate anywhere within that 70-kilometer bubble. He'd had the idea during the coffee with Cisco. Crazy, maybe, but potentially brilliant. The golem was already an extraordinary piece of work, but with these crystals. He carefully began dismantling the chest plate, looking for the perfect spot to embed one of the transportation crystals. The other purchase he'd made that morning burned in his pocket. The talisman vendor had been an experience. The shop had been tucked away in an alley so narrow, Adam had to turn sideways to reach the door. Inside, a thin man with uncomfortably intense eyes had watched him browse the relationship enhancement section with growing amusement. "Ah, the connection talisman," the vendor had practically purred when Adam finally pointed to it. "A popular choice, very popular. Though usually purchased by, shall we say, more paranoid lovers?" "It's for a project," Adam had muttered, avoiding eye contact. Of course. They all are." The vendor's knowing smile had made Adam want to sink into the floor. "Would you like me to wrap it in our discreet packaging? Many customers prefer just the talisman, please." Now, looking at the innocent-seeming piece of jewelry, Adam pushed away the lingering discomfort. Yes, these were typically used by suspicious partners to spy on each other, hence the vendor's unsettling implications. But the magical principle was sound. Once linked, the talismans would allow him to see and hear everything from the golem's perspective. He carefully embedded the transportation crystal into the golem's chest cavity, then attached the talisman next to it. The matching talisman went around his own arm. With these modifications, he'd be able to instantly summon the golem anywhere within that 70-kilometer radius, while maintaining perfect awareness of its surroundings. The crystals pulsed with their soft purple glow,
harmonizing with the golem's existing enchantments.
Perfect.
"Well," he said to the empty workshop, "let's see what you can do." He closed his eyes, channeling mana into the small jewel. The metal grew warm against his skin. Then, the world doubled. Adam's breath caught. He was still himself, standing there in the workshop, but he was also taller. Much taller. Through the golem's eyes, he watched himself, a slim figure in academy robes, looking somewhat better than he remembered from the mirror this morning. Was his hair always that neat? And when did his shoulders get so straight? The sensation was dizzying,
magnificent, terrifying. 2 sets of eyes, 2 sets of ears, both feeding information to his mind with perfect clarity. Through the golem's enhanced vision, the workshop appeared sharper, more defined. Each sound came through with crystal clarity. His own breathing, the distant chatter of students in the hallway. "This is," he whispered, and watched himself speak through the golem's eyes. The word echoed strangely, bouncing between his perspectives. An idea struck. Without really thinking about it, without any conscious command, the golem moved. 2 smooth steps brought it to his bed. Metal fingers slipped beneath the frame, and... "Oh!" The word escaped him as the golem lifted the entire bed one-handed, as easily as if it were made of paper. Through his own eyes, Adom watched 2 meters of enchanted metal and stone hoist his furniture skyward. Through the golem's eyes, he looked down at his human self from what felt like a mountain's height. He found himself grinning. The golem didn't grin, couldn't really, but he could feel its mechanical readiness through their shared connection. "Put that down," he told himself, half laughing, "before Sam comes back and thinks I've lost it." The bed settled back into place,
like having the power of a storm contained in a surgeon's hands.
Right. The transportation crystal. Adom fingered the smooth surface in his pocket, then glanced at the golem's chest, where its twin lay protected beneath layers of enchanted metal. Time to try the real test. He focused on a spot about 5 steps ahead, right next to his workbench. Clear visualization, that was the key. Just like they'd practiced with Sam earlier. A touch of mana into the crystal, a clear thought of the destination, and thud! Whoa! Adom's actual body stumbled backward, landing hard on his behind as the golem vanished and reappeared instantly at the targeted spot. The jump had taken less than a blink, but the sudden shift in perspective, seeing himself fall from across the room while also experiencing the fall, sent his head spinning. "Okay," he muttered, pushing himself up. "That's going to take some getting used to." As he steadied himself, another thought crossed his mind. The beach. The one where he and Morgana had walked last week, with its distinctive rock formation jutting out over the water. He could picture it perfectly. The weathered gray stone, the way the waves crashed against the cliff face, the exact spot where they'd stood watching the sunset. Blip. Ah! Splash. Cold seawater engulfed the golem's frame as it materialized 3 feet off target, right over the ocean instead of the beach. Adom's real body, safe and dry in the workshop, still let out a yelp of surprise. He couldn't feel the water, the golem had no sense of touch, but the visual sensation of plunging into the sea was so vivid his brain insisted he should be soaked. He willed the golem to wade out of the surf, metal feet crunching against wet sand. The sound of children's excited shouts drew his attention. "Yuriash de fier! Yuriash de fier!" A group of Vaishari kids had stopped their game to stare at him, dark eyes wide with wonder. Adom made the golem wave,
earning delighted squeals and enthusiastic waves in return. Time to go before he drew more attention. He focused on his workshop, on the exact spot he was looking at from his flesh and blood eyes, right in front of himself. Blip! The golem reappeared precisely where he'd been looking, water still streaming from its joints. Adom let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "Well," he said to his metal companion, "looks like we need to work on our targeting. A few feet off might not matter in an empty room, but..." He glanced down at the puddle forming around the golem's feet. "Let's try to keep our feet on solid ground from now on." Over the next few hours, Adom practiced jumps within the safety of his workshop. 5 steps ahead, next to the window, beside the bookshelf. Each jump got more precise as he learned to focus his visualization.
A clear mental image was everything. The exact height from the floor, the specific angle, the precise spot in space. But there was still one glaring problem. Thud! Even with perfect positioning, each landing announced the golem's presence like a hammer strike. 2 meters of armored construct hitting the ground wasn't exactly subtle. And for what he had planned. "This won't do at all," he called the golem back, already reaching for his engraving tools. Sound-dampening runes were tricky. Too weak and they'd be useless. Too strong and they'd create suspicious zones of silence. But if he modified the standard configurations... The first set of runes went around the golem's feet and joints, designed to absorb impact vibrations. The second set, spiraling up its legs and torso, would catch and disperse any residual sound waves. A third set, more complex, created a kind of acoustic barrier. Sound could pass through, but muffled, distorted. For good measure, he added concealment runes along the golem's shoulders and back.
Not true invisibility. That would require way more power than he could spare, but enough to blur its outline, make it harder to spot in shadows.
"Right then," he said, setting down his tools. "Let's see if—" A knock at the door nearly made him jump out of his skin. Sam's voice carried through. "Hey, Dom, you still up? I forgot my key." The golem vanished into his inventory just as the door handle turned. Adom threw himself onto his bed, trying to look casual. Sam stepped in, then paused. His eyes narrowed. "What were you doing?" "Nothing, just working." "Uh-huh." Sam's gaze drifted to the bed, which was sitting at a distinctly different angle than usual. "And why is your bed crooked?" His eyes dropped to the floor. "Is that water?" "I was working with the crystals." "Right." Sam crossed his arms. "So why do you look like I just caught you doing something inappropriate?" "Oh, please." Adom rolled his eyes. "I know about your special collection under your bed. Don't even try playing this game." Sam's face reddened. He hurried to his desk, snatched his locker key. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "The magazines, Sam. The ones with the—" "I'm going back to the club." Sam practically bolted for the door. "And we're never speaking of this again." "Deal. I'll be back in an hour. That should be enough time, right?" "Will do," Adom called after Sam's retreating back, face burning. Adom groaned and buried his face in his pillow. Great. Now his friend thought he was some kind of... He groaned again, louder. At least it made for a decent cover story. Better to have Sam think he was up to something embarrassing than figure out what he was actually planning. Though he'd definitely need to be more careful about the water puddles next time. Adom rolled onto his back, staring at the ceiling. A part of him wanted to tell Sam everything. About the golem, the crystals, all of it. But no. Sam would freak out.
He'd probably try to talk Adom out of it, or worse, insist on helping.
"He's just a kid," Adom muttered to himself, then snorted at how that sounded. They were technically the same age, but... Well, Sam still got excited about new enchantment theorems and academy gossip. He shouldn't have to worry about criminal organizations, or whatever Adom might find in that place tonight. Adom sighed, pushing himself up from the bed. His stomach growled, reminding him he'd skipped lunch entirely. Between the crystal work and the golem modifications, he'd lost track of time completely. He straightened his bed, carefully adjusting it back to its proper angle. No need to give Sam more ammunition when he returned. The library would be quiet this time of day. He could grab some food, find a secluded corner among the towering shelves, and just think. Plan.
There was still so much to consider, and tonight, he would strike. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, equal parts excitement and apprehension. He checked his inventory one last time, making sure everything was secure, then headed for the door. Time to clear his head. He had a few hours left to make sure everything was perfect. It had to be perfect. Night, 2 a.m. A letter from Cisco had arrived earlier through a raven, encrypted. Star Night confirmed in Meridian District. Window clear. Simple, direct, just what he needed to know. After hours spent in the library practicing micro-jumps and height control until his head ached, Adom settled into position in the practice room of the Combat Athletic Club of Xerkes, 50 kilometers from the Ghost Port. He'd burned those cargo coordinates into his memory. There was something he'd been itching to try since he got the Golem Knight. At the time, he'd wondered what practical use such an asset could have. Now he knew. Golem Knight activated. The moment Adom activated the golem, his consciousness stretched like taffy being pulled in two directions. One part remained anchored in Xerkes, while the other plunged into his inventory for the first time. It wasn't the abstract menu he'd grown used to. It was an endless void, neither dark nor light, simply nothing. And there, suspended in that nothing, stood his Golem Knight, waiting. He took it out. Cisco's detailed map of the Ghost Port flashed in his mind. The exact spot he needed, marked with precise coordinates. Third warehouse, central courtyard, where the support beams created a perfect killing ground. He focused on those coordinates, and reality shifted. The void cracked open, and suddenly he was seeing through eyes that weren't his own. The golem materialized silently, those hours of practice paying off, behind a thick support beam. Through enhanced senses, he caught the glint of two guard uniforms not 5 meters away. His consciousness melded with the golem's frame, heart pounding in his actual body back in Xerkes. One wrong move. "Did you hear that?" Guard 1's hand twitched toward his weapon. "For fuck's sake, Milo, how much did you drink?" Adom pressed the golem's frame against the beam. The warehouse was full of shadows and blind spots. Even with enhanced vision, he could barely make out the path to his target through the forest of containers and support columns. One wrong jump in this darkness. Just a bit. Zara offered, and... "The succubus from the red light district? Again?" A deep sigh. You absolute moron. He needed them to move. Every second here was a risk, but jumping blind would be worse. Much worse. Through the golem's vision, Adom watched Guard 1's face flush red. "It's different with her. She actually listens when I talk about my dreams, about opening that little shop in..." "She's a succubus. It's literally her job to make you think..." "Come on, move. Just take 3 steps forward. Clear the path." "You don't know her like I do. Last night she told me about a childhood, and succubi don't have childhoods. They manifest from... You know what? Fine. Waste your savings. Just don't come crying when..." A distant metallic creak echoed through the warehouse. Both guards tensed, hands on weapons. Adom's consciousness froze in the golem's frame. 3 seconds of absolute silence. "Probably just the wind," Guard 1 muttered, then brightened. "Anyway, Zara said once I save enough, we could..." Guard 2's groan almost masked the sound of Adom's relief cycling through the golem's cooling vents. The pair began walking their patrol route, their voices growing distant as they argued about succubi and true love. The path ahead finally clear,
Adom let out a slow breath back in Xerxes, his golem frame stepping out from behind the beam. Orange light spilled across the floor. His core processes froze. A guard, torch in hand, had just rounded the corner of a cargo container, not 10 feet away. The flame's glow caught the golem's semi-transparent frame, casting ethereal shadows on the warehouse walls. Time stretched like cold honey. The guard's eyes went wide, torch trembling in his grip as he took in the 2-meter translucent figure before him. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. His hand inched toward his sword. Adon raised one finger to where the golem's lips would be. "Don't." The guard's mouth twitched. His fingers wrapped around the sword handle. "No choice." The golem crossed the distance in a blur. One hand clamped over the guard's mouth, muffling his startled intake of breath. The other fist connected with his face in a sharp crack. Blood sprayed from his arcade, running into his eyes. He swayed, dazed but still conscious, trying to focus through the crimson veil. The second punch dropped him like a stone. Adom's heart hammered in Xerxes as the golem dragged the limp body behind a cargo container. Every second exposed was a second too long. He had to move. Now. Through the golem's senses,
He listened. Footsteps echoing off metal. 2 pairs heading east, probably the love-struck guard and his partner. Another set moving along the upper walkway, boots on grating. Murmured conversation from somewhere behind the maze of containers. At least 3 more voices. There, the cargo Cisco described. Fargonian make. The distinct copper-threaded reinforcements on the corners, those characteristic runes etched into the seals. Plain steel container at first glance. 3rd row, 2nd stack. He moved the golem forward, each step calculated. Pausing only to snuff out the unconscious guard's torch, he couldn't risk the moving shadows betraying his position. Darkness enveloped him, and he cursed silently back in Xerxes. A night vision rune would have been invaluable, but the delicate arcane geometry would have taken hours to etch into the golem's crystal matrix. Too late for that now. One hand reached into the dimensional pouch, fingers closing around the artifact. A small crystalline sphere, no bigger than a marble. Looked innocent enough, but beneath its surface, intricate runic patterns pulsed with stored potential. In his other hand, back in Xerxes, he held the trigger stone. When infused with mana, it would resonate with the identical patterns etched into each explosive sphere, setting off a chain reaction. The artifact felt cool against the golem's palm as he approached the container. Once placed, a simple surge of mana into the trigger stone would turn this entire weapons cache into a clatter, followed by a curse. "Everything all right down there?" a voice echoed from somewhere above. Adom froze, the artifact still warm in the golem's palm. "Yeah, just slipped on something." Metal scraped as the guard picked himself up. "Slipped? On what?" The voice from above sounded puzzled. "We keep this place bone dry. Can't risk water anywhere near the cargo." Through enhanced vision, Adom watched the guard bend down, torch hovering near the floor. A dark smear gleamed in the firelight. The guard's head tilted. "Is that blood?" The golem's strike was precise. A dull thud, and the guard crumpled. "Hey, what was that noise?" A pause. "Marcus?" Another pause, longer, more annoyed. "You know it's really rude to ignore people, right? We've talked about this. Just because you're new doesn't mean—" The voice was coming from the walkway above. 3rd support beam, moving west. Adom willed the golem upward, silent as shadow. "I swear, if you're playing one of your stupid pranks again, I'll—" The guard never finished his sentence. The golem's blow dropped him mid-word.
Are they dead? The thought flashed through Adom's mind as he stared at the two still forms. He hadn't meant to. The first guard twitched. Relief flooded through him. The man groaned softly. Bam. Back to sleep. Adom moved the golem swiftly through the shadows, scanning.
Time was running out. Someone would notice the missing guards soon. He sorted through sound patterns. 2 guards still chatting by the east entrance, 1 set of footsteps circling the perimeter, and there. Second cargo. Same characteristics. He reached into the pouch. Footsteps above. Too close. The golem pressed against the container wall, becoming nearly invisible as a guard passed on the walkway overhead. 3 seconds. 5. Clear. Movement resumed. The second artifact joined its twin, nestled against the container's base. Just one more to... Hey, anyone seen Marcus? Adom's hands moved faster. The final cargo container stood 20 meters ahead. The third artifact felt slick in the golem's grip. Almost there. Almost... Marcus? Marcus, check the west section. He's not responding to me. No time for stealth. The golem sprinted the final stretch. Adom started placing the artifact, metal fingers moving with precision despite the chaos. Just one more after this. There was a hole in the cargo Adom was trapping. He could have ignored it, but through the golem's eyes, a soft blue radiance seeped beneath a massive iron door, pulsing like a captive heartbeat. The artifact in the golem's grip suddenly felt insignificant. No. The word escaped Adom's lips, barely a whisper. His mind refused to process what his eyes were telling him. The footsteps were getting closer. He needed to finish placing the crystals. He needed to leave. But that light, he knew that light. Celestial tears, the purest form of mana crystal known to exist. These crystals formed only in the deepest, most mana-dense dungeons, where ambient magical energy compressed under its own weight for centuries. Like diamonds of pure magic, each one worth a king's ransom. Too pure and unstable to be used in common enchantments, they'd shatter at the slightest magical resonance. Unless, of course, they underwent the awakening, a rare phenomenon where the crystals were exposed to a precise sequence of elemental energies. The process stabilized them, made them capable of channeling immense magical power. The same property that made them the final, crucial component of Dragon's Breath. Footsteps thundered down the corridor. Adom directed the golem to quickly place the corrupted crystals. Time stretched like molasses. The void began to swallow the golem, reality peeling away layer by layer, when... Green. A sickly emerald glow came from the distance, closing fast. Too fast. Through the golem's enhanced senses, Adom registered movement at impossible speeds. Death approached, wreathed in verdant light. Dodge! The golem twisted, catching the flash of blue, flame-like energy coating the blade as it sliced through the space where its torso had been a fraction of a second before. Steel whispered past crystalline form, missing by mere inches. The figure pivoted, ethereal green light casting strange shadows across a face Adom knew. The same face he'd seen at Professor Kim's, the one that had made him think of his father. Gale. Their eyes met as the golem's head entered the void again. A heartbeat stretched into eternity. Adom's fingers closed around the artifact in his pocket, sending a resonance pulse through the network of artifacts he'd laid. And Gale smiled. The first fire from the artifacts ripped through the facility as the void claimed the last of the golem. That smile burned itself into Adom's memory. The smile of a hunter acknowledging his prey. 1 second.
The entire encounter had lasted less than 1 second.
Chapter 30. I am regretting this gale. Mr. Fox's right-hand man, according to Professor Kim. And Mr. Fox had been funding the professor's research for years. If Gale was the knight employed by the Children of the Moon, and he answered directly to Mr. Fox, then that meant either the man was a big shot among the children, or...
He's the founder of the Children of the Moon, and its current boss, Cisco said. His true name is Ernest Boyle. And that knight, Adom's voice trailed off. You said you knew him as Gale? Cisco shifted in his chair. We managed to find some information about him. He is a noble from Fallen House Coeur de Lion. Galahad Coeur de Lion. Galahad Coeur de Lion, Adom repeated, tasting each syllable. Ernest Boyle. The Children of the Moon. New names. New pieces on a board he was only beginning to understand. A noble house he'd never heard of. An organization that seemed to have its fingers everywhere. Were these the people that would eventually assassinate Professor Kim? The same people who would put dragon's breath out there, triggering the future he was trying to prevent? It made too much sense. The professor's funding, the celestial tears hidden in that facility. All the pieces were falling into place, forming a picture that made his blood run cold. Because if he was right, if these were indeed the players who would shape that dark future, then he wasn't just dealing with common criminals or ambitious nobles. He was up against an organization with the resources to create magical mass destruction weapons, the connections to silence renowned professors, and the audacity to sell apocalypse to the highest bidder. He'd always assumed Professor Kim was assassinated because the project was publicized, drawing unwanted attention from power-hungry vultures. Now he realized the bitter truth. Whether the professor went public or not was irrelevant. The very people he desperately tried to keep in the dark hadn't just known about the project. They'd been bankrolling it years before Adom drew his first breath. The stakes hadn't just risen. They'd exploded. But with hardships came ease. The path ahead had crystallized. 2 objectives, clear as day. Stop turning around the bush and destroy the prototype. Then get the professor out of the equation. Not dead. God, he'd had enough of death already. But out. Safe. Away from the Children of the Moon. Could he just tell Kim the truth? Hey, Professor, your benefactor is actually the head of a secret organization that's going to kill you and use your invention to create magical weapons of mass destruction. How about we grab some coffee and discuss your retirement plans? He snorted. Right. But then again, Kim wasn't stupid. The man was brilliant, even if he currently trusted his benefactors. That was the problem, wasn't it? The professor was too focused on his research to see the wolves in sheep's clothing, too grateful for the funding that let him pursue his life's work. Adom's chair scraped against the floor as he suddenly stood, anger flashing in his eyes. Cisco, you told me he was in Meridian District. Your letter specifically said the window was clear. Cisco's whiskers twitched, his usually composed demeanor showing a crack of genuine concern. That's what has been bothering me since last night. My man watching him swears the knight was there, then... The mouse beastkin's paws gestured in frustration. One moment he was in Meridian. The next he was moving at impossible speeds toward your location. No warning, no indication. Just sudden movement, as if he knew exactly where to go. That doesn't make any sense, Adom said, pacing now. How could he have known? The only people who knew about the operation were... We're still looking into it, Cisco cut in, his tone grave. But I assure you, the intelligence breach didn't come from my end. Adom opened his mouth to argue further when Marco burst through the door, slightly out of breath. The operation, Marco said, excitement breaking through his usual professional demeanor.
It worked! They definitely lost significant assets.
Adam's anger momentarily subsided.
How much are we talking about?
Marco shook his head.
Hard to tell right now. We haven't gotten all the intel yet, but…
Adam's mind was already racing again. The knight's impossible appearance, the speed, the timing. Something wasn't adding up. How had Gale known? And more importantly, what else might he know? He straightened in his chair. That wasn't the immediate problem. He needed to open Kim's eyes. But how? Wild claims about the future would sound insane. But he had something better. He had seen their facility. He knew their names. He could provide concrete evidence that the children of the moon were more than just generous benefactors. Would you have anything on Ernest Boyle? Adam leaned forward. Documents, records, anything that could prove what kind of man he is. Cisco's whiskers twitched once as he reached for his glass. I'll have Aaron bring you a package.
Thank you.
No. Cisco swirled the amber liquid in his glass. Thank you. What you pulled off at that facility… He paused, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You cost them. Significantly. Right now, they're running themselves ragged trying to find the culprit. He took a slow sip, his eyes never leaving Adam. My sources tell me they're looking for a fearsome warrior. Tall. Imposing. The mouse beastkin set his glass down. No offense, but you don't exactly fit that description. Adam offered a polite smile, not really in the mood for jokes, but not wanting to be rude. Their own assumptions work against them, Cisco continued. Makes them blind to certain possibilities. Keep that advantage. You'll need it. I'll keep that in mind, Adam said, getting up.
Before turning to leave, he paused. While I still have you here, about my order.
Ah, yes, Cisco nodded, setting his glass down. The water of Jouvence has been obtained. It's already en route. He glanced at Marco. And the other item? Marco straightened. The wyvern's heart will be here in a week. A week? Adam's eyebrows rose. Are you sure? Positive, Marco replied with quiet confidence. Our contact in the north is reliable. Looking forward to it, then. Adam rose from his chair. Cisco? Marco? They exchanged brief nods, the practiced courtesy of professionals, before Adam took his leave.
The autumn chill bit through Adam's coat as he trudged back toward Zerke's.
His steps dragged against the cobblestones, each one feeling heavier than the last. He hadn't slept more than an hour or two since last night's operation, and his body was making its protests known. His stomach should have been growling. When was the last time he'd eaten? Yesterday? But there was no hunger, just a hollow emptiness that matched his thoughts. Children of the moon, celestial tears, star nights, and fallen noble houses. Adam ran a hand through his hair, not caring how disheveled it made him look. How exactly was he supposed to approach Kim about any of this? Even if Cisco's documents proved convincing enough, and that was a big if. What then? The prototype was already near completion. Who was to say they wouldn't just take it by force? These people had resources, connections, and, apparently, a knight who could move faster than should be physically possible. A bitter laugh escaped his lips, drawing curious glances from passers-by. He couldn't tell if his growing headache was from lack of sleep, the weight of the situation, or both. Both. Definitely both. And then there was his own clock ticking away. 1 month? A little bit more? He took a glance at the system. 1 month, 18 days, 12 hours, 21 minutes.
The illness lurking in his future felt simultaneously too close and too distant, like a storm cloud that kept changing position every time he looked up. Where the hell is he? Adam's head snapped up. A crowd was gathering ahead, their murmurs carrying across the street. More shouts rose above the general din, urgent and afraid. He should probably keep walking. He was tired, irritated, and had enough problems without... His feet were already moving toward the commotion. Because of course they were.
The crowd parted as Adam approached the Adventurers Guild entrance. 2 warriors stood their ground, armor still caked with dried blood, facing a man whose rage seemed to fill the entire street.
Gankers!
The man's voice cracked with fury.
You left him to die!
In his white-knuckled grip, he clutched a muscled arm. Just an arm. The severed limb still wore a bronze bracer, its surface scratched and dented.
"Sir, please," the female adventurer tried, her voice steady despite her pale face. "When the dungeon started shifting..."
Lies!
The man lunged forward, nearly dropping the arm.
My boy was strong. He wouldn't just...
"The walls changed," the male adventurer cut in. "One moment he was there, the next..." Adam had seen this before. Everyone did. Dungeons were as much a part of life as markets or taverns. They appeared without warning, promising riches, artifacts, power. But for every successful raid, there were scenes like this. Parents receiving pieces of their children, wives becoming widows. The lucky ones got bodies to bury.
Where's the rest of him?
The father's voice dropped.
Where's my son?
The dungeon's sealed, the female adventurer said. Won't open for another month. We barely made it out ourselves. The father's face twisted. With a roar, he charged the adventurers, his son's arm raised like a club.
You cowards! You left him! You...
Guards appeared, seemingly from nowhere, grabbing the grieving man. He thrashed in their grip, still clutching the arm, screaming accusations as they dragged him away. The crowd murmured, some shaking their heads, others just watching in silence. Adam turned away, jaw clenched, as if this day wasn't difficult enough already. He walked faster, leaving the scene behind, but his frustration only grew. One more thing. One more goddamn thing on a day already overflowing with them. Adam pushed open the door to his room, the familiar creak barely registering in his exhausted mind. Sam was sprawled across his bed,
Nose buried in a thick tome, legs dangling off the edge.
Oh, hey, you won't believe what I found in the library today. There's this fascinating theory about elemental resonance in early morning spell weaving, and... He looked up, his excited grin fading. Whoa, you look like death warmed over. Where have you been? You missed all of runicology. Not in the mood for classes today. Adom made his way to his bed, letting gravity do most of the work as he collapsed onto it. The mattress welcomed him like an old friend, and he suddenly realized just how desperately he needed sleep. Not in the... Since when are you not in the mood for classes? Sam sat up, letting his book fall closed. Did something happen? Everything's fine. The words came out muffled against his pillow. Adom just sank deeper into his bed, not even bothering to take off his shoes. His mind felt like it was stuffed with cotton, heavy and useless. Sam, he said, not looking up as he took off his glasses and placed them carefully beside his pillow. Wake me at dawn, please. Yeah, Sam said hesitantly, closing his book entirely now. Are you all right? Yeah, Adom mumbled into his pillow, his voice already heavy with approaching sleep.
Everything's perfectly fine. The obvious lie hung in the air for a moment, but Sam did not call him out on it, and the dome couldn't bring himself to care. Not today. Sleep well, then, Sam said softly, setting his book aside with unusual care. Thank you, Sam. Thud, thud, thud. Each impact sent vibrations through Adom's arms, sweat already soaking through his shirt despite the early hour. The training room was empty except for him and the punching bag, which swayed with each strike. His breathing remained controlled, measured, even as his thoughts raced. Ernest Boyle, Gale, the future, his parents, the world. All of it threatened to overwhelm him, so he channeled it into his fists instead. Thud.
Thud, thud. Adam's arms burned, but he pushed through it. The illness in his blood was spreading. He could feel it. How long until it became noticeable? How long until he became a cripple again? +1 endurance. The face of Gale flashed in his mind, that smug smile, those calculating eyes. Thud. Then Ernest Boyle, the man giving him such a hard time. Thud. The future he'd seen, his parents' deaths, the world in flames. Thud, thud, thud. His technique grew sharper with each strike, more precise. He couldn't afford to fail, couldn't afford to die. Too many lives depending on him, too many threads to unravel, too many disasters to prevent. Indomitable will activated. The burning in his muscles intensified, but so did his focus. He'd never trained like this before, never pushed himself this hard. But then again, he'd never had to save the world before either. His strikes became faster, harder. The bag swung wildly, chains creaking in protest. Still, he didn't stop. Couldn't stop. Not while there was still strength in his arms, still breath in his lungs. Because if he failed... No, that wasn't an option. He would succeed. He had to. No matter what it took, no matter the cost. Thud, thud, thud. Whoa there, brother. Way to go! A sudden voice cut through his focused haze. Adam stopped mid-strike, chest heaving as he turned around. Caius stood in the doorway, his tall frame leaning casually against the entrance. Despite the early hour, he was already in his training gear, a towel draped around his neck. "Hello, Caius," Adam managed between breaths, suddenly aware of how drenched in sweat he was. "Morning, Adam," Caius grinned, but his eyes narrowed as they fell to Adam's hands. "Hey, your wraps are loose, and those gloves." He crossed the room in a few long strides. "The way you're throwing those crosses, you'll mess up your wrists. Here." Adam looked down at his hands. He hadn't even noticed the wraps had started unraveling, Or that his form had deteriorated as exhaustion set in.
"Oh," he said, flexing his fingers. "I wasn't really... I'm not actually trying to learn boxing properly." Caius raised an eyebrow. "Having a tough time?" Adam's throat tightened. He turned back to the bag, adjusting his glasses, which had started sliding down his sweaty nose. "You could say that." "Listen," Caius said, moving to hold the bag steady. "If you're going to beat up this poor bag, at least let me show you how to do it without beating yourself up, too." His voice carried no judgment. "Trust me, nothing worse than having to explain to the healers why your wrists are sprained from improper form." Adam hesitated, his breath still coming in heavy pants. Part of him wanted to dismiss the offer. He hadn't come here for a lesson, just needed to vent. But Caius was right. His hands were already starting to ache in ways they probably shouldn't. "Here,"
Caius continued, stepping back from the bag. First, let's fix these wraps. You want support, not a tourniquet. He gestured at Adam's hands. Plus, if you're going to channel all that frustration into something, might as well get stronger while you're at it, right? The corner of Adam's mouth twitched to spite himself. That was Caius, always finding ways to turn any situation into an opportunity for improvement. It was probably why he was one of the few upper years Adam actually didn't mind being around. Just like all the other club members, really. I suppose you have a point, Adam conceded, starting to unwrap his hands. Caius expertly rewrapped Adam's hands, explaining each loop and cross. His movements were precise, neither too tight nor too loose. See? You want to protect these knuckles, but still keep mobility in your fingers. There's an art to it. While working, he glanced up at the bag. Got some time before my usual routine. Want to spar a bit? Sure, Adam said, flexing his newly wrapped hands.
They already felt better.
Caius smiled, moving to grab his own gear. As he prepared, he spoke casually over his shoulder. You know, I used to come here at dawn, too. Still do, sometimes. There's something about hitting things that helps clear the head better than any meditation technique they teach us. He paused, adjusting his wraps. Whatever's eating at you, it doesn't have to make sense to anyone else. Sometimes life just gets heavy, you know? Adam watched him, surprised by the mature perspective. He'd gotten so used to seeing his schoolmates as children that moments like these caught him off guard. Do you have a younger sibling? The question slipped out before he could stop it. You seem experienced at this. Caius's hands stilled for a moment. His smile remained, but something shifted in his eyes. Used to, he said simply. Oh, Adam replied. I'm sorry. Don't be. Caius shook his head, resuming his preparations. Made peace with it a while ago. Life's funny like that. Throws you curveballs, knocks you down. He finished wrapping his hands and turned to Adam with a wink. But, as my favorite philosopher would say, you can come back from anything. It's all about the mindset. They moved to the padded area of the training room, Caius taking a relaxed stance while Adam settled into a more rigid position. Despite his earlier exhaustion, Adam felt his focus sharpening. Remember, Caius said, bouncing lightly on his feet, this isn't about winning. Just move, breathe, and let it flow. The next 15 minutes were a lesson in humility. Caius wasn't just strong, he was efficient. Every time Adam threw a punch, Caius seemed to flow around it like water, responding with light taps that could have been devastating hits if he'd wanted them to be. Good, Caius would say occasionally. But guard your left side more. Or, nice dodge, now follow through. By the end, Adam was completely drained. But his mind felt clearer than it had in days. The overwhelming thoughts about Ernest, Gale, and the future were still there, but they'd settled into something more manageable. Water? Caius tossed him a bottle from his bag. They sat on the training room floor, catching their breath. Thanks, Adam said, both for the water and everything else. Same time tomorrow? Caius asked casually, wiping his face with a towel. If you're going to make a habit of dawn training, might as well do it right. Adam looked at Caius, a sudden heaviness settling in his chest. In his original timeline, he'd never heard of a battle mage named Caius. No notable achievements, no memorable stories. Probably just another name lost in the endless casualty lists from the wars that would come. The kind of person whose life would be reduced to a statistic, a footnote in history. Looking at him now, young, strong, full of easy smiles and quiet wisdom, Adam felt something shift in his perspective.
This wasn't just about preventing an apocalypse. It was about people like Caius, who deserved more than becoming another casualty in senseless conflicts. People who should have the chance to live, to grow old, to pass on their philosophy about comebacks and mindsets to others. Caius was still waiting for an answer, casually wiping sweat from his neck. "Yeah," he found himself saying. "Same time tomorrow." System recalibrated. Boxing mastery has reached level 2. Basic footwork and striking techniques have been improved. Damage reduction while boxing increased by 5%. The day unfolded like most others at Zerke's Academy, except it didn't. They never really did. During the spell-weaving class, Adam adjusted his glasses as he watched Gus Howell's salamander familiar, Gizmo, set fire to Jason Burke's robes after the latter overstimulated the creature. Some students still hadn't learned that magical creatures weren't toys for entertainment. "He had it coming," Sam whispered beside him, trying not to laugh as the professor calmly extinguished the flames. The morning continued with runicology, where the pop quiz proved to be more entertainment than challenge. After 79 years of life and a previous career that heavily relied on runes, the basic principles felt like reading children's books. "Whatever you're doing, keep doing it," Professor Wei said as he handed back Adam's paper, a rare smile on his stern face. "The only perfect score in class." The afternoon's monster anatomy class started normally enough, with Professor Drake dissecting a cave crawler, until Finn, one of Damus's friends, displaying the kind of curiosity that often preceded disaster, decided to poke the yellow-green organ on the creature's abdomen. "What's this one do?" he asked, finger already in motion. Professor Drake's "don't" came a moment too late. The resulting explosion of post-mortem gases sent students scrambling for the exits, leaving behind half-written notes and dignity in equal measure. The stench managed to accomplish what 3 years of cleaning spells hadn't. It cleared out the decades-old dust from the classroom's corners. Hours later, after multiple baths, Finn trudged into the dining hall, trailing a unique combination of tomato, lime, and lingering cave crawler essence. The whispers of "Finn the Smelly" started at the far table and spread like wildfire. Kids could be cruel. Between classes, he spotted 3 fourth-years cornering a first-year behind the library building. Rather than intervene directly, he simply caught Guard Captain Marina's attention as she passed nearby. She handled the situation with her usual efficiency. As the day wound down and students began heading to their dorms or clubs, Adam turned to Sam. "Hey, want to help me with fluid control practice?" Sam's enthusiasm vanished. "No, absolutely not." He shifted uncomfortably. "Last time I hit you 5 times in 10 minutes, Adam, and that's with me holding back."
That's why I need the practice, Adam insisted. The fluid enhancement should help me dodge better.
Should, but doesn't. Sam ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. "Look, you're my best friend, and no offense, but you're kind of an easy target, even for me, and I'm terrible at combat magic." "None taken." Some was taken. "Plus, that makes you perfect for practice," Adam pressed. "Come on, I need to figure this out. Just one more session?" Sam looked at him for a long moment. "Fine, but the moment it gets too rough, we stop. I mean it this time." He pointed an accusing finger at Adam. "And no more, just one more try after I knock you down 3 times in a row." Adam smiled. "Deal. I'm going to regret this, am I not?" "I am regretting this." This was the 23rd attempt. White Worm Body has reached level 4. Fluid Control has reached level 3. +3 Endurance. +7 Iron Lungs. Physical Enhancement moderately strengthened. Indomitable Will is active. "One more time," Adam panted, pushing himself up from the ground.
Sam sighed. Adam smiled. Are you a masochist, Adam? To any outsider, yes, it might have looked like Adam was actually enjoying the constellation of bruises left by Sam's increasingly potent wind spells. Way to go, Sam. The cold air in the pitch, and the distinct feeling that tomorrow's muscles would have some choice words for him. But to Adam, who had a blue screen hovering in his peripheral vision, there was a very good reason to be happy. Subject, Adam Silla, is approaching emergence threshold. Something was changing. Sam exhaled sharply. Here goes nothing. I saw that lip twitch, Adam said. You're trying not to smile. This hurts me more than it hurts you. I doubt it. The spell cut him off mid-sentence. That little... Time slowed. In the last 23 attempts, Adam hadn't managed to dodge a single hit. Not one. He'd seen some of the spells coming. Translucent ribbons of compressed air, twisting like serpents, distorting the space around them. But seeing wasn't enough. Each failure had taught him something, though. The way wind moved, the way it curved, the subtle differences between a feint and a real attack. The first few attempts, he'd relied purely on reflexes. That hadn't worked. Then he'd tried predicting trajectories based on Sam's movements. Also a failure. He'd created scenarios in his head, mapped possible paths, calculated angles. Each attempt added another layer of understanding, another piece of the puzzle. Sometimes the spell would curve when he expected it to go straight. Sometimes it would speed up when he thought it would slow down. Every assumption he made was proven wrong, until he realized he was thinking too much. It wasn't about thinking. It wasn't about calculating. It was about feeling. The fluid enhancement had made him faster, sharper. His eyes could track the spell's movement better now. His body could respond quicker. But that wasn't enough either. He needed something more. The wind spell was coming. Time seemed to stretch. His eyes tracked the distortion in the air, the way it rippled and twisted. Based on its trajectory, it was aimed at his right thigh. But something felt off. An instinct, born from 23 failures, screamed that this wasn't right. He hesitated. The logical part of his brain insisted the spell would hit his thigh. The angles, the speed, the trajectory, everything pointed to it. But that feeling, that nagging sensation, trust it. The world slowed to a crawl. The spell curved, and in that moment, Adam saw it. Really saw it. Not where it was going, but where it wanted to go. Not its path, but its intention. His body moved before his mind could catch up. He bent backward, feeling the fluid surge through his muscles, supporting the impossible angle. The wind spell brushed past his chest, missing by inches, and struck a nearby tree with a sharp crack. Time resumed its normal flow. Whoa, Sam breathed. His heart was pounding. When had that started? Adam panted, still bent at an awkward angle, and from this position he could see the damage on the tree. His eyes widened. Were you trying to actually kill me? Huh? A piece of bark fell from the deep gouge in the trunk. Sam gasped, his face draining of color. Oh gods, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. He rushed to Adam, hands trembling as they checked for injuries. I lost control, I didn't mean to. I got carried away with the theoretics of wind compression and... Are you hurt? I should have been more careful, Adam started laughing. Sam stopped mid-panic, staring at his friend. Did I do something to your head, too? Are you all right? Trying and failing to contain his laughter, Adam straightened up. Yeah, he managed between chuckles. Actually, I'm more than all right. New skill acquired. Flowing perception, uncommon. Active. Ability. Enhanced prediction and analysis of movement patterns. Current level, 0-1. Let's go home, Sam.
Chapter 31. Blacksmith Adam's smile grew increasingly strained as Miss Grimclaw examined Professor Merwin's card for what must have been the 8th time. The goblin librarian held it up to the light, squinted at it, turned it over, and then fixed Adam with another piercing stare from behind her tiny silver spectacles. He refused to fidget, or blink, though his face was starting to hurt. The great archivist of Xerxes' library sat perched on her elevated chair, which still left her at eye level with most humans' chests. Today she wore her usual severe gray dress, complete with a chain of brass keys that clinked softly whenever she moved.
Curious, she said finally. Most curious.
5,000 years ago, her ancestors had communicated primarily through grunts and aggressive gestures.
Like most goblins, they'd lived in warrens deep underground, raiding surface settlements for food and shiny trinkets. This wasn't even prejudice. It was simple historical fact. Before the Great Integration, goblins and orcs hadn't even possessed written languages of their own. Even now, most of her kind preferred the simplicity of tribal life, viewing reading as suspicious magic and formal education as a waste of perfectly good raiding time. The few goblins who ventured into human cities usually worked as craftsmen or merchants. Their natural cunning turned to trade rather than academics. Yet here was Miss Grimclaw, not just literate, but probably the most educated person in the building. And everyone knew it. She'd become something of a celebrity in academic circles. Her papers on magical theory cited in universities across 3 continents, despite her never casting a single spell herself. The running joke was that she'd memorized every book in the library just by glaring at them long enough. She'd earned her position through decades of ruthless dedication, proving that a goblin could not only match human scholars, but surpass them. Her existence was considered a fascinating anomaly by many researchers, though none dared suggest such a thing to her face. Professor Merwin was quite clear about, Adam began. I can read, Miss Grimclaw cut him off, tapping one long green finger against the card. The question, Miss Drusilla, is why a second-year student requires access to fourth-year restricted materials. Her eyes narrowed. Particularly one with your attendance record of late. Adam's smile threatened to crack. Of course she'd know about his missed classes. Miss Grimclaw knew everything that happened in Xerxes. Some students swore she had a network of mice spies. Others insisted she could read minds. The truth was probably worse. She just paid attention. Adam cleared his throat. Actually, I was thinking of switching to battle magic. Miss Grimclaw looked him up and down with the sort of careful assessment usually reserved for particularly dubious ancient texts. Is that so? Mr. Harbinski will miss you terribly in the theoretical studies section. You two were quite the fixture here. She adjusted her spectacles. Until recently. Sam will adapt, Adam said, trying to keep his voice light. He's got a new theory about elemental resonance to keep him company. Something flickered across Miss Grimclaw's sharp features. Not quite a smile, but perhaps its scholarly cousin. She finally handed the card back, her brass keys jingling. Fourth-year battle magic materials are in Section R, 3rd floor, East Wing, and naturally this grants you access to third-year materials as well. Thank you, Miss Grimclaw. Good to see you back in the library, Mr. Scylla. She paused, then added with brutal frankness. Though I must say, you don't strike me as particularly suited for combat magic. You seem more the type to get a paper cut and require immediate medical attention. Ouch. Off you go, then, she said, already turning back to her work. Try not to bleed on any of the books.
Edom climbed the stairs to the third floor, joining the steady stream of students heading to their favorite study spots. The library of Xerxes wasn't the biggest in the world, not even close, really. The elves had their crystal archives, and the dwarves their endless underground vaults. But for humans, this was as good as it got. 11 million books, scrolls, and manuscripts, give or take. Not bad for a species that only really got into proper magic a few thousand years ago. While other human schools had risen and fallen throughout the ages, Xerxes kept standing, kept collecting. These days, every graduating mage worth their salt added at least one book to the collection. Some obligation about continuing knowledge or whatever. He passed the first-year section, where kids still struggled with basic theory. The usual crowd hunched over their texts, looking appropriately miserable. A few older students floated near the ceiling on platforms of air, browsing the higher shelves. The alchemy section was tucked away in the east wing. Fewer students here. Most preferred their magic theoretical and explosion-free. The books looked more worn, too, like they'd seen some action themselves. Paracelsus's incomplete works, Edom muttered, remembering Mia's words. The search runes carved into the shelves flickered to life, one of Xerxes' better ideas for managing 11 million books.
No one had time to dig through endless shelves like some kind of literary archaeologist.
The runes pulsed once, twice, then a soft blue glow appeared several shelves away. Third-year section. He reached up and pulled down the glowing volume. The leather binding was worn smooth by countless hands before his, and something about it felt heavy. "Right then," he muttered. "Let's see what you're hiding." Edom found a quiet corner and set the book down on a reading desk. Page 394. He opened it carefully, the aged paper crackling slightly under his fingers. The page looked ordinary enough, just another dense block of alchemical theory that made his eyes want to glaze over. Right, mana weaving. He took a slow breath, gathering his magic. First, a thin stream through the page's core. He channeled his mana carefully, like threading a needle. Too much force and he'd probably set the thing on fire. Not exactly the way to stay on Miss Grimclaw's good side. The mana sank into the page, and he felt a slight resonance. Now for the tricky part. Spread it like a web. He extended his magic outward from the center in delicate strands, counting under his breath. 1, 2, 3, pulse. 1, 2, 3, pulse. The rhythm had to be exact, Mia had said. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, like water seeping through paper, text began appearing in the margins. Cramped, careful handwriting filled every available space, diagrams squeezed between paragraphs, arrows connecting concepts. "Well," Edom whispered, leaning forward with growing excitement. "Hello there." Hours slipped by as Edom lost himself in the hidden notes. Whoever had written them wasn't just explaining concepts. They were connecting them, showing how different aspects of alchemy flowed into each other. Things he'd struggled with for months suddenly clicked into place. The anonymous annotator moved far beyond fourth-year material.
Their explanations touched on advanced theory Edom had only glimpsed in passing references, but somehow made it feel accessible. Like building blocks, each concept supporting the next. He scribbled his own notes frantically, mind racing with possibilities. The section on resonance frequencies in transformation arrays alone would revolutionize his approach to several experiments he'd been stuck on. When his pocket watch chimed the hour, Edom blinked in surprise. The library had grown quieter, afternoon sunlight slanting through the high windows. His neck ached from hunching over the book.
Miss Grimclaw looked up as he approached her desk, the book clutched carefully in his hands. "I'd like to borrow this one, please." He placed Paracelsus's incomplete works on her desk. She adjusted her spectacles, examining the spine. "Interesting choice, Mr. Siller. Most students find Paracelsus rather dense." "It's surprisingly clear once you get into it," he said carefully. Something flickered in her eyes. Knowledge, perhaps? But she simply nodded and reached for her ledger. "1 month, as usual. Do try to return it in the same condition, unlike that unfortunate incident with basic botanical brewing last term." Adom blinked, momentarily confused. What incident was she talking about? Then it hit him. "Oh, right, that." The mushrooms. How could he forget? The book's diagrams sprouting actual glowing fungi right there in the library. Miss Grimclaw's face turning an impressive shade of purple. He'd spent weeks' worth of allowance paying for the cleanup and restoration. In another life. "I'll take excellent care of it," Adom assured Miss Grimclaw, securing the book in his bag. He glanced at his pocket watch again and winced slightly. He still needed to get to the club before their session ended. Hugo would be there, and he needed to arrange a meeting with Professor Kim. Adom walked through the school corridors,
dodging students and floating equipment. His mind kept circling back to the same problems. How to convince Hugo? When could he see Kim again? And the bigger question that made his stomach turn, what if the professor already knew about the weapon potential and didn't care? He almost walked into a first year, mumbling something about Tuesday's notes, and kept moving. Even if Kim refused to listen, even if Adom somehow managed to destroy the prototype, well, Kim was still Kim. The same brilliant mind that created it once could just create it again. How do you stop something like that? "Watch it!" someone yelped as Adom nearly collided with them at the corner. Sorry, he mumbled, sidestepping. His reflection in a passing window looked pale. The professor had to listen. He had to. The alternative was... He shook his head. One thing at a time. First, he needed to find Hugo. Adom pushed open the door and stepped into the Combat Athletics Club. The sharp smell of sweat, leather, and polish hit him, and he realized, with mild concern, that he was actually starting to like it. When had that happened? "Hey, Adom!" called Petra, towel around her neck, heading for the showers. "Later, Adom," nodded Caius, packing up his gear. He spotted Phil by the weapon racks, pulling on his jacket. "Phil, have you seen Hugo?" "Yeah, he's over there." Phil pointed toward the practice mats. "Helping the new one with his form." "Thanks." Stepping around a pair of exhausted-looking third years, Adom headed for the mats. The sound of someone being thrown onto them, followed by Hugo's patient, "No, like this," drifted over. Adom watched Hugo spot Damus on the bench press. The new kid was pushing way more than Adom expected, and when Damus noticed him watching, he somehow managed to push even harder, face turning red with effort. 8, 9, Hugo counted steadily. "Last one. Make it count." Is he trying to prove something? Adom shifted his weight, deciding to let them finish. No point interrupting Hugo mid-training, especially when he needed a favor. Since Damus had joined the club, they hadn't exchanged a single word. It worked well enough, an unspoken agreement to stay out of each other's way, stick to their own corners of the club. Simple, clean, no need to complicate things. "Hey, Adom!" A few more minutes passed before Hugo grabbed his towel and walked over, dropping onto the bench next to Adom. "Thanks for waiting." Damus has got potential, just needed to fix his form.
What was wrong with it? Hugo wiped his face, glancing toward the showers where Damus had disappeared.
Common thing with swordsmen. They're used to keeping their shoulders tight, blade up. Makes sense in a fight, but that same tension screws up their bench form. They end up loading the anterior delts instead of letting the chest do the work. Had to get him to relax the shoulders, keep them pinned back. Huh. Anyway, Hugo turned to him. You looked like you needed to talk about something. Yeah, about that. Adom's stomach chose that exact moment to let out an embarrassingly loud growl. Hugo's laugh boomed across the training area. Adom felt his face heat up as he pressed a hand against his traitorous stomach. Come on, Hugo said, landing a heavy pat on Adom's back that nearly knocked him forward. I know this place in the city. Best Eastern meals in the Isles. We'll talk over proper food. He was already standing, gathering his things. My treat. Adom opened his mouth to refuse. This was urgent. They needed to talk now. But his stomach growled again, softer this time, like it was making its final argument. When was the last time he'd eaten? The library hours had blurred together, and before that... He sighed, shoulders slumping in defeat. Fine, but it better be as good as you say. Trust me, Hugo grinned, shouldering his bag. You'll thank me when you taste their flatbread. The boys were halfway to their destination when Hugo collided with what felt like a walking wall of metal. Sorry, Hugo stumbled back, catching himself. I wasn't... The figure didn't respond, didn't even pause, just kept walking, cloak billowing behind them, elaborate armor gleaming under the Imperial sigils. Wait, Imperial? Please make way. A guard approached them, his own armor less ornate but bearing the same markings. Clear the street. More armored figures emerged from the crowd, forming a loose perimeter. Adom frowned. Imperial guards?
In Arcos?
Excuse me, he called out to the guard. I thought Imperial forces didn't operate in the Isles. What's going on? The guard glanced down at him, expression professionally neutral. We're accompanying His Highness, Crown Prince Callian VI Savarnis, on his visit to the city. Oh, right, the prince's visit, Hugo nodded, like this was perfectly normal. Heard about that. The guard moved on, shepherding other pedestrians aside. Adom's frown deepened. The Crown Prince? Here? That hadn't happened last time. He would have remembered something like that. Royal visits weren't exactly subtle affairs. In his past life, Callian had never visited Arcos during this season. What changed? The thought nagged at him as he watched the armored figures disappear into the crowd. Small changes in the timeline by some sort of ripple effect were expected, but a royal visit? That suggested something bigger had shifted. Something... Hey! Hugo's voice snapped him back. You coming? Way's flatbread waits for no man. Right. Adom shook off the unsettling feeling. Lead the way. They finally reached the small restaurant around 2, the autumn chill making the warmth seeping from under the door even more inviting. Yellow light spilled onto the street through fogged-up windows, and Adom caught himself sniffing the air. Spices, grilled meat, fresh bread. His stomach twisted painfully. See? Hugo's grin widened. And that's just what makes it past the door. Before Adom could respond, Hugo's hand landed between his shoulder blades, shoving him forward. Adom stumbled, catching his balance. Could you maybe not throw people around with those bare arms of yours? Hugo's laugh echoed in the street, inviting some glares from passerby. Please, you train with us now. You can handle a little push. He stepped past Adom,
reaching for the door.
Come on, the others are waiting.
The others?
It's cheat day, Hugo said. Like that explained everything.
Some of us like to come here, stuff our faces properly.
The door chimed as he pulled it open. After you. Inside, wooden tables filled the small space, worn smooth from years of use. Steam rose from bowls, mingling with conversation and laughter. Phil, Petra, and Caius occupied a corner table, cups of hot tea already in front of them.
Adam?
Petra brightened.
Didn't expect to see you here.
Caius pulled out a chair. Come on, sit. You're just in time. Phil leaned back, grinning. First-timer? Oh, this'll be good. Hugo dropped into the seat next to Phil. Told him my treat. His stomach was making more noise than Phil during warm-ups.
That's not true.
Don't even try to deny it, Petra grinned. We all hear you counting under your breath. Well, Caius rubbed his hands together. Guess we'll have to get you through the menu. It's not huge. 6 dishes, Phil cut in. 7 if you count the flatbread separately. Which you should, Hugo insisted. The old chef appeared from the kitchen, wiping his hands on his apron. His weathered face crinkled as he recognized the group. Ah, the hungry fighters. And a new face. Give him the special, Master Wei, Hugo called out. He hasn't eaten since the ancestors were young. Such disrespect, the chef clicked his tongue, but his eyes sparkled. The young think they can joke about age. He turned to Adam. But they always come back to old ways cooking, don't they? A few minutes later, a steaming bowl appeared in front of Adam. Rich broth, thick noodles, tender meat, and vegetables he didn't recognize. The aroma alone made his mouth water. Watch this, Hugo nudged him, tearing off a piece of flatbread. When you're done with the noodles, dip the bread in the broth. Trust me. Master Wei's been making this since before the city had walls, Petra said, stealing a piece of Phil's bread. Hey! That's why it's so good, Caius nodded. Old people cook with their soul. I heard that, Wei called from the kitchen. Keep talking and see if I make extra bread for you lot. Adam felt a surge of solidarity with the old man. Sorry, Master Wei, they chorused, not looking sorry at all. The steam rose from Adam's bowl in lazy swirls. Everyone at the table had gone quiet, watching him expectantly. Even Master Wei had paused in the kitchen doorway, cloth in hand. Adam felt his neck heat up under their intense scrutiny. Eating while being watched wasn't exactly comfortable. The act of chewing wasn't exactly anyone's most dignified moment. Go on, Petra urged, leaning forward. Adam stared at the chopsticks beside his bowl, trying to remember how he'd seen others use them. His fingers felt clumsy as he attempted to position them. Caius noticed his hesitation. Here, he said quietly, demonstrating with his own pair. Hold the bottom one like this, against your ring finger. The top one moves, like a pencil. After a few awkward attempts and some gentle corrections from Caius, Adam managed to get a somewhat stable grip. No, you have to get the noodles and the meat in the same bite, Phil instructed. Here, like this. He demonstrated with his own chopsticks. And make sure you get some broth, Hugo added. That's where all the magic is. Caius rolled his eyes. Just let him eat, you vultures. Adam wished they'd look anywhere else, preferably at their own bowls, but their eager faces made it clear that wasn't happening. Fighting down his self-consciousness, he gathered the noodles, making sure to catch a piece of meat and some vegetables. His chopsticks wobbled slightly, but he managed to keep the food from falling. He was acutely aware of every movement, trying not to look too awkward or slurp too loudly. The first bite pushed all those thoughts away. His mouth filled with warmth, tender noodles, perfectly cooked meat that nearly melted on his tongue. The broth was rich and complex,
Spices he recognized, dancing with ones he didn't.
And underneath it all was a depth of flavor that spoke of hours of careful preparation. His eyes widened before he could help it, completely forgetting his audience.
There it is, Hugo laughed, nudging Phil. That's the look everyone gets their first time. Master Wei's satisfied nod was barely visible before he disappeared back into the kitchen. Around the table, the others wore knowing grins, like they'd just inducted him into a secret club. The Wei Club. Jeez.
After the meal, they lingered at Wei's for a while, trading stories and laughter.
Adam made a mental note to bring Sam and Aaron here sometime. They'd love the cooking just as much. One by one, they started heading back to Zerke's, until only Hugo and Adam remained. Hugo fell into step beside him on the walk back. After a few moments of companionable silence, he cleared his throat. All right, out with it. What? Something's been on your mind. You kept glancing at me all through dinner like you wanted to say something. Hugo's expression grew serious. Listen, if those kids from before are giving you trouble again... Ah, Adam couldn't help but chuckle. No one's bullying me, Hugo. You sure? Because lately you've seemed, I don't know, overwhelmed? Even during training. Hugo ran a hand through his hair. Caius told me to give you space, said you might be going through something, but... He stopped walking, turning to face Adam. Look, I know I'm not exactly the wise sage type, but if you need someone to talk to, I'm here. We all are. The sincerity in Hugo's voice caught Adam off guard. It was touching, really. This teenager trying his best to be a supportive older brother figure. The irony of the situation wasn't lost on him. Here was Hugo, probably 17 or 18, worried about someone who had lived through nearly 8 decades in another life. But he couldn't exactly explain that, could he? I appreciate it, Adam said carefully, fighting back an amused smile. Really, but I promise, I'm okay. He wasn't. Not really. But he hoped to be. Hugo studied his face for a moment longer, clearly not entirely convinced. If you say so, just remember what I said, all right? You don't have to deal with everything alone. In the city's central district, the afternoon crowds flowed around them. Merchants calling their wares, children chasing each other between market stalls, the distant sound of a street musician's flute.
So what was it you wanted to tell me? Hugo asked, sidestepping a cart loaded with vegetables. Adam watched a couple of pigeons fighting over a dropped piece of bread while he gathered his thoughts.
A group of students passed by, their voices mixing with the general bustle of the street. He took a breath. No point in overthinking it. Could you arrange a meeting with Professor Kim for me? Hugo blinked. Blinked again, then burst out laughing, drawing curious glances from passers-by.
Sorry. He wiped his eyes, still chuckling.
Whew! And here I thought you were dying or something. He adjusted his glasses, grinning. Of course you can meet the professor. Actually, I knew you'd want to be his assistant eventually. I'm in my 6th year now, and I'm planning to spend next year dungeon raiding, so he'll need someone to replace me anyway. He nudged Adam with his elbow. We both think you'd be perfect for it. No need to be so anxious about asking to meet him. He's been wanting to talk to you, too.
Ah. Adam kept quiet as Hugo rambled on. He was completely wrong about Adam's motivations, but he'd achieved his goal anyway. Maybe he needed to stop making everything so complicated, when it could be as simple as just asking. So, when do you want me to set up the meeting? Professor Kim usually has time in the mornings before his first class. Hugo paused mid-sentence when he realized Adam had stopped walking. You're not coming?
Just remembered something I need to deal with, Adam said, already turning in the opposite direction. Oh, well, I'll let you know about the meeting then? Thanks, Hugo. They parted ways at the crossroads, Hugo's footsteps fading into the crowd, while Adam headed down the side street. There really was something he needed to do. Something that had been nagging at him since that night. It wasn't just the explosion or the fight itself. It was Gale's smile. The way the man had looked at him through the flames, completely at ease, like they were sharing some private joke instead of trying to kill each other. There had been no malice in that smile, and somehow that made it worse. Like Adam was just entertainment, a particularly interesting game piece that had caught his attention. Even if they managed to take down the Children of the Moon, and that was a big if, something told Adam that Gale wouldn't stop. Not really. That smile said it all. I found you, and now the game begins. Adam flexed his fingers, still feeling the morning's workout in his muscles. Getting stronger physically was just the start. He needed every advantage he could get, and right now, his biggest asset was incomplete, stored away in his inventory like a broken toy. He'd spent hours studying the Golem Knight's specifications, taking notes of every detail he could remember about it. The way the stone and metal had been perfectly integrated, how each joint moved with impossible precision. Whoever built it understood materials in a way that made his academic knowledge feel like a child playing with blocks. He needed an armor, a proper armor that he could fully integrate for the golem. The undertow wasn't an option this time. The black market was great if you wanted something that fell off a wagon or got lost in transit. But actual craftsmen? The closest thing you'd find there were thieves bragging about which master's workshop they'd robbed last week. No, for this kind of work, he'd need to find a real artisan, right here in the city. Someone who could actually create and help craft an armor a knight would wear, not just fence other people's creations. Someone skilled enough to work with both stone and metal at this level of precision, and, more importantly,
Someone who wouldn't ask too many questions.
Right, he muttered, pulling out the city map he'd marked with potential craftsmen earlier in the morning. Time to find a blacksmith who won't think I'm completely insane. He paused. A blacksmith who won't think I'm completely insane in a city of magic uses. When he put it that way, maybe this wouldn't be so hard after all. Blacksmith visits in the Scholars District started promisingly, at least. Master Valen's workshop was immaculate, his credentials impressive, and his work displayed in neat rows that would make any merchant proud. The problem became apparent when he opened his mouth. I don't do business with children, said Valens, barely glancing up from his ledger. I'm a Xerxes student, playing with your father's money, no doubt. He finally looked at Adam, his expression somewhere between bored and contemptuous. Come back when you're old enough to appreciate real craftsmanship. Adam could have mentioned that price wasn't an issue, could have pulled out as much money as necessary, or explained the situation. But something about the man's dismissive tone made him turn around without another word. There were other smiths in the city. No need to waste time on someone who couldn't see past his age. The second shop was its polar opposite. Tools scattered everywhere, the smell of beer competing with forge smoke, and the blacksmith, who introduced himself as Just Pete, couldn't stop talking. Knight armor for a golem? Sure, made plenty. Well, one, maybe two. There was this thing last year, might have been a golem, or a very large cat. Had metal bits, though. Adam left before Pete could finish his story about the maybe golem, maybe cat. Madame Laurent's precision engineering looked promising from the outside. The displays showed delicate mechanical works, tiny gears meshed perfectly. But something felt off about her too wide smile, the way her eyes lingered on his student robes.
Of course I can help. And for a student, she lowered her voice conspiratorially, I might even offer a discount. Just need to see the original piece first. For reference. The gleam in her eyes reminded him too much of certain undertow merchants. Hard pass. The fourth shop had actual armor and golem parts in the window. Unfortunately, they looked like they'd been assembled by someone whose understanding of anatomy came from abstract art. It's a stylistic choice, the smith insisted, gesturing to what might have been an arm, or possibly a very confused snake. The fifth blacksmith, an elderly man who seemed more interested in his lunch than potential customers, barely looked up from his sandwich. Golems? Too much hassle. Try the engineering district. The sixth, in said engineering district, had the skills, but also had a 6-month waiting list. Could bump you up to 4 months if it's urgent, the apprentice offered, flipping through an overstuffed ledger. Master Brandon is very popular these days. The seventh shop was tucked away in a side street, so modest Adom almost missed it. No displays, just a simple sign. Kern's Metalworks. The sound of hammering drew him in. An older woman was working at the forge, her movements precise and methodical. She didn't stop when he entered, just held up one finger in a wait gesture while she finished whatever she was working on. What was it with blacksmiths in this city? 3 minutes later, she dunked the piece in water, steam hissing. When she turned, Adon noticed her arms were well muscled, probably from years of smithing. The workshop itself was modest but organized, with racks of weapons that made him pause. His father being a knight meant he'd grown up around quality arms and armor. He might not be a fighter himself, yet, but he knew good work when he saw it. And this was the real deal. Every piece in the shop screamed master craftsmanship. "Welcome. What can I help you with?" she asked, wiping her hands on her apron. Adom pulled out the detailed drawings he'd made of the armor. "I was wondering if you could craft something like this." She took the papers, studying them with increasing interest. Her eyebrows rose slightly as she flipped through the pages of specifications and measurements. "This is unique," she said finally. "The integration of stone and metal, these joint designs. I've never seen anything quite like it." She looked up at him. "Where did you get these specifications? Can you make it?" She set the drawings down carefully. "I'm not specialized in armors, especially not ones this advanced." "Oh." Adom's shoulders slumped. He'd thought, well, with the quality of work he'd seen, he'd hoped he'd finally found one of those legendary craftsmen from the stories, the mysterious masters who signed their work with secret marks and created impossible things. He was already turning to leave when her voice stopped him. "However," she said, "my apprentice has quite a talent for armor work." Adom turned back, skeptical. "If you can't do it, what could an apprentice manage?" A small smile crossed her face. "The kid's good, very good, especially with unusual projects like this." She tapped the drawings. "Sometimes fresh eyes see solutions old hands miss." Adom hesitated. An apprentice? Then again, after a day of dead ends. "Sure," he said finally. "I'd like to meet them." The woman's smile widened slightly. "Feely!" she called out. No response. She sighed, shaking her head. "Feely!" The back door of the smithy creaked open, and Adom found himself staring at what appeared to be a moving pile of metal scraps. 2 legs shuffled beneath the precarious tower of parts, inching forward carefully. "I got the pieces you asked for, Master. I think I found all the—" "Oh no, oh no, oh no!" The tower swayed,
A piece slipped, then another, and suddenly the whole collection was tipping forward.
Adom's hands moved before he could think.
Dozens of metal pieces froze mid-fall, hanging in the air like a strange metal constellation. The blacksmith and the young apprentice both looked at him.
"Where would you like these?" Adom asked, glancing at the woman.
"The sorting table, if you don't mind. The one by the wall." He guided the pieces over, setting them down carefully.
"There you go."
"Are you a mage?" said the younger voice. Didn't the uniform give it away? Yes." Behind the now sorted pile stood a young man about Adom's age, fidgeting with his apron strings. The apprentice was shorter than him, with rich brown skin and a shock of vivid red curly hair above bright green eyes, unmistakable features of dwarf human heritage. A half-dwarf, though that term had fallen out of favor decades ago. Most people called them stone-bloods now, though they were rare enough that most citizens only knew them from stories. The dwarven kingdoms beyond the mountains had always been more welcoming of mixed heritage than humans or elves, taking in children of such unions and raising them as their own. Unlike the rigid social structures of human nobles or the infamous purity obsession of elven houses, dwarven culture celebrated the strength that came from diversity. But what was one doing here? Stonebloods weren't common in Arcos. Adom had only seen a handful in his life, mostly merchants or craftsmen passing through. The Isle's predominantly human population meant most Stonebloods preferred the more diverse mainland cities or their ancestral mountain kingdoms. To find one as a permanent resident, especially as a smith's apprentice, was unusual but not unheard of. He found himself wondering what series of events had led Fili from the dwarven kingdoms to this modest smithy in a human city. "A mage?" The woman raised an eyebrow. "Fili, you just watched him use magic." "I know, master, but you said to start conversations with questions."
And that was the first thing that came to mind. Like in Chapter 3 of
"You little bookworm," she said. "What's the first rule of the shop?" "Oh, right." He turned to Adom, straightening his back like a soldier at attention. "Welcome to Kern's Metalworks, where quality meets craftsmanship. We offer competitive prices and satisfaction guaranteed. Our current special promotion includes—" Master Kern placed a hand on his shoulder. "Fili." "Yes?" "Your own words, not the merchant's guidebook." "But the book said—" "The book is a guide, not a script. Remember what we talked about?" Fili deflated slightly. "That people want to talk to people, not books." "Exactly," she squeezed his shoulder. "Now, why don't you look at what this young man brought us? I think you'll find it interesting." Master Kern pushed the drawings toward Fili, and Adom found himself holding his breath. After a day of rejections and silly people, he was suddenly very invested in what this awkward, earnest apprentice might say about his project. Fili leaned over the drawings, his previous awkwardness melting away as his eyes darted across the pages. His fingers traced the lines without touching them, hovering just above the surface. Adom leaned forward too, watching the transformation. Maybe this was it. Not the gruff, legendary master smith from the stories, but something potentially better. A young stone-blood apprentice with that particular intensity he'd seen in truly gifted craftsmen. Sure, there were plenty of jokes about dwarves and their smithing abilities, but stereotypes aside, there was a reason people sought out dwarven-trained smiths for the really impossible projects. "These joint mechanisms," he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. "The way the stone interfaces with—" "Master, look at this integration point here." He pointed to a specific detail, entirely focused now, his earlier social stumbling forgotten. "It's not just layered, it's braided?"
I've never seen anything like this.
Master Kern leaned in, nodding slightly. That's what caught my eye, too. Philly pulled one page closer, squinting. The tolerances would have to be perfect. We'd need to... He trailed off, reaching for a piece of charcoal and a scrap of paper, making quick calculations. His hand moved with none of the hesitation that had marked his earlier movements. He looked up suddenly, as if remembering he wasn't alone. "Oh, sorry, He glanced at Master Kern, who gave him an encouraging nod. "I mean, these are fascinating. Where did you... if you don't mind me asking, where did you learn to design like this?" "I specialized in runicology," Adom said, trying to keep his voice casual. "Drawing precise concepts like this becomes second nature after a while." Feely's eyes lit up like a forge fire. "Then you have the model? The actual golem the armor will be made for? The way these mechanisms interlock, it must be incredible to see in motion." "It's, at the academy," Adom lied, feeling a twinge of guilt at the apprentice's genuine enthusiasm. "Can't really show it to anyone. Secret project, you understand." "Oh, of course, of course." Feely nodded vigorously, clearly impressed by the implied importance. "That makes perfect sense. The applications of this design." His hands moved as he spoke, sketching shapes in the air. "The way the armor would fusion with the golem." "So, can you do it?" Adom asked hesitantly, watching Feely's face. "With these notes?" The young smith looked up from the drawings, a quiet confidence in his eyes that hadn't been there before. Yes, I can." Adom smiled, finally letting out a breath he'd been holding. "Perfect. How much will it—" "Oh!" Feely glanced at Master Kern. "The pricing is usually her decision, since I'm still an apprentice." "This one's yours, Feely." Master Kern's voice was firm but gentle. "I don't know enough about armor work to price it properly." Feely froze, his mouth slightly open, eyes darting between his master and the drawings. The charcoal piece in his hand trembled slightly. For a moment, he seemed to have forgotten how to speak, a different kind of speechlessness than his earlier social awkwardness. His free hand gripped the edge of the workbench as if to steady himself. Master Kern pretended not to notice her apprentice's reaction, busying herself with organizing some tools on a nearby shelf, giving him space to process what this meant. Finally, Feely swallowed hard and turned back to Adom, his voice barely above a whisper. "My first..." He cleared his throat, trying to sound more professional. Let me calculate the materials and time required."
Chapter 32. Getting Ready.
1 week. That's what it should take, sir. That's it? Adon looked at Master Kern. If Feely says 1 week, then 1 week it is. She nodded, and Feely let out a small, excited giggle before catching himself. Adom couldn't help but smile at the apprentice's enthusiasm. "Then I'll trust you with it. I'll come back in a week." He shifted his weight, reaching for his coin purse. "Now, about the cost." "Oh, well, aside from the materials," Feely's fingers twisted together. "Since you're my first customer ever, there's no service charge." "Really? That's not necessary. I can pay—" No! Feely's awkwardness gave way to unexpected firmness. "It's tradition. I couldn't possibly take service money from my first customer." "Oh." Adom blinked. "Well, what will the materials cost, then?" "Ah, 1 minute!" Feely darted toward the back of the shop. There was an immediate crash, followed by the sound of shuffling papers and sliding metal. "Everything all right there?" Adom called out. Yes." More crashing sounds. Then, "Master?" Master Kern sighed. "Top shelf, right side, Feely." "Thank you." A moment later, "Master,
She looked at Adam apologetically. "Excuse me for a moment." "Oh, no worries." Master Kern disappeared into the back room. Her voice carried clearly. 3 years, Feely. You've been working in this smithy for 3 years, and you still can't remember where I keep the price book? I know, but you keep moving it. I haven't moved it in 6 months. Oh, really? Adam heard more shuffling, followed by what sounded like a heavy thud, and Feely's muffled, "Found it!" The apprentice emerged carrying an enormous, leather-bound book, its corners worn smooth with age. He heaved it onto the counter in front of Adam, their eyes meeting briefly before Feely offered an awkward smile and a mumbled, "Sorry." He opened the book, fingers trailing down columns of numbers. Let's see.
Premium-grade iron for the core structure, enhancement-grade steel for the joint mechanisms, specialized binding materials. He muttered to himself, making quick calculations on a scrap of paper. The crystalline components for the runic interfaces. That's going to be... yes. More scratching of charcoal. And the stabilizing elements. Finally, he looked up. For all the materials, it comes to 1,058 gold pieces and 30 silvers. He paused, then added quickly, "But that includes the highest grade materials. We could potentially use lower grades for some components, but I wouldn't recommend it." Adam reached for his coin purse, counting out the gold and silver pieces, then added a small stack of extra coins. "For any unexpected price changes," he explained, sliding them across the counter. "Thank you for your trust, sir." The word hit Adam oddly. In his previous life, he'd grown used to being called sir, expected it even. But somewhere in the past few days, he'd unconsciously started thinking of himself as young again. Hearing it from someone who looked barely older than his current physical age felt wrong. "Just Adam is fine," he said, extending his hand. "Nice to meet you, by the way." Feely's eyes widened as if Adam had just offered him a precious gift. His face broke into a broad grin, and before Adam could react, both of Feely's hands engulfed his in a grip that made him suddenly, acutely aware of what it meant to be a blacksmith's apprentice. "Nice to meet you too, Adam. I promise you won't regret this. I'll start working on it right away. Well, after I clean up the workshop and finish Master Kern's current projects, of course. But I could stay late, or come in early, or both. I've never worked on anything this complex before, but I've been studying similar mechanisms for years, and..." Adam's fingers were starting to go numb. He tried to subtly extract his hand, but Feely's enthusiasm translated into a grip that could probably bend iron. The apprentice kept talking, apparently oblivious to Adom's increasing discomfort. "Feely!" Master Kern's voice cut through the stream of words. "I think Adam would like his hand back." "Oh!" Feely dropped Adom's hand as if it had suddenly turned red hot. "I'm so sorry. Sometimes I forget my own strength, and then Master Kern has to remind me, and... oh, I'm doing it again, aren't I?" Adam flexed his fingers, trying to restore circulation. "It's fine," he said quickly, taking a prudent half-step back while trying to make it look casual. "Strong grip, that's probably good for a blacksmith." Feely's shoulders visibly relaxed, though his cheeks remained flushed. "Really good for hammering metal," he said with a small self-deprecating laugh, then immediately winced at his own words. "Not that I mean, your armor won't be. I'll be very careful with the delicate parts." He started reaching for something on the workbench, presumably to demonstrate his capacity for gentleness, but Master Kern cleared her throat softly. Feely's hand froze mid-motion, then slowly retreated to his side. "Right," he said, taking a deep breath and obviously trying to contain his excitement to more manageable levels. 1 week. I'll have everything ready.
He managed to maintain his composure for about 3 seconds before adding, "Would you like to see the workshop where I'll be working on it? I've already got some ideas about how to approach the joint mechanisms and—" Master Kern coughed. "Or maybe next time. When you come to pick it up," Feely offered hopefully, bouncing slightly on his toes despite his evident attempt to stay still. Adom glanced around the smithy, taking in the organized rows of weapons. Swords of various lengths hung on the walls, their polished surfaces catching the forge light. Spears and lances stood in racks, their points gleaming.
Warhammers and maces rested on sturdy shelves. Again, beautiful craftsmanship, all of it. And now that he was training regularly, the idea of learning to use them held a certain appeal. But something told him that wasn't his path. The golem would handle the heavy weapons. That's what it was designed for. As for himself, his eyes caught on a pair of thick leather smithing gloves lying on the workbench, their palms and fingers reinforced for handling hot metal. Something clicked in his mind, an idea starting to form. Actually, he turned back to them, flexing his fingers unconsciously. How are you with gauntlets? Something like knuckle bracers, but designed for combat. For the golem, I presume? Master Kern stepped forward this time. Ah, additional armor pieces for the golem, I presume. Master Kern nodded approvingly. Smart thinking. The joints are always— No, these would be for me. Feely's eyes darted to his master. Master Kern's eyes flickered to her apprentice. The exchange lasted less than a heartbeat, but Adom knew exactly what passed through their minds. At least they had the decency not to voice their thoughts about a scrawny teenager wanting combat gauntlets. Master Kern grunted, her calloused fingers drumming once on the workbench. In that case, I'll handle that part myself. So, she pulled a worn notebook from her apron pocket. What exactly are you looking for in these gauntlets? Weight preference? Material flexibility? Protection coverage? Adom considered for a moment. I need them to be durable enough to withstand repeated impact, but light enough that they don't slow down my movements. The knuckles should be reinforced, maybe with a shock-absorbing mechanism? Something that would distribute the force of impact so I don't shatter my own bones when striking. She nodded, charcoal scratching against paper. Smart. Joint mobility range? Full range of motion in the fingers and wrist. I need to be able to form specific hand positions quickly. He traced a few spellcasting gestures in the air. And I'll need spaces for monocrystals. 3, maybe 4 anchor points? Plus surface area for runic inscriptions. The runes would need to be positioned so I can chain them together for quick spell weaving. Kern's eyebrows rose slightly as she continued writing. Spell weaving configurations with impact resistance. She tapped her charcoal against the page. We could use a layered design. Enhancement-grade steel for the outer shell, spelled leather inner lining for flexibility. Crystalline anchor points here, here, and here. She sketched quick marks, with runic channels connecting them. Shock absorption through spelled spring mechanisms in the knuckle plates. She looked up. The crystal placement would affect the balance. Any preference for positioning? 1 on each palm for channeling, 1 on each forearm for storage. If you could work in a 5th one, maybe between the knuckles? More scratching on paper. Doable. We'll need to adjust the weight distribution, but... She held up the sketch, showing a complex network of interlocking plates and runic patterns. Something like this? Adom leaned in, studying the design. The technical aspects were well beyond his expertise, but even he could see how the various elements would work together. Can you really make something like this? Master Kern's stern face cracked into a smile. Of course. What specific fighting style are you planning to use with these gauntlets? Master Kern asked, adding more details to her sketch. Something that allows for quick strikes and fluid movement, but strong enough to punch through.
Adom paused. Tough opponents. Tough opponents? Feely piped up, eyes wide with curiosity. What kind of practice involves punching through tough things? Ah, yeah. Practice. Adom laughed awkwardly, the sound hollow even to his own ears. You know how it is. Better safe than sorry? Feely opened his mouth to ask more, but Master Kern's eyes met Adom's, and in that brief moment of eye contact, he knew she saw right through his flimsy excuse. Thankfully, she simply turned back to her sketch. The knuckle joints here and here, she gestured with her charcoal while Feely leaned in to watch, will need reinforcement without restricting finger movement. Like the articulation system you showed me last month? Feely asked eagerly. The one with the overlapping plates? Similar principle, yes, she continued sketching. But we'll need something more sophisticated for this, especially with the runic integrations. Feely bounced on his toes. Will you be using the new metal folding technique you've been developing? Feely, she said gently, and he immediately fell silent, though his eyes remained bright with interest. Master Kern turned the sketch toward Adom. Given your requirements, I'd recommend tungstral metal. It's second only to star-fallen steel in terms of durability, but it has good flexibility for what you need. Most Imperial Knights prefer it for exactly these properties. Oh, Adom said. He reached into his inventory and pulled out an ornate box. Both smiths fell silent as he opened it, revealing the rings nestled inside. Feely's breath caught. Is that? I've never seen so much star-fallen steel in one place before. You've never seen star-fallen steel at all, boy, Kern corrected quietly, her eyes not leaving the box. Right, Feely whispered, transfixed. Could you use this to make the gauntlets instead? Adom asked. Kern didn't ask where he got it from, which made him like her even more. She simply nodded and carefully took the box. The cost for crafting would be 5,000 gold coins. The gauntlets can be ready in a week, along with the golem's armor. That's fine. Great! Feely burst out, then immediately covered his mouth with both hands, glancing apologetically at his master. Master Kern's lips twitched slightly. Yes, Feely? I was thinking about how the gauntlets and the golem's armor could share some design elements. And maybe we could... He trailed off, looking between them uncertainly. Go on, Master Kern encouraged. Maybe we could coordinate some of the runic patterns? Make them more efficient? His words tumbled out faster. Since I'll be working on the golem's armor anyway, and if Master Kern doesn't mind me observing the gauntlet construction, I could make sure the runes complement each other perfectly. That's actually a good idea, Adom said, and Feely's face lit up. But would coordinating both projects affect the timeline? No, Feely started, then caught himself and glanced at Master Kern. She nodded slightly. The timeline remains the same. I'll focus on the gauntlets while Feely works on the armor. She gave her apprentice a meaningful look. As long as he stays organized. I will, Feely promised, then turned to Adom. I've already got some ideas. See, if we align the structural support here, he reached for the sketches, then froze mid-motion. May I, Master? Go ahead. Feely carefully moved Master Kern's armor sketch next to his own preliminary drawings for the armor. His earlier excitement had transformed into focused intensity as he pointed out various technical details. If we adjust these connection points and maybe incorporate a similar material grade at the interface... Of course, Feely added quickly, straightening up. That's just a suggestion. We can do it however you prefer. I trust your judgment, Adom said,
and immediately regretted it as Feely's eyes began to shine dangerously. He took a preventive step back, adding, "Both of your judgments." Master Kern smoothly stepped in before Feely could respond. "Then we'll see you in a week. Same time?" "Yes."
Same time works perfectly, Adam said, reaching for his coin purse. Master Kern held up a hand. The payment can wait until you've seen and approved the finished work. Her eyes held a glimmer of professional pride. I prefer my clients to be fully satisfied before any coins change hands. Adam smiled. Thank you. I appreciate that. See you in a week, Feely called out as Adam turned to leave. I'll make sure everything is perfect. The joints will be smooth as silk, and the mechanisms will be— Ow! He rubbed his arm where Master Kern had gently nudged him. Let the poor boy leave, Feely. Right, sorry, Feely waved, somehow managing to put his entire body into the gesture. Goodbye. Thank you for trusting us. Bye, Adam waved back. Adam finally made his way toward the academy. He couldn't afford to be late to another class, not with people now starting to notice so often. As he approached the academy gates, a familiar figure came into view. Aaron stood with his arms crossed, leaning against one of the stone pillars, in a pose that was probably meant to look casual, but betrayed nervous energy in every line. Hey, Adam called out. Aaron straightened. Hey, I sent a raven earlier, but it didn't come back. Yeah, they just deliver the message and leave. If you're not there to receive it, that's it. Huh. Aaron's face scrunched up slightly, then quickly shifted to something more animated. So, your name's getting pretty popular in the Undertow? Or, well, not your name exactly, but everyone's talking about the warrior who blew up the children's shipment. His voice dropped to an excited whisper. How did you even manage that? They say the children have gone practically rabid looking for— Did Cisco send you with something? Adam cut in, glancing at the stream of students flowing through the gates. Oh, right. Aaron glanced around. Maybe we should find somewhere quieter? It's fine. Just need to touch it. Aaron reached into his jacket, barely exposing what looked like a sealed envelope. Adam's fingers brushed against it, and it vanished instantly. That's so cool, Aaron breathed. Will you teach me how to do that? Sure, as long as you promise not to use it for pickpocketing. I don't pickpocket. Our first meeting was literally you trying to pickpocket me. Aaron's face settled into an expression of dignified calm. That was in my younger days. That was about 1 month ago. Well, actually, Adam cut in, checking his pocket watch. I've been meaning to talk to you about life in the Undertow, and how it might conflict with your future at Xerxes. He adjusted his glasses. But I need to get to class. Attendance is mandatory. The pie place, later? Sure, Aaron nodded, trying and failing to hide his obvious disappointment at the conversation being cut short. The pie place. The day passed in a blur of lectures and assignments, but Adam's mind was elsewhere, turning over problems like puzzle pieces that refused to fit together. His notes were sparse, his participation minimal, just enough to avoid drawing attention. The professor's voices faded into background noise as he wrestled with the implications of what he had to do next. The proof about Mr. Fox sat in his inventory like a loaded weapon. The smart move, the obvious move, would be to anonymously deliver it to both the headmaster and Professor Kim. Let the system work as intended. The academy had protocols for dealing with corrupt sponsors, after all. It was one of the oldest and most respected institutions in the capital. And yet, Adam absently drew circles in his notebook, his mind racing. In his previous life,
He'd learned the hard way that corruption rarely traveled alone. It bred in networks, in carefully cultivated relationships. Mr. Fox hadn't chosen this academy by chance. Someone had to have vouched for him, introduced him, smoothed his way through the bureaucracy.
The question was, how deep did those connections go? He thought about Professor Kim's enthusiasm, his brilliant mind focused on pushing the boundaries of what was possible, never questioning who was funding that pursuit, or why. But was that simple academic naivety, or something else? The headmaster's office would be the logical place to deliver the evidence. Adam had known Maris well in his past life, worked with him, trusted him implicitly. The man's integrity was beyond question, his dedication to the academy absolute. But that was exactly the problem. Maris was just a man. A good one, yes, but still bound by the limitations of his position and perspective. In Adam's previous life, despite all of Maris's experience and wisdom, he had missed the warning signs about dragon's breath. Not through any fault of his own. He simply hadn't been in a position to see the whole picture, to connect dots that were deliberately kept separate. How much could be happening right under Maris's nose even now, carefully arranged to seem innocent when viewed through the lens of academic administration? In his previous life, hadn't the Dragon's Breath project continued, despite numerous red flags that should have raised alarms at the highest levels? The smart play would be to trust the system, yes. The safe play would be to assume the system was compromised. And the right play, well, that's what he needed to figure out. Dumb? Adam! He blinked, focusing on Sam's concerned face across the table. Ah, right. It was dinner time. He had not seen the day go by. Steam rose from the meat pies at old Mari's stand, mixing with the evening air. The three of them, Adam, Sam, and Erin, sat at one of the worn wooden tables, the streets busy with the usual dinner crowd. Someone knocked into their table as they passed, making their cups rattle. "Watch it," Sam muttered, then turned back to his pie. "Adam, you haven't touched yours at all."
Mari's outdone herself today.
The meat's perfect. Adam poked at his pie with a fork, breaking the crust. More steam escaped. "He's right," Erin said through a mouthful. "Better than usual." Adam set his fork down and leaned back, watching people move through the streets. A cart rolled by, wheels clattering on the cobblestones. "You've been quiet all evening," Sam said, wiping his mouth. "Actually, you've been different lately. More, I don't know, distant?" He looked at Erin. "You've noticed it too, right?" Erin shrugged, suddenly very interested in his pie. "People get like that sometimes." "See?" Sam pointed his fork at Erin. "Even he's noticed, and he barely knows you." Adam pushed his chair back slowly. The wood scraped against stone. "I need to walk." "Come on, you haven't eaten anything," Sam protested. "At least finish half." "You can have it," Adam said, already standing. "I just need to think." Sam started to rise. "I'll come with." "No." Adam's voice was quiet but firm. "Finish your food. We'll talk at the dorm later." "You're worrying me, you know that." Sam frowned. "Whatever's going on, it's fine." Adam managed a small smile. "Everything's fine." He turned and walked away, weaving between the tables and crowds. Behind him, he heard Sam ask Erin, "He tells you stuff sometimes, right? Is he okay?" Erin's response was lost in the street noise. Adam found a quiet corner in the rose garden and took out the envelope Erin gave him. 2 sealed packages, 2 anonymous messages. One for Kim, one for the headmaster. Simple, clean, and hopefully effective. But his mind kept circling back to Gale, a Star Knight-level threat on his trail. The kind of opponent Adam had no business facing. No amount of preparation would make a fight with that guy winnable. Not with his current capabilities. Not with any amount of tricks or planning. The police weren't an option either.
Not with what Cisco had told him about the criminal faction's reach into law enforcement. Walking into a station to report this would be like painting a target on his back. He'd have no way of knowing which officers were clean and which were on someone's payroll. But then again, what was the best counter to someone operating at Star Knight level? Another Star Knight. And as it happened, Adon knew one very well. One who would definitely come if he knew his son was in real trouble. Father would be at the Twin Peaks right now, holding the line against Estonian Empire's forces. A letter could be sent, but... Adom's fingers drummed against his leg. Gale and his people were looking for him now. The clock was ticking, and he had no idea when they'd